Chapter 448. I am Lei Jiazi, the king of the Undols, Loirna, and ancestors, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the realm, little green dragon. Aegon was very excited, his cheeks and eyes turning red. Be my partner and submit to me. Dany's aunt was unhappy. Such a long title sounded very imposing, but even she was embarrassed to use it. You don't live up to your name, but you said it without any shame. Also, you dare to say that you want my son to submit to you. This nephew is even more annoying than my second nephew. Why don't I find a chance to send him to the Great Wall and become a night guardian with his illegitimate brother? Although they couldn't control the dragon spirit, Little Green and Little Gold could vaguely sense their mother's thoughts. She didn't like this guy who was shouting. Thus, when Aegon got closer and closer, Greenie stuck out its neck like a snake and opened its mouth to roar. Hiss, aw. Aegon's silver hair danced in the sulfuric breath. His excited face turned pale instantly, his eyes filled with fear, and he screamed and fell to the ground. And this useless behavior increased the hostility in Little Green's heart. Its throat turned red, and dragon flames spurted out. Little Green, shut up. Dany's smile disappeared. She stood up quickly and activated the fire control technique. She didn't care about her nephew's life, but there were only the 2 of them here, and he died in Little Green's mouth. Who would believe the Dragon Queen if she said she wasn't a kinslayer? Boom! Aegon's body seemed to be covered with a transparent eggshell-like shield. The dragon flames were like river water hitting a reef, and the bright red flames split around Aegon's body. Ah! The sea of golden red flames in front of him made Aegon scream in fear. Huff, huff, huff! Dany waved her hand and scattered dragon flames soared into the sky. They were like fireworks that bloomed in an instant. They came brilliantly and disappeared just as quickly. Ah! Aegon was still slumped on the ground as he screamed. His voice traveled down the corridor and into the palace below, alarming Ymont, Clinton, and the others. Squeak! The little green centipede let out a squeak and retracted its neck. It lay back down and closed its eyes to rest. Dany looked at him with a strange expression and said with surprise and suspicion, I didn't expect Little Green to have such a bad temper. Yes, this fellow had also spat fire at her when she was young. What's wrong? What happened? Clinton hurriedly ran to Aegon's side and hugged him. As if he had lost his soul, Aegon sat on the ground in a daze. Ah! Dany, what's going on? Old Ymont walked over with Cora's help and asked. The old man looked worriedly at her and then at Aegon, as if he suspected that she had done something to him. Dany sighed. Aegon wanted to tame a dragon. I told him to slowly develop a relationship with Little Red. He thought Little Red was too small and wanted Dahe. I told him that Dahe went to Dragonstone Island and had to wait for a few days. He said Little Green was fine too, and then he shouted at Little Green. He said something like, I am Lei Jiazi, the king of the Undols, Loinars, and ancestors, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the guardian of the realm, Green Dragon, submit to me. Before Dany could finish, the little devil couldn't help but laugh. In this quiet and serious situation, his laughter was particularly harsh. What's wrong? Dany raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Your Majesty, please continue. The dwarf also noticed the unfriendly gazes of Clinton and the others. That's it. Little Green spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. Fortunately, I was by his side and saved him. Dany said calmly. Ha ha ha. Tyrion couldn't help but laugh at Aegon, who was gradually recovering on the ground. Your Highness, dragons aren't tamed like this. If you do this, even 100 lives won't be enough. To tame a dragon, you should at least prepare a few sheep, a few cows, and feed them with your own hands. Also, you can't wake them up at night from their sleep. Think about it, even if you're a rational human, if I wake you up in the middle of the night, you'll also punch me in anger, right? Indeed. Old Yamant also sighed and said, before you become a dragon knight, don't put pressure on the Megalosaurus. They are sensitive and can sense your emotions. Your Majesty should have reminded His Highness, Clinton said with some resentment. Remind what? I've never encountered such a thing. In fact, my Megalosaurus guards, a dozen centaurs have taken care of the Megalosaurus for so long, but they've never been attacked by the Megalosaurus. Danny frowned. Yes, the Megalosaurus never spits fire at us. Moreover, under Calixi's guidance, the Megalosaurus also changed its habit of eating humans. Chui Luo said with certainty. The Megalosaurus guards are different from Aegon. Tyrion's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. The Megalosaurus can sense people's emotions. Don't doubt it. If it can't connect with people's minds, why is there the saying, one dragon and one knight? Obviously, the Megalosaurus guards are only responsible for taking care of the Megalosaurus and have never thought of conquering them, so they won't be attacked by the Megalosaurus. But the preparatory dragon knights are different. Before the Megalosaurus went extinct, how many Targaryens and Valerians died in the process of dragon taming? Do you really think it's so easy to be a dragon knight? Danny glanced at him and said, you know quite a lot. Your Majesty, I'm not boasting, but in today's world, I'm one of the few Megalosaurus experts. When I was very young, I dreamed of having a dragon of my own, even if it was a pygmy dragon like me. Taking off my armor to meet a dragon is my life's wish. There's no greater miracle in the world than a dragon. Tyrion looked at the three dragons sleeping together on the wall, his eyes full of love and desire. The emotion in his eyes was so sincere that Danny was infected. After a while, the imp sighed and said, when Uncle told me that the dragons were extinct, I cried, really. That was the only time I didn't cry because Cersei bullied me. For the sake of the dragons, I didn't feel ashamed. Since then, I've done everything possible to collect books related to dragons and understand everything related to dragons. It's not an exaggeration to say that I have the world's most complete book, Dragons, Lizards, and Pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. Then, he said as if he was begging, Your Majesty, you can let me join the Megalosaurus guards. I swear to take care of your dragons. The Wildfire General can't use my talents at all. Danny avoided his eyes and said calmly, I don't lack Megalosaurus guards. Aegon stood up with a pale face and suddenly said, I'm Lajiazi. So? Tyrion didn't understand. He had said it so clearly, why did the young prince still emphasize his identity? I'm closest to Aunt Dany. Dragons have 3 heads, and I'm one of them. The prophecy said so. Aegon emphasized. Who do you think the other head is? Could it be Scholar Yamant? Tyrion asked with interest. Old Yamant's eyes flashed as he thought of Jon, who was suspected to be Liga's illegitimate son. He said calmly, a prophecy is a prophecy. Dragons won't change their habits because of a prophecy. Aegon, you're too reckless. And Dany, you too. You shouldn't have let him get close to Megalosaurus like Greenie and Blackie. Aegon wants to ride a dragon to seize the Iron Throne. The little dragon can't carry him, Dany said. Ymont furrowed his brows and looked at the people around him. He said with hesitation, Aegon, I don't recommend you to go to the King's Landing, and don't even think about bringing a dragon to the Westeros. Why? Shouldn't I take back what belongs to Targaryen? Aegon said emotionally. Three-eyed crow. Westeros are too dangerous for you. The old scholar clenched his teeth and decided to tell the truth. There aren't just deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. There's also the Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow Blinden. He can control people's thoughts and even steal dragons. Scholar, what are you talking about? Tyrion, Clinton, and little Aegon were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the old scholar could still awaken the mad blood at such an old age? Wasn't it a little too late? Sigh, even deviant ghosts have appeared. What's the big deal about the Green Prophet? The old man spoke with a complicated tone about how Dany was controlled by the three-eyed crow after she entered the Westeros. The others were stunned when they heard this, but Tyrion was still skeptical. He chuckled and said, "It sounds like a legend. I even met the rat chef in the Nightfall Castle." "Do you believe me?" Dany asked with a smile. Hee. Tyrion laughed lazily. "There's also Mad Axe. I didn't find him before I left." "I wonder if the red-robed woman caught him," Ymont said. Hee. Tyrion laughed lazily. Dany turned to nephew Gu. She saw that he had come back to his senses and was also skeptical. She couldn't help but suggest, "Aegon, since you're in a hurry to seize the Iron Throne, why don't you go to the Great Wall for an internship?" "Internship for what?" Aegon was puzzled. "Internship to become a child of prophecy." Dany's aunt said seriously, "Only by going beyond the Great Wall and fighting deviant ghosts can you quickly become a qualified savior. As long as you end the Nightfall, no one will be able to stop you from ascending the Iron Throne." "No, it's too dangerous to go to the Great Wall." Clinton rejected it immediately. "Then, will he still abide by the promise of, the one who ends the Nightfall will be king?" "The prerequisite for me supporting him is that he can fulfill my promise. Otherwise, I'll become a traitor," Dany said. Clinton said uncertainly, "We'll see when the Nightfall arrives. The prince is a child of summer. If the Nightfall is real, I'm afraid." Tyrion shook his head and didn't continue speaking. However, everyone understood what he was implying. A person who didn't even dare to go to the Great Wall definitely couldn't become a child of prophecy. Aegon's face turned green and red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Give me a white dragon or a black dragon. I'll immediately go to the Great Wall to kill a few deviant ghosts." "Your Highness, this isn't a matter of giving them to you. The key is whether you can subdue them." Tyrion didn't know when it started, but there was a hint of well-hidden disdain in his eyes. "Even a green dragon can scare you to the ground. A black dragon is even more terrifying. I heard that it can even speak." Then, he asked Dany curiously, "I've seen a black dragon a few times, but I've never heard it speak." Dany rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's not like he's a chatterbox. Why would he chat with you for no reason?" "Alright, that's all for today." She yawned and said impatiently, "Everyone, disperse." Dragon Queen, the centaur maid, and old Ymont's rooms were on the top floor, while Aegon and the others were on the second floor. When they walked out of the staircase, Tyrion noticed Aegon's gloomy and angry expression. He pulled him to the side and whispered, "Are you unhappy?" "What are you doing?" Aegon asked gloomily. "If a man is unhappy, he should vent it out," Tyrion said with a sly smile. "The green dragon was indeed angered by me. It's not my aunt's fault. I don't know how to tame a dragon, so I was a little reckless." Aegon sighed. Tyrion looked at him appreciatively and nodded in his heart. Although this child is irritable and impulsive, he has his redeeming qualities. Clinton and Ashera taught him well. "It's definitely not your aunt, but you can find other women to vent it on." Tyrion chuckled. Chapter 449. Find a woman. Little Aegon's cheeks instantly flushed red as he stuttered. "Of course, only a woman can comfort a man," Tyrion laughed. "But..." Aegon's eyes were wandering as he looked left and right. Clinton and the rest had already gone downstairs, leaving only the two of them at the staircase. I can't go," as if he had heard the most terrifying thing, he shook his head repeatedly. Why? Are you worried about your aunt? Ha! Tyrion raised his eyebrows as he laughed. Your Highness, it's obvious that the Dragon Queen means what she says. If she says she won't marry you, then she definitely won't marry you. It's useless for you to keep your chastity for her. No, no, Aegon was angered by the little devil's teasing expression. He straightened his neck and said, I don't want to go myself. Tyrion looked at him strangely. Little prince, you're 17 years old, right? TSK, you're still a virgin. Little devil, you're a shameless bastard. I'm different from you, Aegon said angrily. Yes, we're different. I'm a man, and you're still a child. Men build their careers, and children go home to drink milk. Tyrion puffed out his chest and said proudly. I really do have the talent to anger princes. Looking at Aegon's twisted face and red eyes, the little devil thought proudly. Sigh, how many times has this little prince gone crazy because of me? Why is it that every time I see him, I can't help but think of my nephew Joffrey? Why am I inexplicably happy when I see him jumping around in anger because of me? Even if I get slapped, I'll be happy. Slap. Aegon raised his right hand and slapped him. Tyrion took a step back and raised his hand to block the slap. Shoo! He put his right index finger to his lips and said softly, Little prince, do you want your Aunt Queen to see how you lose your composure and beat up her minister? He pointed at his green leather armor that had a picture of a roaring black dragon printed on it and said, I'm a third-rank wildfire general, not Hugo Caesar. Well, when he was still Hugo, on the way from Pentos to Slave Bay, when he was beaten up after angering little Aegon, he would not dodge. Aegon was stronger than him, so he couldn't resist. If I hit you, my aunt would only clap her hands and cheer. Little Aegon said hatefully. Even though he said that, he raised his head and carefully glanced in the direction of the top floor, giving up on the idea of slapping the dwarf again. Sooner or later, the wildfire will burn you to ashes, he cursed. Yeah, there's the possibility of being blown up into the sky by the wildfire every day. I have to get drunk today. Tyrion sighed and walked directly towards the red brick door, saying as he walked, the Red Nun of the Church of the Seven Gods is one of a kind in the world. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The Seven Gods Nun. Aegon exclaimed. There's hope. Tyrion's eyes flashed and he stopped in his tracks. A devout nun in the day and incomparably lewd at night. By the way, do you believe in the seven gods? Of course, Sister Asherah is my spiritual mentor, little Aegon said. Then, have you ever dreamed of your spiritual mentor at night, and then secretly changed your underwear the next morning? Tyrion chuckled. You, Aegon pointed at him, his face flushed red. Looks like I have. Tyrion smiled in understanding. Don't be shy, I even dreamed of my sister when I was young, do you believe it? You beast. Aegon said agitatedly. Hee, aren't your grandfather and grandmother also brother and sister? You Targaryens have so many examples of brother and sister unions, and you even want to marry your own aunt. Are they all beasts? Tyrion retorted. This is a Targaryen tradition, Aegon argued. Lannister can learn the traditions of Targaryen as well. Now he's even learning from you, sitting on the Iron Throne, being a king, being a mad king. Lannister's throne won't be stable, I swear, Aegon said coldly. You don't even have a dragon, what's the use of swearing? Only your aunt can do that. I will have one, a dragon has 3 heads, and I'm one of them. Words are like the wind, prophecies are also words. Tyrion glanced at the pier and said anxiously, Red Nun can choose any of the Passion Garden's Red Nun. If you're late, you can only eat the leftovers. I don't have time to chat with you, just say it, do you want to be a man? How was little Aegon supposed to answer that? Of course I'm a man, he said stiffly. Then come with me, you'll be a man tomorrow morning." Saying that, the imp walked out of the door and climbed down the stairs of the great golden tower. Little Aegon hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. "Hey, little prince, you don't know how lucky you are to have an old hand like me as your mentor." Hearing the footsteps behind him, Tyrion's lips curled into a smug smile. "You're not my mentor." Little Aegon shrunk his neck and looked back at the palace door from time to time. He was very conflicted. He was excited to explore a new world, but he was also hesitant to expect his foster father to come out and call him back. "If you knew how my mentor dealt with me, you wouldn't have such an attitude." Tyrion's tone became very complicated, and even Aegon could hear the sadness in it. "Your mentor, who are they?" he asked. "My brother and father," Tyrion said. "What did they do?" Tyrion was absent-minded for a moment. His footsteps slowed down and he muttered, "When I was 13, Jaime and I saved a cute peasant girl from bandits. She fell in love with me. Maybe. Anyway, I loved her very much, really. I bribed a cultivator to arrange a simple but incredibly sweet secret wedding for me and Tessa. Damn it, your first time was so beautiful, but you tricked me into giving my first time to a prostitute." Aegon cursed and was about to turn around and leave. "Listen to the story first," Tyrion pulled him back. "After you hear it, you'll definitely be impatient to find a prostitute and give her your virginity and innocence." "Go on," Aegon said stiffly. He changed his mind, a dwarf at 13 years old. He was already 17 this year. He really couldn't be a boy anymore. "After that, my brother told me that the hero saving the damsel in distress was a scam. Tessa was only a prostitute that he paid to let me experience the matters between a man and a woman," Tyrion said. Aegon was stunned, then hesitantly said, "The Kingslayer went a bit overboard." Tyrion stopped, turned around and looked at him with a complicated expression, then said, "How I wish that he had the same thoughts as you back then." Aegon didn't reply, so Tyrion continued, "I cried, I threw a tantrum, I didn't believe it, I wanted Tessa, I was only 13 at that time, I didn't have any grudges against my country, I was much younger than you are now. And then, to make me see the truth, my father gave Tessa to a battalion of soldiers, 1 silver coin per person, and they could have her, 100 guards, 100 silver coins." Aegon shuddered, then muttered, "Your father is a beast." "Very good, in this regard, we have reached a consensus," Tyrion nodded with satisfaction, then sighed. "A beast's father gave birth to a beast's son. I stood on the side and watched, until my dick was about to explode, and then I became the 101st. For this, my father paid Tessa a gold dragon. According to his words, Lannisters should always be a cut above others, and the price should be higher than the average person." "You really are a beast," Aegon said coldly. "Kid, let's play a game later. If you win, I'll shout, 'Tyrion is a beast' 3 times to the sky. How about that?" Tyrion said with a strange smile. "What game?" "You'll know in a while." Aegon fell silent again. At this time, they had already walked down the pyramid. The unsullied trainees guarding the stairs at the door only glanced at them, then untied the fence. Tyrion found a white-painted carriage with a kerosene lamp in front of the square, handed a few copper coins to the coachman, and pulled little Aegon in. "You're so familiar with your movements, it's not your first time, right?" Aegon asked suspiciously. "I'm a normal man, and I've been in Slave Bay for so long, of course it's not my first time. Although Astapor is not as prosperous as Volantis, it still has a market that's open. You should have come out with me a long time ago," Tyrion said. "The female dwarf Fenny likes you, we can all see it," Aegon suddenly said. "Fenny." Tyrion was stunned, then sighed, "Fenny is a good girl, I don't want to hurt her." Aegon looked at him strangely. Hee. Tyrion laughed bitterly, then asked, "Do you know the ending of the story?" What story? Tessa and Tywin. Where did Tessa go? Aegon asked. I want to know too. I even asked my dad about it. We didn't come to an agreement, so he was killed by me. Tyrion shrugged. You're crazy. Aegon's eyes widened, and said in shock, you killed your father for a prostitute from more than a decade ago. After the trial, Jaime forced Jaime to save me. Maybe he thought it was the last time he said goodbye to his deformed and pitiful brother, or maybe Jaime suddenly had a conscience. He told me something. What is it? He lied to me. He and my dad both lied to me. Tessa wasn't a prostitute, at least before she met our family of beasts. She was just a pure and kind peasant girl. Aegon was shocked, and his eyes widened. Could it be Tessa really? She didn't even know my identity as Lannister at that time. Jaime and I wore casual clothes, dressed as third-rate mercenary knights. Maybe she thought I was the pet of the tall and handsome knight Jaime, a deformed little devil monkey at first. But Tessa didn't care about my dwarf size at all. She even thought that I was so small. Such a pitiful dwarf dared to fight against the fierce bandits. I was very brave. Tyrion held up 3 fingers. I've only met such a woman 3 times in my life. The first time was Tessa, the second time was Shui. It was fake. I thought Shui was the second Tessa. I also loved her like Tessa, then she personally proved to me how rare Tessa was. The third one was Jenny. I'm not sure if she would still love me if she wasn't a dwarf. But there's no doubt that her love is as sincere as Tessa's. If that's the case, why didn't you marry her? Aegon was confused. Only a virgin like you can say such words. If you have someone in your heart at all times, you won't provoke another person who deserves the same pity. Creak. The carriage stopped, and the decadent sounds from the temple's passion garden entered their ears. The coachman in the front row knocked on the wooden wall and said softly, Lord Wildfire, we're here. Tyrion jumped down from the carriage, holding a silver coin in his hand, and said to the coachman, remember, call me Lion King, Angry Lion, but don't call me Lord Wildfire. Okay, Lord Wildfire. The dwarf's body stiffened, and he stuffed the silver coin back into his pocket. Chapter 450. The former Temple of Divine Grace, today's Temple of Light, was a pyramid-themed building complex. The pyramid here was not as tall as Dany's Great Pyramid, but the platform at the top was wider. There was a clear swimming pool, a red rose garden, a lavender vineyard, a green olive forest, a white laurel bush. Women in red tulle were flirting on the stone steps in front of the swimming pool, waiting for customers to choose. There were the sounds of men and women having fun everywhere in the garden, the sound of music, drinking, and even the low moans that made one's imagination run wild. Tyrion stood at the entrance of the garden, as high-spirited as a general returning from the battlefield. He said loudly to Aegon, who was stunned, now, do you know why I brought you here? I won't thank you, Aegon said stubbornly. You can't be taught. Tyrion shook his head and sighed. If you don't experience big and small battles, how can you become a veteran of the battlefield? If you don't see all kinds of women, how can you distinguish true love from false love? If I had the experience I have now, I would at least be able to distinguish Jaime's lies immediately. How do you distinguish? Aegon said blankly. Tyrion patted him on the back and said with a complicated tone, do you know how to distinguish new shoes from old shoes? Unfortunately, I've been muddle-headed all these years, and only now have I figured out such a simple problem. Now, you can get my advanced experience without going through the vicissitudes of life. Be happy. Then, the dwarf strode into the Garden of Desire, opened his arms, and shouted, Devout nuns, Lord Wildfire, am here for evening prayers again. Ah, Lord Wildfire, choose me, choose me. General Wildfire, use your green flames to burn my passion. The red-clothed nuns on the steps waved and cheered. Who is this dwarf? Why is he so popular? In the garden, a sea merchant was puzzled. This is General Wildfire, the great hero who made the wildfire specially for the queen, a red-clothed nun beside him said. Great hero. The sea merchant was even more puzzled. The wildfire was prepared for the Alliance army, and if he was careless and the wildfire failed, he would immediately die. If he wasn't a great hero, then what was he? Before General Wildfire dies, we have to take good care of him. Ah. The sea merchant's face contorted. An hour later, in Tyrion's minigame, Aegon suffered a crushing defeat. Not long after, a nun screamed in horror in the Passion Garden. This nun was a blue nun during the day. At night, she would put on a red veil and enter the Passion Garden. A moment later, Tyrion screamed in terror. Little Aegon screamed in despair. The Passion Garden was shrouded in fear. The nuns and patrons ran around screaming. Dany was woken up from her sleep. After waking up, she ordered the Unsullied to bring everyone to the top of the pyramid. At dawn, standing on the pyramid, one could see the gray sea fog that covered the city like cotton candy, and the golden morning glow splashed vibrantly in the indigo sky in the far east. The slightly cool sea breeze stirred the sea of fog, gently caressing Dany's cheeks, making her feel refreshed. What's going on? Little Aegon and Tyrion were disheveled, slumped on chairs as if they had lost their parents. They were 4 to 5 meters away from everyone, and were still wrapped in blankets. Clinton's expression was solemn, and his eyes flickered. The sorrow on Green Saintess Grazda's face almost melted into water, dripping down her chin. Your Majesty, there's a grey plague in the city, she wailed. What, grey plague? Are you kidding me? Before Dany could react, old Ymont jumped up. Yes, grey plague. Lord Wildfire has been infected. Prince Aegon is probably. The Green Saintess hesitated, her expression conflicted. Woo! Aegon suddenly wailed, miserable and sorrowful. 7 levels of hell, Aegon, you're infected too. Old Ymont's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Woo! I might have been infected by the little devil. Aegon's face was covered in tears as he cried in despair. 7 gods, it's my first time, and I've experienced such a tragedy. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone with the little devil. What first time? Ymont asked curiously. Prince Aegon and General Wildfire went to the Passion Garden last night, the old saintess said. Under the reproachful gazes of Clinton and old Ymont, Tyrion sighed. I did it out of kindness. The little prince is already 17 years old. If he were in the Westeros, you would have already experienced appropriate aristocratic education. You should know this better than me. You can find a maid, Clinton said, suppressing his anger. In the Queen's palace, find the Queen's maid. Tyrion mocked. It's not a big deal to go to the Passion Garden. Dany waved her hand and asked in confusion, first, explain how the Grey Plague came about. Of course, she knew about the Grey Plague. The Grey Plague had similar symptoms to the Greyscale disease, but the degree of harm was different. Strictly speaking, the Greyscale disease was not terrible. It was difficult to be infected without touching the lesion on the body. But the Greyscale disease could evolve into a Grey Plague with a high transmission rate. A simple analogy could be made. The Greyscale disease was the common cold, and the Grey Plague was a virus mutation of the whole rice. Pandemic influenza. But Dany was not too panicked. She did not believe that there was a virus that could infect the immortals. General Wildfire was infected with the Grey Plague, but he did not know it. As a result, when he was performing the 5th move of Spring Cry with Geddy noticed the black and gray spots on his inner thigh. Your Majesty, Geddy is an outstanding blue nun. The old saintess emphasized. There used to be 7 saintesses in the Temple of Divine Grace. The green saintess was the Pope, the red saintess was a holy prostitute, the white saintess was a noble virgin who went to the temple as an intern, and the blue saintess was a healer. There were also the pink saintess, the gold saintess, and the purple saintess, the saintess who served the Dragon King of Valeglia, who had lost their practical significance. Danny saw that the 7 of the 7 saintesses matched the 7 gods, so she kept the saintess system. She also redefined the pink saintess as a singing and dancing priestess, the gold saintess as a book secretary, and the purple saintess as the silent sisterhood. This Getty was skilled in medicine and had mastered the 7 spring cry techniques. She was a doctor during the day and went to the Passion Garden at night for legal and reasonable entertainment. What a talent! Are you sure it's the Grey Plague? Danny asked. The Grey Plague had similar symptoms to the grayscale disease. It was difficult to tell if it did not spread on a large scale. I've never been touched by a grayscale patient, so it must be the Grey Plague. Only the Grey Plague can spread through the air and make me infected unknowingly, Tyrion said in despair. No, not necessarily, Clinton suddenly said. Sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. He sighed and took off the deerskin glove on his right hand, revealing the gray and black spots on his palm. The upper half of his middle finger was completely petrified into gray. Ah! Tyrion was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up, pointed at Clinton, and roared in grief and anger, "It's you, you're the one who infected me with the grayscale disease. The last time you tested the wildfire bullets in the brick factory, you used this hand to grab me, old X, 7 levels of hell. John Clinton, you're too vicious. Didn't I keep asking you if you felt anything?" Clinton argued with an awkward expression. "Bastard, if you're sick, just say it," Tyrion shouted. Clinton was speechless. "Sir, when did you get the grayscale disease?" Danny asked. Clinton glanced at the unusually angry Tyrion and sighed, "About 4 months ago, in Sad Hill. Tyrion was pulled down the river by a stone man, and I jumped down to save him. In the process of fighting with the stone man, it grabbed me in its hand." The angry expression on Tyrion's face froze. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he asked softly. Clinton smiled bitterly and shook his head. "So what if I did? There's no cure for grayscale disease, it's a terminal illness. The curse has already entered my blood, and it flows through my entire body. Cutting off my right hand only has a small chance of curing the disease, but my right hand is my dominant hand. I still have to help Prince Aegon take down the Iron Throne. At that time, I didn't know about the Queen's vow to end the long night as Queen, nor did I know that she had already gone to the Westeros. I thought that the Queen would immediately marry the prince, then ride the dragon to Pentos, join forces with the fleet prepared by the Golden Group and Illyrio, and take back the Iron Throne first. That way, Prince Aegon would become the king of the 7 kingdoms, and even if Her Majesty failed in Slave Bay, she could still return home. As long as you help Targaryen restore their kingdom within 2 years, and let me redeem myself from the failure of the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell, I will return to Vulture's Nest Castle, and spend the rest of my life in the Mahogany Forest where I first met Prince Rhaegar." Silence. Everyone's emotions were complicated, and their gazes towards Clinton were no longer filled with reproach and resentment. Danny sighed in her heart. This was a true knight, just like Barristan, the White Bull, and Sword of Dawn, an old version of the knights. The Mad King was so crazy, so why were there so many honorable knights under his rule? Old Yamad let out a sigh of relief, and slowly said, "As long as it's not the Grey Plague, it's not a big problem. Immediately isolate anyone who has close contact with Tyrion, and use a knife to stab the places he has touched, if..." Ugh! The old man's face contorted, and he couldn't continue. 7 gods above, General Wildfire has been going to the Passion Garden almost every night, and most of the ladies are with him. Also, our ladies are receiving guests, this. The Green Saintess expression was one of despair. Aegon, you just went there today, right? Ymont asked expectantly. Woo! After being called out by old Ymont, the young prince, who had been sitting in a daze, came back to his senses and cried. The little devil invited me to play a game. I couldn't help but join in. Woo! What game? Dany wanted to ask. Don't worry, the power in our Targaryen bloodline is very strong against curses, and almost no one in history has been infected with the grayscale disease. Old Ymont comforted Aegon. This was true. The genes of Valeglia were all optimized, and almost no one would catch a cold or have a fever. Valeglia were completely immune to most of the diseases that normal people contracted. But there were two prerequisites. First, the bloodline must be pure, and second, there must be a dragon. Stannis' daughter also has Targaryen bloodline, but she still contracted the gray-scale disease. Dany said. Whoa! Aegon heard this, and cried even harder. Shireen and Aegon are different. Shireen and Princess Leia are 3 generations apart, and Aegon is your nephew, and has the purest bloodline. Aegon stopped crying, and looked at Aunt Dany eagerly. Lady Green Saintess, close the Passion Garden immediately, and conduct a thorough investigation. Grey Worm, stop the journey to Meereen. 8,000 Unsullied and 5,000 trainees will be mobilized, and lock down the entire city. Go door to door according to the household register, strip naked, and check one by one. Remember, all Unsullied must wear leather armor, gloves and masks. At this point, Dany turned around and asked Ymont, how do we kill the virus? The curse. Chapter 451. Old man, do you know how to kill the grayscale disease virus? Dany stopped Grey Worm, intending to ask about the disinfection precautions. Virus? That's a novel idea. Old Ymont nodded thoughtfully. Usually, the patient and the things they come in contact with are burned. Burned? Tyrion's voice was sharp. Is there no other way? The medical profession of the City of Knowledge has been around for thousands of years, but no one has developed a cure for the grayscale disease. First, use boiling water to wash the area infected by the curse, then apply a plaster made of lime and mustard, Ymont said uncertainly. What's the success rate of this method? Dany asked. The old scholar's eyes drifted, his voice so low it was almost inaudible, very low. There should be a 50%, at least a 30% chance, right? Tyrion said expectantly. There's no clear evidence that this method has saved patients, Ymont said awkwardly. Success rate, 0. Dany was stupefied. In other words, this method is completely useless. Not necessarily, Ymont quickly explained. About 50 years ago, the grayscale disease appeared in the old town, and the scholars promoted this method. Half of the city's population died, and 3/4 of the people in the City of Knowledge died. Wait, Dany raised her hand to interrupt him, her expression strange. The scholars of the City of Knowledge used lime and mustard ointment, and 3/4 died? And the civilians were useless, and only half died. Old man, even a fool knows that 3/4 is more than half. Dany, you can't say that. Ymont said seriously, scholars of my generation study hard all their lives, isn't it to stand up in times of crisis? Of the 3/4 of the people who died in the City of Knowledge, 99% were infected while trying to save the civilians in the city. The oath of an apprentice to become a scholar is to serve the 7 kingdoms. And every qualified scholar has a silver chain, symbolizing medicine. They're all frontline doctors. But Dany was only touched for a moment before she realized another problem. Shueching sacrificed so much. He obviously did his best and risked his life, right? Of course. Don't think that the City of Knowledge is violating the rights of the guests and exterminating the Megalosaurus. They are not afraid of sacrificing themselves for the sake of their ideals, old Yamant said with a complicated expression. I knew those guys weren't afraid of death, otherwise, he would have killed them long ago. If the people do not fear death, why should they fear death? Danny nodded and said strangely, but there doesn't seem to be any effect even if you try so hard. Half of the city's population died, and it's not much better than the other cities infected by the Grey Plague. Yora Mormont nodded and said, a few years ago, I experienced it myself. A Bravosi merchant ship infected by the Grey Plague docked at Pento's wharf. The infected sailors were killed or burned to death, but the rats on the ship could not stop them. They brought the disease to the nobles and commoners of the city, causing a super pandemic. But only 2,000 people died. Let alone half, it's not even 1% of the mortality rate. Look. Danny spread her hands and looked at old Yamant with her big eyes. That's why I said that the mustard lime cream's effect is not that significant, the old scholar said hesitantly. Soon, he added, Stannis's daughter, Shireen's grayscale disease was suppressed by Scholar Clarkson with this method. The City of Knowledge is useless. They have a medical school that has systematically researched medicine for thousands of years, but they still shamelessly steal from everywhere. Now, they still only know how to use leeches for blood-sucking treatment. They haven't even come up with a systematic theory of medicine, Danny said with disdain. Compared to the incompetent scholars of the City of Knowledge, the Chinese medicine of the Celestial Empire was as awesome as magic. You think the City of Knowledge didn't work hard? Old Yamant could not help but defend the honor of the scholars. He said, after that epidemic, the City of Knowledge immediately launched the Witchcraft Lens research project and spent millions of gold royals. In order to get sponsorship from your father, they even sent a request for help to me on the Great Wall. Witchcraft Lens. Danny perked up. She finally remembered that she still had such a thing in her treasury. She would find it and test it later. They even made the dragons extinct. Isn't researching the Witchcraft Lens research a waste of time? She mocked. Sigh. Yamant sighed helplessly. Danny turned her head and looked at Tyrion and Aegon. She smiled maliciously and asked, can cutting off the infected organs stop the spread of the disease? Cut off. The two prostitutes shivered and wailed with pale faces, no. You can't cut it off. If you don't cut it off, then burn it. Choose one, Danny said with a straight face. Isn't that Shireen cured? Let Scholar Yamant try the lime mustard cream, Aegon said in a panic. Don't be afraid, child, Clinton's firm blue eyes flashed with heartache. She comforted him gently, only the little devil's thigh is infected. That area is not petrified and stiff. Perhaps you are not infected. Aegon stood up suddenly and roared with his eyes wide open, perhaps. You're telling me perhaps. If you didn't hide it, bastard. Dragon Queen's expression changed abruptly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless majesty. It gave everyone present the illusion that their bodies were being suppressed. Tyrion and Clinton were shocked. Aegon's face was pale. Who are you talking to? He's your foster father. Danny scolded sternly. Aegon was furious. But when he met Aunt Queen's eyes, he could not help but tilt his head. His mouth opened unconsciously and he could not say a word. Your emotions are not stable now, Danny softened her tone. Go downstairs to take a shower and sleep. Don't go out today. Wait a day and see if your body can still feel it. Listen to your aunt. Go. Yamant looked at Aegon with a complicated expression. He comforted him and called two Unsullied over to take the dejected Aegon away. What's wrong with you? Danny turned her gaze to Tyrion and asked with a frown, it's been a week since the wildfire experiment. Why haven't you noticed anything strange? If he had not met Sister Lon, who knew how long Tyrion would have been fooling around? It's on the inner thigh. It can't be seen and rarely touched. If there was pain or itch, I might have noticed it long ago. But the grayscale disease doesn't feel it, the little devil said bitterly. Have you stabbed it with a knife? Dany asked again. Yes, it's like wood. It doesn't hurt. His eyes were red and he was about to cry. You haven't slept all night. Go down first. After Tyrion left dejectedly, Dany turned her gaze to the sorrowful Clinton. She glanced at the big bear who was sitting upright and sighed. Sir Clinton, don't blame yourself. It's all fate. It's all the scriptwriter's fault. In Game of Thrones, it was Mormont who contracted the grayscale disease, but now it was Clinton. Her foresight was completely useless. Well, she shouldn't complain. Clinton and his group weren't in Game of Thrones. Queen, should I go down and seal the city? Grey Worm asked. Dany nodded and said, remember, you must wear gloves and a mask. I'll let Scholar Ymont accompany you and guide you on the protective measures. Is there a problem? She turned to the old scholar. Ymont stood up and nodded, don't worry. Although the City of Knowledge doesn't have the technology to treat the grayscale disease, it has summarized a set of relatively perfect protective techniques. Isn't sealing the entire city a bit too big of a move? It might cause panic among the citizens, Green Saintess said worriedly. Post a notice and let the people know the truth. The grayscale disease isn't a big problem, but it will be troublesome if it develops into a gray plague, Dany said seriously. Right, let the older women in the neighborhood check each other's bodies, she added, remembering that the Unsullied were always dressed as men. When the city was sealed, it was still dawn. The residents had just woken up and didn't have time to go out. They were very surprised to see the Unsullied blocking the streets. When hundreds of Unsullied held metal horns and loudly read the Queen's notice along the streets, it did cause quite a stir. But the city didn't fall into chaos. Everyone stayed in their houses obediently, anxiously waiting for the final result. Not long after, Dragon Queen rode the green dragon and patrolled the city with Xiao Jin a few times. The dragon's roar was loud and clear, and the panic in everyone's hearts was also calmed. The Queen is with us. Looking at the Megalosaurus passing by the rooftops, they all thought so. But when sealing the docks, the Unsullied encountered some trouble. Many foreign merchants refused to accept a physical examination and didn't want to be quarantined in the inn. Their guards and sailors even clashed with the Unsullied who were on duty. Someone shouted, "We are foreigners, we risked offending the Alliance to do business in Slaver's Bay, we shouldn't be treated so rudely. Otherwise, we won't come again and let the bustling Astapor become desolate again." Then the Megalosaurus descended, flapping its wings, blowing up the sand and stones on the streets. The arrogant foreigners all covered their eyes and shut their mouths. Dragon Queen sat high on the dragon's back, looking down at the merchants who were blocked by the Unsullied and coldly said, "Those who don't cooperate with the inspection can scram right now. Dragon Queen, you're destroying Astapor's market. No one will do business with you from now on," a merchant shouted. "This Empress will take zingies and queers sooner or later. The entire summer sea will be my pond. You won't do business with me." "Fine, go home and farm." Dany coldly laughed. The foreign merchant was indignant and shouted, "The Alliance has an army of several 100,000. Dany raised her hand and cut him off. "No need to say more. Cooperate with the inspection and you'll still be Astapor's VIPs. It's useless if you don't cooperate. We'll forcefully strip you naked." Dany waved her hand. 3,000 Unsullied entered the dock and sealed off all the shops, docks, shops, and warehouses. "Dany, what are you doing?" Old Ymont anxiously approached Xiao Lu and warned her in a low voice, "Just a physical examination is enough. Why do you have to search the goods and warehouses?" Being so strict will cause the subjects to resist. My subjects are in Astapor, they all support me. These foreign merchants are after profits, they'll come back. Danny didn't care. Seeing the Unsullied pushing away the sailors and mercenaries, barging into the ships and opening the warehouses, the old scholar worriedly said, back then, in order to deal with the epidemic, Count Quinton Hyder burned all the ships in the harbor, closed the city gates, and strictly ordered his soldiers to kill anyone who tried to escape, men, women, old, and young. But when the epidemic finally subsided and the harbor reopened, not only did the survivors not thank him, they even dragged him and his son off their horses and slit their throats. Do you think anyone can drag me off the dragon's back? Danny giggled. SSSS. Xiaolu's cold emerald eyes scanned the crowd, white smoke with sparks coming out of her nostrils. All right, I'll stop joking, Danny said seriously. I've been neglecting something, now Tyrion reminded me. Chapter 452. Danny's beautiful violet eyes were covered in a layer of obscure light as she said in a low voice, did the old man notice? The plague in the old town, Pentos a few years ago, it was all prosperous docks. Patient zero all came from foreign merchant ships. Yimont stared blankly for a good while before saying in shock, you're saying that the Alliance might have purposely sent ships to Slave Bay to send patients with the Grey Plague. Danny nodded with a serious expression and said, maybe it's not the Grey Plague. The Grey Plague is too terrifying and the Alliance can't control it. This kind of speculation was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that the speculation had become reality. The two had only spoken a few words at the docks when a 600-ton ship called Orsha Blacksmith broke out in a riot. Facing the Unsullied who had boarded the ship to search, the sailors actually pulled out their blades and fought with them. A short and strong first mate with a blue beard suddenly attacked, pulling out his blade and chopping down an Unsullied in charge of inspection. After chopping down the Unsullied, he raised his blade and shouted at the surrounding ships, the eunuchs have ulterior motives, destroying our goods for no reason. Everyone, fight them to the death. Woo-woo, the next moment, the centurion below the ship blew a horn. Over 100 Unsullied lined up neatly at the docks rushed up the gangplank. Is this a guilty conscience? Damn it, I guessed it right. Danny was shocked and angry. She slapped Little Green's neck and sent it flying over. Leave them alive. In a short few dozen seconds, the Unsullied had already formed a formation and boarded the ship. With shields in front and crossbows in the back, they were like killing machines that crazily slaughtered the sailors in cotton clothes. The screams of the dead spread through the docks. Boiling blood dyed the deck red and the faint smell of blood was carried to the docks by the sea breeze. Little Green landed on the stone pier below the ship. Danny jumped down and ran up the gangplank to the deck. At this time, the battle had already reached its end. 3 of the 10 Unsullied in the inspection team died due to the enemy's sudden ambush, while the rest were injured. The fully armed 100 men that came later didn't have a single death, not even a single one was injured. The other side had more than 80 sailors. Half of them were lying in pools of blood, more than 20 were injured and captured, and the rest were hiding in a corner and crying, not participating in the battle. Yes, the efficiency was that high. The Unsullied had crossbows hanging from their waists. 2 rounds of crossbow bolts were fired, and half of the crew members who weren't even wearing leather armor fell. That first mate Bluebeard who had suddenly launched an attack was currently paralyzed on the ground. His left hand was covering his right arm that had been severed from the elbow. His round potato-like face was deathly pale. His mouth was hoarsely shouting, "Everyone, come and see. Dragon Queen has gone crazy. Dragon Queen is killing people. Dragon Queen wants to rob us of our wealth." The iron boots left a string of messy footprints on the bloody deck. Danny walked closer, only indifferently glancing at the howling first mate, then she ordered Unsullied, "Go check the cabin, don't let go of every sack, every chest. We are honest merchants. We don't have any contraband." The chief mate's face was ferocious as he growled. "Would a legitimate businessman take the initiative to kill my man? Tell me, what did you bring over for the Alliance?" Blackie was in the middle of flying, so the dragon's soul couldn't enter his body and let him free fall. Danny pulled Little White, who was lying on Dragonstone Island's flying dragon pagoda, into her spirit sea. Her violet eyes were suffused with bits of silver light. Her might was like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, overturning the potato-faced first mate's soul. His face was getting paler and paler, and large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. "I'm not afraid of you, you won't find anything, you won't find anything." The substantial dragon might made him unable to breathe, but the first mate still clenched his teeth and kept his secret. Danny frowned slightly. This guy had a strong will. The dragon might was real. It was also real that the dragon might could oppress people's minds and make some criminals confess honestly. But the dragon might was only a mental pressure in the end. It couldn't even be considered a soul attack. As long as the person was tenacious enough and had a strong enough will, they could still withstand it. You've already been exposed, do you know that? Ordinary people couldn't withstand the dragon might. Danny sneered and said to the Unsullied beside her, "Take him to the pyramid and let the doctors help him stop the bleeding. Then send him to the Black Prison. Tell Hattar that I want to know all the secrets of this first mate." Immediately, 2 Unsullied picked up the potato-faced first mate and dragged him away. "You won't find anything." The first mate looked at the Dragon Queen with a sly smile, and then shouted to the sea merchants and crew members who were watching from both sides, "Do you see? This is the descendant of the Mad King, the demon mother of dragons. This vicious woman brutally slaughtered us kind crew members. Pick up your weapons and resist. Raise your sails and leave this sinful land." Hiss! Little Green suddenly stood up, and the ferocious dragon head shot out like lightning. Its mouth almost bit the first mate's bulging potato-like face. Ong! The dragon's cry was as loud as a train whistle, but it carried the endless pressure and the smell of burnt sulfur that a train whistle didn't have. Ah! The potato-faced first mate's body stiffened, and his spine was as stiff as a bow. His mouth made a sound, but he couldn't speak a complete sentence. His lower body was drizzling with yellow rain. Plop! The Unsullied couldn't help but let go of his hands and covered his ears. The first mate's stiff body fell to the ground like a wooden stake. Little Green. Danny hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and exclaimed, "Don't scare him to death." Hiss! Little Green responded and raised its head to look around. The surrounding crew members and merchants who looked at it strangely all turned their heads to avoid the Megalosaurus gaze. Half an hour later, the Unsullied came back and reported, "Your Majesty, there are only 300 barrels of paint, 500 bundles of wool, 1,000 pieces of cooked cowhide linen, and 300 tons of refined iron ingots at the bottom of the ship's hold. No contraband was found." When the ship approached the dock, there were also customs officers on board to check the cargo hold. But at that time, the search was not strict. The main purpose of customs was to count the types and quantities of goods, and not to search every box and every sack in detail. That was unrealistic and a waste of time. As a matter of fact, dozens of people entered the ship's hold and took more than half an hour to complete the search. Danny frowned and said, "Are you sure every corner has been checked? Are there any caged rats or boxes, or any patients in solitary confinement?" "No, we know what you are looking for. We even specially interrogated the sailors who did not participate in the battle very quickly. They all said that they did not see any special boxes," the Unsullied said. "That doesn't make sense." Danny was puzzled. "Calixi, use the dragon." A general with 3 dragons imprinted on his chest walked over and reminded her. Yes, it was Danny's old subordinate, a second-rank Navy admiral, Blackbeard Grohl. This former captain of Illyrio had rich sailing experience, but his military accomplishments were slightly lacking. Although he helped Danny build a fleet of 100 longships, he could not control the Sea of Grief. He could only be a local tyrant in Slave Bay with the help of the Megalosaurus. Have you forgotten? The dragon can drive the rats away. Let the green dragon drive the rats into the sea. Just now, I saw a few rats running out. Seeing Danny's confusion, Blackbeard explained. Oh. Danny was enlightened. She immediately waved to the sky and called Xiao Jin down. Xiao Jin was small. After retracting its wings, it could enter the hold. Soon, under the protection of the Unsullied, Xiao Jin entered the hold. Squeak, the dragon's might and dragon's roar filled the hold without restraint. Squeak, 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 squeak. Hundreds of rats ran out from the hold and surged onto the deck like a tide. Even the sailors on the ship felt their scalps tingle. Gods, have we been living with so many rats all this time? Someone cried out in alarm. The rats were of different sizes. There were thumb-sized rats and black-furred rats the size of kittens. At first, they ran around the deck like headless flies. After a while, they all came to the side of the gangplank and prepared to escape to the dock. Squeak! Xiao Lu immediately poked its head out and roared at the group of rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if they were suddenly hit by soft muscle powder, almost all the rats were paralyzed on the wooden plank. Their limbs twitched a few times and they all died. No wonder everyone uses rat guts to describe cowards and cowards. That's not wrong, Blackbeard Grohl said in surprise. 2 years ago, Blackbeard and the rest were still young and could only scare the rats. Now that the Megalosaurus had just grown up, it scared the rats to death. A group of Unsullied squatted on the deck and used chopsticks to pick up every rat. They checked it carefully before throwing it into the woven bag. Finally, the Centurion reported to the Dragon Queen, "There's no grayscale disease. All the rats are normal." That's strange. Danny touched her chin and muttered in confusion. They didn't bring any biochemical bombs. Why are they rebelling? Suddenly, her expression changed. Her sharp eyes scanned the ships around her. At this moment, even she was on the Orsha blacksmith. This ship was the focus of everyone's attention. Then, was it possible that the real source of the poison was on another ship? Was that potato face covering for his accomplices? Seal off this dock immediately. I want to check every ship myself. Dragon Queen ordered loudly. This time, the Unsullied were more familiar with their methods. They first gathered all the crew members in the corner of the deck before arranging for the quarantine officers to go on board to check the goods. Then, it was time for the Megalosaurus to appear. Little Gold went to the bottom of the ship, and Little Green stood by the side of the ship, scaring the rats to death. Hee, it's not bad that the Dragon Queen helped us clean up the rat problem. A certain sailor, who had been stripped naked and accepted the Unsullied's body inspection without any blind spots, shivered and groaned. What made Danny depressed was that she had been busy for the entire morning, but she had only managed to clean up the hundreds of ships at the docks once. She didn't even find a sick rat. Danny, this is good news. On the way back to the Great Pyramid, old Yamant said happily, "There is no plague at the dock, which means that you guessed wrong. The Allies are not as crazy as you think. After all, no one has ever used the plague to deal with the enemy. If I were the Allies, facing the invincible Dragon King, I would also consider sending a few bodies with the plague to the other side city," Danny said. The old man sighed and said earnestly, "Danny, you are very smart. You are a natural talent, and your tactical ideas are bold and unconventional. This is very good. But you can't think of everyone as bad as you. I'm not saying that you are not good, but your strategy is specifically targeted at the weakness of human nature. It's a little not so upright. Not long after returning to the Great Pyramid, Grey Worm came over with a happy face and reported, "Your Majesty, there are 65,000 households in the city, nearly 150,000 people. All of them have been checked, and no patients have been found. This means that Tyrion's grayscale disease has not spread, and Aegon may not be infected." Ymont smiled happily. Just as Dany was breathing a sigh of relief, Hattar ran in with a bloody smell and a panicked expression. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The slave owners are treacherous." Chapter 453. Devil's Tale. Hattar had been unhappy for the past 2 years. It was not that the Dragon Queen had mistreated him. In fact, compared to the previous great benevolent Lord Graz Dan, he liked his current master more. He was a cruel interrogator, but he also had a heart that longed for freedom and hated the slave owners. He was the same as Lord Bow of Meereen. The reason why Hattar was unhappy was that his former friends were doing too well, while he was still in the same spot. Devil's Tale, Hattar and Butcher Klein were both the heroes of Astapor during the Benevolent Lord period. One was the best at butchering pigs in the city, the prettiest pork man; the other was the most vicious interrogator in Slave Bay, the most vicious of all. With their amazing skills, the two of them became famous and could be said to be brilliant. But after Astapor was liberated by the Dragon Queen, the two of them developed very differently. Hattar only showed off once when the Dragon Queen was trying to win people's hearts, but he did not have any chance to show off after that. On the other hand, Klein rose step by step, his status became higher, his wealth became richer, and his reputation became louder. The first count under the Dragon Queen. One of the 8 heroes of the Northern Expedition. Other than the Dragon Queen, the most hated enemy of the slave owners in the world. Meereen has a Klein, impartial and impartial. 7 gods above, listen to these awe-inspiring titles. Hattar's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. If his friends were doing well, he was not. The last time Klein came to Astapor for trial, he hoped that the Queen would hand the butcher over to him, so that his former friends could feel his wrath, jealousy, and hatred, especially when the trial of the Son of the Harpy ended. The Count of Shattered Shackles looked for him to drink and eat lobsters. During the meal, he complained to him in a boastful tone. Green Saintess Graz Dan was too hateful. She suddenly confessed her crimes in court, causing the climax of the trial the defendant, Klein, in front of countless people, to express his thoughts to come to an abrupt end before it even arrived. The speech that Klein prepared for a long time, and even secretly asked the Dragon Queen to moisten her pen, also became a waste of paper. This reduced his chances of showcasing his talent as a great songstress by 99%. Moreover, everyone was discussing the answer between the Dragon Queen and the Green Saintess. Very few people were talking about Lord Bow of Meereen. Well, with a sense of superiority, the butcher introduced the story of Scholar Bow of the Sea of Sunset to the interrogator. Most of it was made up by the butcher himself, because the Dragon Queen never told him the story of Lord Bow in detail. Hattar wanted the same fame and fortune as Butcher. Once, there was an opportunity in front of him, but the interrogator was powerless and was defeated. Yes, the female faceless who tried to assassinate the queen. The Devil's Tale used all its means to torment the other party for a few months. In the end, he gave in shamefully and didn't even get a useful word out of the other party. What a disgrace. For several days, he didn't dare to go out, afraid of meeting people. At that time, Butcher was helping Dragon Queen attack the pyramid in Kaiyuan. He was victorious in every battle, and reports of victory kept coming in. Finally, the straw that broke the camel's back came. Butcher became the lord of Meereen City, and Butcher became the only count under the queen. Hattar woke up from his depression. He couldn't continue to be muddle-headed like this. He had to pull himself together. He had to strengthen his business ability. He began to train his whip technique like crazy. Why did Faceless, a mere woman, keep her mouth shut under his peerless whip technique? Is Faceless powerful? Then he should be stronger than her. He had to improve his cultivation. Finally, after a few months of hard training, his whip technique entered a new realm. Even more fortunately, he got another chance to show off his achievements to the Dragon Queen. 100 days to weave a whip, today I whip it. Hattar, with a bloody smell, quickly walked to the front of the Dragon Queen, respectfully saluted, and said, "Your Majesty, fortunately I didn't disappoint you, I have pried open the spy's mouth." Hattar was a fierce-looking man. He was 2 meters tall and had muscles all over his body. Especially his 2 arms, they looked like they were made of black iron. When he bulged his biceps, it looked like 2 basketballs were strung on his arms. In terms of appearance, he was definitely the most muscular man under the Dragon Queen's command. So fast. Danny was surprised. The Dragon Queen's expression made the Devil's Tail very happy. He opened his mouth full of yellow teeth and smirked, "Your Majesty, after failing to interrogate Faceless last time, I trained hard and finally broke through to the realm of divine transcendence, so my efficiency has increased a lot." Divine transcendence. Danny was a bit confused. Just like what Sir Barristan told us about the realm of swordsmanship, moving the finger like an arm, lifting the heavy as if it was light, lifting the light as if it was heavy, divine transcendence. You should know that I have already reached the peak of lifting the light as if it was heavy. Saying that, the Devil's Tail couldn't help but sigh. If I didn't reach the realm of lifting the light as if it was heavy, I would have already been eaten by the Dragon Queen's demon dragon after injuring her. Danny thought for a bit and nodded. If there was a realm of whip technique, then Hattar really wasn't lying. That first mate Bluebeard seemed to have a very firm will. She hesitated. A guy who could even resist the dragon's might, how could he be afraid of a whip? Hattar sighed. That guy is indeed a ruthless character. A month ago, I absolutely couldn't do anything to him. But now, I have comprehended the ultimate meaning of whip technique and reached the realm of divine transcendence. At first, he still clenched his teeth and persevered, not saying a word. But under my extraordinary means, he only lasted for a quarter of an hour before he groaned. Another half an hour, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Another hour, he begged me for mercy. 3 hours, he said whatever I asked him. Dragon Queen was interested and asked, "That ultimate meaning, what kind of realm is it? Can you give an example to explain?" Of course, Hattar stuck out his chest, his proud expression somewhat sighing. "Once, I could whip a fly to death on tofu without leaving a trace of whip mark on the surface of the tofu below. Now, when I put the tofu into a big porcelain bowl and cover it with a plate, with a whip, I want to break the plate, but the tofu and bowl won't be harmed. When I want to break the tofu, the plate won't even fall from the bowl, let alone break. When I want to break the bowl, the tofu will fall neatly on the dregs of the bowl, and the plate will cover the tofu. This is really divine transcendence. But I don't know what effect it has on prisoners," Dragon Queen exclaimed. Hattar sighed and said, "When used on prisoners, their skin won't break, their flesh won't rot, but their bones will break. I want them to feel pain wherever I want, as much pain as I want. If there's a chance, you can perform it for me," Danny said with interest. Then, she saw Yamont's reproachful gaze and immediately added, "I mean, the show of whipping tofu and plate, Your Majesty, I can perform for you at any time, any kind is fine. Actually, there should be another realm above divine transcendence." Danny was very touched by Hattar's behavior of using off-duty time to train his business ability. It was like a certain programmer who had signed a contract to sell himself. He was already working at 996, but he was still working hard on coding at home on the 7th day. How could the boss not be touched? She should encourage and provide some help to such a motivated employee. Once, Inwis, Dragon Queen was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly noticed the old scholar Yamot beside her. He was an old Westeros, and a scholar. What Westeros story could deceive him? Ahem, when I was in Westeros, I heard a story about an ancient sword saint. His name was Invincible Loneliness. He often said to people, I, who stand at the peak of swordsmanship, am too lonely. My greatest wish in life is to be defeated by a strong person. Isn't this too strong? Hattar was fascinated. Even old Yamot temporarily suppressed his doubts of, why have I never heard of this invincible loneliness swordsman, and muttered, to be able to say such words and not be beaten to death, he must be a peerless strong person. Hattar, do you know what level invincible loneliness swordsmanship has reached? Above divine transcendence. The first stage, there is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. The second stage, there is no sword in the hand, and there is no sword in the heart. Everything can be a sword. The Dragon Queen sighed and encouraged the burly executioner, Hattar, you are very talented. Continue to work hard, and one day, you will also become Hatter's Whip of Solitude. Solitary Whip. The executioner muttered with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was in a daze. Yamot did not care about the level of the burly executioner in front of him. He directly asked, Hattar, I saw that you looked panicked when you first came in. What did that spy say? Hearing this, Hattar snapped out of his reverie and said anxiously, Your Majesty, please send someone to seize the ship Erudite, immediately. That is also a spy ship. They transported 10 stone men and threw them into the sea beside the dock. Stone men. Are they patients with the grayscale disease who are completely petrified? Dany asked. Yes, they are the stone men found from the Sorrowful Hill. The demon's tail's face was filled with anger. The spy wrapped them in oilcloth and pressed the cloth bag to the bottom of the ship. This way, they could avoid our customs inspection. When the ship docked at the docks of Astapor, Cayuan, and Meereen, they took the opportunity to transport the goods into the city and threw the stone men into the wells of the residents. 7 gods above, the Alliance army is really so vicious. Old Yamot stared with his eyes wide open. His face was pale and his body was swaying. Dany hurriedly supported him and turned around to ask, Hattar, did you record Bluebeard's statement? Yes. Hattar hurriedly handed over a roll of blood-stained dragon's paper. Dany's craftsmen spent 2 years and finally invented the technique of making paper. They named the paper Dany's paper. Dragon Queen felt that it was a little low class, so she changed it to Dragon's paper. The interrogation statement was very standard, including name, place of birth, age, department, immediate superior, contact person. Dany hurriedly skipped over the above content. She focused on the Alliance Army's sinister plan, to throw the stone men into the public well in the busiest area of Slave Bay. The grayscale disease could not be explained by the medical science of her previous life. This disease would cause the patient to slowly turn into a stone man. It was too magical, a real stone man. Stone men were naturally denser than water, so they could sink into the well without being discovered. The stone men at the bottom of the well were not completely dead. No one knew how long they could live, so they were a long-term source of infection. However, the outbreak of Tyrion's infection was so sudden that it interrupted the Alliance army's plan. In order to avoid being caught red-handed, Bluebeard decided to abandon the Rook to save the king. He crazily courted death and attracted the attention of Dragon Queen and the Unsullied, giving Erudite a chance to destroy the corpse. Oh, the corpse was not destroyed. Those bastards threw it into the sea. Chapter 454. If they ignored the grayscale disease stone men that sank into the bay, they might really sink into the sea. But they could also become the source of the plague, infecting the sailors and citizens on the docks, or even causing the even more terrifying grayscale disease. Therefore, it was best to deal with the corpses that sank into the sea immediately. Yes, pick them up and burn them. Thinking of this, Danny handed the document to Yimont and ordered Grey Worm, immediately detain all the sailors on Erudite. Also, seal off the sea near Erudite's berth. Old Yimont put down the document and sighed, Danny, we're in big trouble. Kayuan and Mireen also have grayscale disease stone men that were infected. Someone might have already been infected. They're courting death. A cold light flashed in Danny's eyes as she said coldly, I've changed my plan. I'm not going to wait for the night to pass. When the plague ends, Slave Bay will enter a state of war. I want to destroy New Guys first, then take down Quills. I want to seal off Quills Strait, which is also the summer seas route, and completely end sea trade. Old Yamant hurriedly advised, Danny, don't be rash. The key now was to stop the outbreak of the plague before it broke out. Then, store more food and weapons to deal with the night. Danny shook her head and said firmly, I didn't take the initiative to attack, not because I don't have the ability to farm and start a war at the same time. With 5 dragons, I was able to fight in a low-cost and highly efficient special battle. But considering that the night is coming, human infighting is too stupid, so I've been holding back. But now, I'm being bullied. Wouldn't it be even more stupid if I don't fight back? The big picture is more important. Yimont sighed, you did very well before, trying to stall for time to develop your own strength. When the night comes, the Alliance army will naturally retreat without a fight. Now that you're angry, wouldn't it be too much of a loss if something goes wrong? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't act rashly. Danny turned her gaze to Whip of Dugu, who was standing quietly at the side with his head held high. Noticing the Dragon Queen's gaze, the interrogator took a deep breath and puffed out his chest even more. Hattar, you are very ambitious and talented. Dragon Queen praised. Hattar heard something from the Queen's words and shouted excitedly, it's my honor to serve the Queen. I will keep your Majesty's encouragement in mind. In the future, I will definitely rely on my ability to obtain the surname, Solitary Tail. Just like Count Butcher, Hattar was born a slave and had a first name but no surname. In fact, ordinary Westeros did not have surnames either. If he became a noble, Hattar would be able to design his own family emblem and surname. Of course, in Slave Bay under Dragon Queen's rule, the commoners had long been qualified to give themselves a surname. However, most of the commoners were illiterate and did not know which surname to choose. Many people simply did not want a surname. There were also some who planned to join the Dragon Queen's Mother of Dragons Guard, and have the Queen bestow upon them a surname. Very good. Dragon Queen nodded and said, I have decided to launch the Southern Expedition at the last minute, but the original plan cannot be changed. Defending against the Alliance army coming from Mat Eris is my strategic focus. Therefore, the position of the Southern Expedition General is lacking. Are you interested? Southern Expedition General. 7 gods above, this was reaching the heavens in a single step. He would immediately be on the same level as Clayton's Western Expedition General. Thinking of this, Hatter's face turned red like a tomato. His voice trembled as he swore, Your Majesty, I will work harder than Clayton and be more outstanding than him. Clayton. Danny was stunned. Clayton had the bones of Scholar Lai and the skin of Lord Bao. If you are more outstanding than Clayton, then you should show off. She did not know that Hattar and Clayton were competing with each other. She also did not know that Hattar was jealous of Clayton while setting his own life goals based on Clayton's achievements. Very good, this goal is not bad. Dragon Queen did not ask much and only nodded, before the southern expedition, you have to help me get rid of those spies. I want you to find out the color of their mother's clothes." After a quick lunch, Danny brought the Unsullied to the pier. Tyrion and Clinton followed along. The two of them had been to the sad territory and had seen many grayscale disease stone men. More importantly, the two of them were already infected. Even if they touched the stone men, their condition would not worsen. At this time, other than the pier, the city of Astapor had been unsealed. The residents had resumed their daily lives and production. However, the number of people on the streets was much less than before. Yes, Danny did not do a 14-day quarantine. She only put up a notice telling the people not to hold hands and not to touch each other for 7 days. The grayscale disease was indeed not as harmful as the Grey Plague. If one did not come into contact with the infected area, they would not be infected. This morning, she checked the citizens of Astapor, the nuns of the Passion Garden, the pier merchants, more than 100,000 people. Currently, only the 2 red nuns were found to be infected. There were grain-sized gray spots on their necks. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Of course, the quarantine for the grayscale disease was never done with the eyes. As long as the skin was found to be of an abnormal color, one had to poke it with the tip of a knife. If one cried out in pain, it meant that they were not infected. If there was little bleeding after the skin was poked and the color was dark, the person involved would not feel any pain. Then, there was a 99% chance that they were infected. Other than the 2 red nuns, more than 20 dock merchants were infected. This was only the first census. In the following week, every day, the people would have to check themselves. Then, on the last day, the Unsullied would seal the city again and conduct a thorough check on everyone. In the hot afternoon at the pier, the seawater was blue and the sun was glaring. The surrounding ships had all been moved away. A middle-aged fisherman wearing a straw hat threw out his fishing net with all his might. The bundle of silk net suddenly unfolded in midair like a huge lotus flower. The silk threads reflected bits of silver brilliance under the golden sunlight. Whoosh! The fishing net that bloomed like a flower landed in the splashing seawater, covering the spot where the erudite was originally. The experienced fisherman knew what he was trying to net. He felt a little uneasy as he spat on his palm, held the rope tightly, and began to slowly pull up the net. The wet net floated to the surface of the sea, sparkling under the sunlight. Gulp! The nearby sea merchants, shop workers, and sailors all swallowed nervously. The fisherman felt his hands sink as he exclaimed, "There's something." "Ah!" The onlookers took a step back and craned their necks. The two emotions of horror and curiosity made them feel conflicted. "Ah! Stone men!" Suddenly, horrified screams sounded like a tsunami from the pier and nearby streets. The fishing net was gradually pulled ashore. Inside were 3 grayish-blue figures that were entangled like lobsters. They struggled slowly. Stone men. Tyrion was standing by the pier. When he saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He bared his teeth and said, "Is this a world war? Everyone is willing to go to any lengths. But my sister will probably like this style. It's simple, practical, and economical." Danny lowered her head and glanced at him. She said calmly, "The dozens of men that were infected by you kept asking me to skin you alive." Dozens of men. Tyrion's ugly face contorted. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. He pointed at the 3 stone men that were pulled ashore and said, "Does this count as a reward for my crimes?" Danny nodded and said, "I will announce to the public that General Wildfire saw through the Alliance's plan due to his own experience of being infected with the grayscale disease and saved the millions of people in Slave Bay. He will be rewarded with a yellow mandarin jacket and the title of Wildfire Knight." This. Tyrion didn't show any joy. Instead, he said worriedly, if I say this, will the Alliance hate me? When I was in Volantis, I heard about the Butcher Count Klein's deeds. He was cursed and scolded by the Alliance just because he drove the Gith captives to break the pyramid. If it was me. When the whole city was closed for quarantine this morning, I had already told everyone the cause and effect. It was you, General Wildfire, who brought the grayscale disease to Astapor and spread the virus because of your improper behavior. Danny lowered her head and looked at his deformed head. She sneered and said, "More than 100,000 people in the city can't wait to eat your flesh and skin you. I gave you the yellow mandarin jacket to save you. Do you understand? So, I can only choose between Slave Bay and the Alliance. But I don't want to pick a side. I don't care about the slavery system. I'm a Westeros." The little devil said with a wooden face. "What's wrong with Westeros? I'm also a Westeros. Barristan, Cora, Clinton, Yamant, John Bolton, and so on are not Westeros. Also, you're already a General Wildfire. You don't think that slave owners like to bathe in the wild, do you?" Danny said with a faint smile. The little devil held his forehead and groaned. "So, I've already boarded the pirate ship." "No, you've already embarked on the path of glory. Look, you've also become a knight. An honorary knight personally conferred by the Archbishop. If your old man in the Seven Hells knew about this, he would definitely laugh in relief." "Ah." Tyrion's face twisted. "What's the yellow mandarin jacket?" He changed the topic. "A jacket woven with golden threads. It's an honor that was specially made for you. If it's paired with a special hairstyle, it'll be even more glorious." Dragon Queen said seriously. "Am I the only one who has it?" Tyrion was a little excited. "Not really." Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, "Once, I even gave one to Zero. Oh, Quills, the great merchant Zero who received me. In the future, I'll also give one to Illyrio. He's helped me a lot. There's also the 8-clawed spider Varys. He should also have one. It's just that he doesn't have hair and can't have the glorious hairstyle that goes with the yellow mandarin jacket. I won't hide it from you. I really don't like that eunuch. But he really did save my eldest nephew. This is a great favor. Sigh, I'm a person. Not only do I keep my word, I also know how to repay kindness. If I don't repay it, I won't be at ease." She looked up at the sky and sighed. "Woo-woo, no, no, pity, mercy, Queen, have mercy." A wave of ghostly wails and howls came from afar, from the street all the way to the pier. Nearly 100 sailors had their hands and legs chained. Under the Unsullied's crossbow-wielding Unsullied, they staggered towards the fishing net on the shore. They were all sailors from the Erudite and the Orsha blacksmith. With the help of 2 of his companions, the fishermen finally dragged the fishing net that trapped the 3 stone men ashore. Grey Worm threw down a bundle of oilcloth and said to the captured sailors, 10 people go over and wrap up the stone men in the net and carry them to the deck. Moving the stone men was such a dangerous job. Danny obviously wouldn't let her own people do it. Chapter 455. The stone men were not transported into the city. The prisoners wrapped them in oiled paper and transported them to the ships. The ships immediately left the port and traveled 50 kilometers west, sending the stone men to a desolate rocky beach on the Astapor Peninsula. The Unsullied would quickly build a completely enclosed courtyard with bricks and wood. The Gray-Scale Disease Quarantine Area. After that, she also built a virus research center in the pyramid, and Danny herself was the researcher. But before she began her research, she had to observe the virus habits and make sure that it could be killed by high temperatures. More accurately, she had to make sure that she was not afraid of being infected. After handing the docks over to Grey Worm, Danny immediately rode Greeny to Kayuan and Myrene, and personally ordered the docks to be sealed. Kayuan had close to 20,000 Wings of Liberty, and Myrene had 15,000 guards. They were fully capable of quickly carrying out Dragon Queen's orders. Under her orders, the soldiers put on leather gloves, helmets, and masks, and strictly searched every ship. She also announced that Slaver's Bay was closed, and that sea trade would be suspended from today. Slaver's Bay's industrial and craft production do not have to stop. I will buy all the goods, Danny announced to the citizens of the two cities. Even if the gold was used to buy food, she was not short of money. Not to mention the millions of gold royals that the Count of Shattered Shackles had confiscated during the trial of the son of the Harpy, there were still mountains of silver and jewelry in Danny's Great Pyramid. As for the copper coins, Dragon Queen had the right to issue currency, and Slaver's Bay had the world's largest copper mine, so she had as many copper coins as she wanted. Myrene and Kayuan's trade was not as prosperous as Astapor's, and all the quarantine work was completed by evening. After the surprise search, no stone men were found on the docks and merchant ships. But this did not mean that Kayuan and Myrene were safe, because according to Hatter's interrogation, the spies arranged by the Alliance did not set off at the same time. The heartache of the Rhone River was the home of the stone men. It was said that the world did not have the grayscale disease. 2,000 years ago, after the battle between Valeglia's 300 Megalosaurus and Loiner's army of 150,000, Mother Loin unleashed a great flood, drowning the Loiner's most luxurious and prosperous city and drowning all Valeglia in the city. It was not certain whether the Megalosaurus had drowned or not, but Valeglia also had a large number of cavalry units, and all of them were wiped out. Since then, the city of festivals had become a sorrowful place shrouded in a layer of gray fog all day long. The forbidden magic of the mother stream had brought the water curse to the world, grayscale disease. Grayscale disease is relatively infective. Every year, every month, or even every day, patients with the grayscale disease were discovered in the villages on the plains of the Rhone River. It was just like the deformed demons born in the land of long summer after the cataclysm. Those patients were either burned to death, or their loved ones couldn't bear it and sent the patients to the sad area. Every year, the people of Valeglia would arrange a fleet to transport large amounts of food to the sorrowful territory upstream. Well, before being completely petrified, the patient also needed to eat. For example, Tyrion and Clinton ate a lot of food every day. Because of that, it was easy for the people of Valeglia to search for 30 stone men in the sad area. If there was a need, they could find more stone men. Hundreds and thousands. The captured stone men were loaded onto the ships and secretly transported to Volantis along the river. They did not dock, but took advantage of the night to divide the stone men into three, stuffed them into the ships full of goods, and then went to Slaver's Bay separately. The ships were divided into three, and the spies who accepted the mission did not even know who their companions were or which ship the stone men were on. They only knew their mission, to bring the stone men to Myrene, Kayuan, and Astapor. In other words, the Dragon Queen could not confirm whether the spies of Myrene and Kayuan had completed their mission. Perhaps, the stone men had been thrown into the city's public well, and the spies had fled long ago. Perhaps, the spies' ships were still floating on the sea, on their way to Myrene and Kayuan. Of course, Danny hoped that it was the latter, but, after checking the docks, it was already evening. But Danny did not rest, and continued to work through the night. She arranged for the soldiers to search the city. Fortunately, Kayuan did not find a single person with the grayscale disease. In Myrene's commercial street, 87 infected people were found. According to the census, the infection rate was close to 3%. Some of the patients had even found out about their symptoms 3 days ago, but they all hid it, afraid of being burned to death. And this was not the final data. It could be foreseen that in the next few days, more residents would show symptoms of the grayscale disease, and the infection rate would increase further. Without a doubt, Myrene had been infected. The funny thing was, because the Count of Shattered Shackles caught 80,000 people and threw them into the labor camp outside the city, it caused the people in Myrene to panic and the businesses to wither. Although the number of patients was high, not many people were infected. Well, most of the infected were the Gith people, small merchants who migrated from Kayuan to Myrene. The rich and famous Gith people in the commercial street had long been arrested and sent to prison. The busiest streets were empty, without any merchants or customers. And the stone men were thrown into the busiest street's public well. The next morning, outside Myrene City, in a remote manor, Dragon Queen rode on her dragon's back and said to the 87 desperate patients in the courtyard, "Do not be afraid, do not panic, I swear in the name of the Queen, you are my people, I will not abandon, not give up on any of you." Seeing that their faces were still ashen and their eyes dim, not livened up by her comforting words, Danny sighed and added, "Kayuan's spy has not been caught, and I still have to research a cure for the disease, so I don't have much time to come to Myrene. But from today onwards, every 3 days, I will be here to have lunch with you." Danny did as she said. At noon that day, a long wooden table was set up in the hall, and she shared the same pot of food with the gray-scale disease patients. The food was not too sumptuous: brown baguettes, beef and potato soup, vegetable salad, boiled eggs, milk. Seeing the Dragon Queen slurping down a pot of meat soup, 2 pieces of bread the length of an arm, 3 boiled eggs, a large glass of milk. For some reason, the Gith people suddenly felt a sense of security and warmth in their hearts. Becoming the Dragon Queen's people seemed to be a good thing. They thought so. After lunch, Danny did not return to Astapor immediately. Kayuan and Astapor were not infected, so her focus should be on Myrene. But Myrene's mayor, Clyde, had just been removed by her and was still recuperating in Astapor whipping. The commander of the guards, John Bolton, had gone to Astapor for a meeting and was on his way home. Myrene was a little empty. The top garden of the Great Pyramid. The pool. Under the light blue water of the pool, 2 pairs of similarly slender and beautiful jade legs were kicking the water, creating splashes of water. It was Danny and the red-haired female knight, Lila Amber. There were only the 2 of them in the garden, and they had been busy all night, neither sleeping nor bathing. They were now naked, lying by the pool and chatting leisurely. "Your Majesty, the best way to prevent grayscale disease is to get rid of the patients immediately. Anyway, they are all Gith, so it is better to kill them and burn them as usual," Lila said seriously. At lunch, she did not accompany the Queen to the manor where the patients were quarantined. Now that she knew that the Dragon Queen was eating with the patients, she was shocked and anxious. "There is no need to be so extreme, just strictly quarantine them. If we really kill them, there will be patients who will deliberately hide their illness in the future, and even have thoughts of revenge on society. You don't want to be one day walking on the street and be pounced on by a grayscale disease patient and bite your ankle, right?" Lila lifted her well-proportioned slender legs out of the water, and her feet twisted a few times mischievously, saying, "I have been wearing iron armor and iron boots recently, he can't bite me." Danny covered her face with a wet silk handkerchief and said lazily, "There are always people who don't wear armor. And grayscale disease is not incurable. I have the witchcraft lens, and I know that Stannis's daughter has antibodies in her body. Scholar Yimont's medical skills are also. Sigh, at least he is qualified. In short, as long as they are my people, no matter what race they are, I will do my best to save them. Isn't this what a queen should do?" Splash! Lila put her feet back into the water, and the surging waves gently caressed Danny's silver hair that was suspended in the water like seaweed. "But you can't take the risk." The red-haired female knight sighed. "It's not considered a risk. Grayscale disease is not a gray plague, it won't be contagious without contact. And as soon as I came back, I roasted my whole body with fire, killing all the viruses. Thinking of the scene where the Dragon Queen roasted herself with fire, Lila was silent. Even she did not think that the curse of grayscale disease could withstand the burning of the fire. After a moment of silence, Danny said, I originally intended to let you be the Lord of Myrene, but now the situation has changed. My elder brother's son, Aegon, is here, do you know? Little Prince Aegon. I have seen the letter you sent to John. Lila nodded and asked, what's wrong? Are you sure he's real? John and I both feel that the baby swap is too legendary, it sounds fake. All the evidence proves that his identity is real. Danny's heart skipped a beat. Maybe I can use the witch lens to do a blood test for him. Lila understood the meaning behind the Dragon Queen's words, and said in surprise, you intend to let the little prince be the Lord of Myrene? We haven't found all the grayscale disease patients in the city, and the 10 stone men have not been found, and Myrene will be a battlefield in the future, won't it be too dangerous? It depends on whether he has the courage, I won't force him. He still wants to fight for the Iron Throne, Myrene is safer than the Westeros, isn't it? Danny said indifferently. You really intend to give up the throne? The little prince's identity is unknown. Even if we take a step back, he is only your nephew, not your son. Lila frowned. Ending the long night as king, this will not change, so the Iron Throne may not be mine. If Aegon was really brave and dared to go to the Great Wall to fight the other ghosts, so what if Aunt Dany gave him the priority to fight the other Ghost King? As long as Aegon defeated the Night King, she would really help him ascend the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne was devalued to a pile of dung, she was not willing to fight for it. To be honest, the most valuable thing in the Westeros now was the Church of the Seven Gods. Dany had a vague idea a long time ago, the 7 gods were fake, but the faith of the 7 gods was real, and the demigods could use the power of faith. Dehei could definitely become a demigod dragon, in fact, he already was, so could Dehei take over the Magpie's Nest? If this plan worked, she would benefit greatly. If her guess failed. The Great Sparrow was over 60 years old now, could he survive her? Even if he escaped the evil hands of the Sex Queen and died a normal death, at most 20 years, wouldn't the Church of the 7 Gods be hers? Dany stood up, water droplets rolling down her white, curvy body. As she dried her hair, she said, Lila, close all the public wells in the city. If the residents need to fetch water, they can go to the nearby pyramids. I have to go back to Astapor and see if my nephew can escape. There were exclusive wells in the pyramids, and there were guards outside the pyramids, so spies could not sneak in to poison. Chapter 456. It was a pity. Little Aegon had fallen into a trap. Sob, 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 I don't feel anything anymore. Why am I so unlucky? So many people on little demons. They're all fine. I just, sob, sob, sob. I don't want to live anymore. Instead of waiting for death and humiliation, I might as well end it now. Dragon Queen rode on green and descended from the sky in the golden sunset. As soon as she jumped off the back of the Megalosaurus, she saw nephew Goo crying and rushing to the wall, wanting to commit suicide. Old Aemon pulled at his sleeve, but was dragged forward unsteadily. The old man hurriedly persuaded, Child, don't be rash. Your aunt is back. She knows magic, maybe, let him jump. Dany took the towel from Ji-Chi and wiped her face while sneering, he won't die from jumping the pyramid. At most, he'll be crippled. If he wants to jump, let him jump. If he breaks his leg, he'll naturally be obedient. Ah. Old Yamont's face darkened. But after thinking about it, Dany was right. The pyramid had a total of 33 steps and a total height of 105 meters. Each step was only 3 meters high. He wouldn't die even if he fell head first. 7 gods above, why am I so miserable? Little Aegon didn't jump anymore. He squatted on the ground and cried while covering his face. Look at you. Where's the demeanor of the child of prophecy? Dany's aunt mocked without sympathy. Yasuo Yahai wouldn't be able to accept this. General Wildfire, who was drinking by the side, said helplessly, the knife is bleeding, but he doesn't feel anything. Any man would be unable to accept this. The female dwarf who was pouring wine for the little demon looked up and carefully glanced at Dragon Queen. She comforted her gently, don't be discouraged. The queen is omnipotent. She'll definitely be able to cure you. The female dwarf wasn't flattering. After coming to Slave Bay and seeing the noble, beautiful, amiable, and domineering Dragon Queen, she became her little fangirl. Fenny, how have you been in the literary troupe? Dany asked casually. Funni was a comic performer. She rode a pig and a dog with her dwarf brother. They pretended to be knights and competed with each other. They used funny actions and parody lines to win the audience's laughter. Because Cersei had placed a high bounty on Tyrion, Fenny's gnome brother was implicated. The mercenaries had taken the gnome brother's head as Tyrion's and went to the King's Landing in exchange for the bounty from Cersei. According to the original fate, Tyrion was supposed to replace the dwarf brother and form a comical pair with Funni. But although Dragon Queen didn't like Tyrion, she didn't like the ending of Game of Thrones, she didn't want to humiliate him and make him a clown. Tyrion would most likely be more willing to be the queen's jester and perform comical acts with Fenny than become the Wildfire General. There was also a suitable place for Fenny in Slave Bay, the militia literary and arts troupe. She had been adapting to her new life in the literary and arts troupe. Everyone is very kind and nice to me. I played the role of young Lady Hill in Shrike, Hill and the Bug this afternoon. After the performance, many people applauded me. Fenny's cheeks were as red as an apple. She was very cute. Keep working hard. You will become a real heroine in the future, Dany encouraged her. Yes, I will do my best. The little dwarf raised her small white fist and said excitedly. Sigh, I'm going to die. Tyrion saw that the female dwarf was happy from the bottom of her heart. He had mixed feelings. He was gratified, sad, and a little jealous. He was jealous of the man Fenny would marry in the future after he died. How is the situation in Meereen and Cayuan? Ymond asked. Dany shook her head and sighed. It's bad. The public well in Meereen has been poisoned by stone men. Nearly 100 people have been infected with the grayscale disease. Cayuan, on the other hand, hasn't found any patients yet. Hiss, a dragon's roar came from the west. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black shadow flying out of the red sun. The black shadow flew towards the Great Pyramid, getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, everyone could see that it was a ferocious black dragon with an imposing aura. Big Black is back from Dragonstone Island. That was fast. Ymond exclaimed. Seeing Big Black, Tyrion's depression disappeared. He stood up and said excitedly, 7 gods above. In only 2 days, I ran back and forth between Dragonstone Island and Astapor. The Megalosaurus is too fast. If I had a dragon, I wouldn't exchange it for the Iron Throne. I would ride a dragon and explore the world every day. Wake up. You don't have a dragon, and you don't have an Iron Throne. Dany glanced at him and said coldly. Your Majesty, you can control the world, but can you control my bragging? Since he was terminally ill, Tyrion did not plan to be cautious in front of the Dragon Queen. He directly retorted. Plop. When Big Black flew past the pool, he he threw a bundle of sheepskin that was as thick as a tree trunk into the water. What's that? Tyrion walked to the pool and looked curiously. Get Master Tobmod out. Dany turned and said to the Unsullied. Big Black flapped his wings and the leaves of the persimmon trees nearby rustled. He landed on the wall and stretched his long neck in front of Dany. He shouted, Mother, I'm back. Very good. At least he didn't call my name this time. Dany patted his nose and praised him with a smile. He's talking. Tyrion opened his mouth and stammered. Aegon stopped crying. He got up in surprise and approached Big Black. He asked, Big Black, you can understand human language. What are you talking about? This is Draconic. Big Black is calling Mother. I understand. Centaur Maid Chi said proudly. You actually understand Draconic. Tyrion, Clinton, Aegon and the rest were in awe. They immediately looked at Chi in a new light. Chi, what else did Big Black say? Dany said lightly. Hello, how is everyone? Chi frowned. Guess again. I'm back. Chi probed. Yes, you guessed right. Hee. Chi laughed foolishly. The little demon had a strange expression. In Draconic, you only know one word, Mother. No, I also know Might Force, Morning Sun Palace and Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. The Centaur Maid said seriously. The little demon was stupefied. Your Majesty, this person has been unconscious for a long time. The situation is not good. At this time, the Unsullied had already dragged the sheepskin scroll from the pool ashore. After opening it, a thin old man with a long face was revealed. Bald head, short white beard around his lips, medium stature. What made Dany feel strange was that this little old man was not burly. He did not even have the strong biceps that blacksmiths must have. At this time, the blacksmith master's eyes were closed. His thin face was green. His lips and collar were sour with vomit. His chest that was wearing a gorgeous checkered brocade robe was barely moving. It seemed like he was about to die. Let me see. Ymont quickly walked over and squatted down to check. 7 gods above, this is really Master Tobu of King's Landing Steel Street. Tyrion shouted and turned to look at Dragon Queen in shock. Why did you kidnap Master Tobu here? Dragon Queen crossed her arms and looked at Ymont squeezing the blacksmith's chest and abdomen. She casually said, in addition to his forging skills, what else is worthy of my attention? Forging. Suddenly, Tyrion remembered 2 things. Tobu had recast the tile steel sword for his dead father, and Dragon Queen had snatched dozens of tile steel swords in Volantis. You want to recast the tile steel sword? Is it necessary to tie people here for a sword? The little demon found it hard to understand. Cough cough cough. Under Ymont's rhythmic squeezing, the blacksmith master's thin face gradually faded, and his breathing slowly became heavier. Finally, he coughed out a lump of filth and opened his eyes blankly. Where is this? Blacksmith Tobu murmured in a trance. Master Tobu, do you remember me? Tyrion moved his face closer and asked with concern. Tyrion's noseless deformed face scared Tobu to scream, and his body struggled to retreat. Master Tobu, it's me, Tyrion Lannister. The little demon awkwardly said. Ho ho. Blacksmith Tobu took a few breaths and looked around. He saw several megalosaurus and saw the extraordinary temperament of the silver-haired purple-eyed girl. He looked up to the sky and sighed. I'm really at Slave Bay. Finally, you still have me as an old acquaintance. Tyrion softly comforted. Blacksmith Tobu's status was very high. He was the Blacksmith Guild president of King's Landing Steel Street. Tyrion had seen him a few times. During the rebellion of the Four Kings, Tyrion had cooperated with him for a period of time in order to build the iron chain that blocked the river. The two of them had a little friendship. "Oh, you suddenly came over. I thought I fell into the 7 layers of hell and saw the devil devouring the living." "I'm sorry," Tobu explained with a bitter face. "Am I that ugly?" Tyrion was a little unhappy. People's natural reaction is the most realistic. Dany laughed, then put on a straight face and said to the blacksmith, "You know who I am, and why I brought you here, don't you?" Tobu sat on the ground and did not move. He only tilted his head slightly and looked at Dragon Queen from the corner of his eyes. His thin face showed a cold arrogance. "If you let me ride a dragon, instead of grabbing me like a bundle of straw, maybe we can talk." "Very good." Dany slightly nodded and turned to the Unsullied. "Send him to Hattar." "Yes." Immediately 2 Unsullied walked over, one on the left and one on the right of the sneering blacksmith grandmaster, and walked towards the stairs. "Humph, you want me to surrender?" "Impossible." Tobu turned to look at Dragon Queen and said with a firm face. Master Tobu, don't be stubborn. That Hattar is known as the Devil's Tail. He is very scary." Tyrion looked anxious. He looked at his old friend and then looked at Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, if you have something to say, we can talk. The Grand Master has just been kidnapped, so it is reasonable for him to have some resentment in his heart. You give him to me, I will slowly persuade him, and he will naturally be willing to join us. I am now busy dealing with the epidemic. I don't have the mood to accompany you and him." Dany waved her hand and let the Unsullied take the blacksmith away quickly. "Isn't that steel sword of yours called Clear Sky very useful? Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Tyrion sighed. "I want steel armor. After the steel sword in my hand is distributed to my generals, it is not enough to smelt into armor. So, I need Tobu's secret technique." Dany said. "Tobu can only recast steel, he can't forge steel." Tyrion said. "I know, but if I know the incantation, maybe I can derive the secret technique to forge steel." Tyrion suddenly remembered something and said with a strange expression. "You want steel? I know a place with dozens or hundreds of tons of steel. It is enough for you to forge 5,000 sets of steel armor." Chapter 457. 100 tons of tile steel. Where? Dany looked at the little devil suspiciously. "What, you don't believe me?" Tyrion looked smug as he raised his eyebrows and asked. "There are only 3,000 tile steel weapons in the entire world, which adds up to less than 30 tons. Now you're telling me that there's 100 tons of tile steel hidden somewhere. Can I believe it?" Dany said calmly. "No, no, no." Tyrion waved his finger and smiled. "It's not hidden. It's on both sides of the road. Hundreds of people pass by it every day. At least 1 million people know of its existence." This time Dany was a little shocked. The little devil didn't seem to be lying. Then, I know." Clinton and Aegon exclaimed at the same time. "There are indeed hundreds of tons. That Valeglia statue is huge." "Statue? Where is it?" Dany asked quickly. "In Ghetto Do," Clinton said. After leaving Pentos, they walked along Valeglia Avenue towards the east for about 500 kilometers to the banks of the Little Lorne River. There were the ruins of an ancient city of Loina. The ruins of the former Ghetto Do. "Have you all seen the tile steel statue?" Dany asked again. "We've been living in seclusion upstream of the Little Lorne River for 10 years. Every time we passed by Ghetto Do, we saw the Sphinx statue by Valeglia Avenue. Ah, I remember now. Cora clapped his hands and said, when I was a mercenary for Mir and Bravosi, I passed by that statue a few times. The body of a dragon, the head of a woman, the Sphinx statue was lying on the ground. Its base was half the width of a double bed and 3 to 4 meters tall. It was at least 70 tons, if not 100 tons. At that time, I was wondering why there was only one statue. It was very out of place. Then my mercenary friend told me that 200 years ago, the Commissar of the Centaurs came and took the king's statue away. At this point, De Xiong was completely excited. His cheeks were red as he said, Your Majesty, in the Avenue of the Gods in Horse King City, you will definitely find the Sphinx statue with the dragon's body and the human head. Oh, 7 gods above, these 2 tile steel statues definitely weigh more than 100 tons. If they are all forged into tile steel swords and tile steel armor, why would we be afraid of deviant ghosts? Yes, there was originally a pair of Sphinx statues standing on both sides of the road. One of them was installed on a huge wooden wheel by the centaurs and was dragged all the way back to Horse King City. Clinton nodded. Hearing what they said, Danny became a little suspicious. Are you sure that's steel and not ordinary steel? Tyrion said with absolute certainty, thousands of years of wind and rain, yet there's not a trace of rust. What else could it be other than steel? Moreover, with Valeglia's extravagance, would they use steel to forge a triumphal arch? Arc de Triomphe. Is that the Arc de Triomphe? Aegon asked doubtfully. Tyrion nodded slowly. Look at the map of the western continent of Ursus. Godo is the last city in the north, Loiner. 2,000 years ago, the Loinans and Valeglia fought from Valeglia all the way to the capital of the festival, which is today's Sorrowful Hill. In the capital of the festival, the Rhone River suddenly flooded at night, drowning all of Valeglia's cavalry and infantry, more than 100,000 people. Yes, Valeglia also has cavalry, heavy cavalry. They are responsible for clearing the crossbow formations on the battlefield, and then the dragons swooped down and set the prairie ablaze. Danny rubbed her chin and thought and said casually, I didn't expect you to even know Valeglia's tactics. These words seemed to tickle the little demon's itch. He said proudly, I've said it before, I'm an expert on the Megalosaurus. Dragons aren't invincible. Do you know why Valeglia likes to attack with a group of dragons? In every battle, there are 300 dragons, 100 dragons, it's scary. It's to scare people. Tyrion said proudly, this is Valeglia's tactic. Hundreds of dragons cover the sky, and the soldiers below are terrified. The crossbowmen are not in the mood to control the crossbows. In the era before the dragon-slaying crossbow was invented by the scholars, the crossbow could also kill the Megalosaurus. The Dornishmen killed the 100-year-old dragon Mirisis is an example. That's because the Dornishmen were lucky and shot the Megalosaurus in the eye. After the Megalosaurus reached adulthood, ordinary arrows and even crossbows couldn't break its scales. Do you think your ancestors didn't prepare crossbows in the Battle of Blazing Fury? Unfortunately, they couldn't even break the scales. Old Ymont frowned. Yep, the Battle of Blazing Fury was between Targaryen and Lannister of the West plus Highgarden Gardner. It was also after that battle that Lannister submitted to Targaryen and dutifully served as a good subject for 300 years. Tyrion sighed and said, look at Blackie, his eyes are now the size of bowls. In the future, as his body grows larger, his eyes will inevitably grow larger as well. An eyeball that was bigger than a window, wasn't that a fatal flaw? Any qualified archer could hit a window 200 meters away with a ballista, right? When the Megalosaurus spits fire, its mouth is down, its head is down, and its eyes are also staring down at the target, right? If it can stare at you, it means that its eyes are already exposed to you. As long as you're not afraid of death and have a strong will, you'll definitely be able to shoot it. After all, the attack range of a dragon's flame will never be as far as an arrow. Before the fire reaches you, you'll definitely be able to shoot the last arrow. Old Yamad was speechless. Danny turned back to look at Blackie and Greenie's large, shining eyes. She also seemed to be deep in thought. Tyrion continued, "Dragons are very powerful, but they're not invincible. The people of Valeglia know this, so they formed a heavy cavalry that was second only to the Loinars. The Megalosaurus dragon might help our heavy cavalry suppress the enemy's heavy cavalry, and our heavy cavalry helped the Megalosaurus clear the archers and crossbow arrays. This cooperation is the true reason why Valeglia is invincible." "How do you know all this?" Aegon was shocked. "Books, Silvas," Tyrion said. Silvas." Aegon had a strange expression. "Ha!" Tyrion's black and blue eyes flashed with a bright light. He chuckled and said, "Do you know who invented Silvas?" "The Volantis," Aegon said. "No, they were still Valeglia back then," Tyrion emphasized. "The Valyrians set their own rules. The dragon eats the elephant eats the heavy cavalry eats the catapults, the archers, and the siege scales. Then the catapults eat the dragon, and the siege scales eat the dragon." The fact that the people of Valeglia set such a rule means that in their countless wars of conquering the world, they must have encountered situations where the catapults threw stones to shatter the Megalosaurus's skull, and steel crossbow arrows pierced through the Megalosaurus's vitals. Seeing that silence was listening to everyone, Tyrion smiled proudly. He turned to Aegon and said, "So, do you know why I can easily beat you every time I play chess? It's because I know the rules. Dragons can never be too far away from heavy cavalry. Knowing this, you'll definitely win more than you lose when you play Silvas. The reason why you lose is because your opponent also knows this rule and does it better than you." This time, even Danny could not help but look at the dwarf in a new light. This guy is really smart, he can easily see the core truth behind the problem. Tyrion understood the look in the Dragon Queen's eyes, which made him very happy. Involuntarily, he winked and smiled at the Queen. Danny's face was wooden, and a basin of cold water was poured on him. "So, you're about to die, why are you showing off?" Sigh. The smug look on Tyrion's face froze, cracked, and peeled away, revealing the bitterness of despair beneath. He sighed and said, "I know, it's too late to say anything now. I just want to complain, Queen, you shouldn't have made me the Wildfire General, the Megalosaurus General is more suitable for me. Alright, stop talking nonsense, explain to me about the Arc of Triumph." Danny waved her hand and said in a bad mood. Tyrion said weakly, "The flood that drowned 100,000 Valeglia in the city of the festival came from Mother Lone's revenge. Then Valeglia also began to take revenge on Loina. Hundreds of Dragon King rode the magic dragons up the river, from south to north, burning every village and city on the way, and Dorf was the last castle on the Little Lone. Burning Dorf to ruins meant that the war between Valeglia and Loina officially ended, and Valeglia won. That's why they built the Sphinx statue outside of Dorf. That's Valeglia's Arc of Triumph, a monument to the destruction of a great people." "That makes sense." Dragon Queen's beautiful eyes sparkled, "The statue might really be made of steel, 200 tons. Valeglia is too extravagant." Old Yamant exclaimed. "I don't think they're extravagant enough," Danny said excitedly. "Hee hee." Tyrion laughed in a low voice, "Your Majesty, have you thought about it? If the statue could be melted, why would Khal let it go? Even the centaurs could use huge wooden wheels to transport the statue to Horse King's city, why couldn't Khal of Blacksmith City do it?" "Why, do you know the reason?" Danny calmed down and asked. "I don't know the exact reason, but I'm sure that all the blacksmiths in Khal couldn't melt it," Tyrion said with certainty. Tap, tap, tap. While they were talking, Hattar walked up the stairs with heavy steps. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, I didn't disappoint you," the old man confessed. "So fast." Tyrion was surprised. "Sigh, he only took a dragonfly skimming the water from me, and he was scared." Hattar's melon-like face showed some loneliness. He sighed and said, "At this time, I'm actually looking forward to meeting another faceless one. I have dragon-slaying skills, but in front of me is only a group of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It's too lonely." Tyrion shuddered and his vision blurred. The tall, burly man seemed to have transformed into a tall hat and a wide belt, with long hair and a long beard, a lonely, peerless swordsman. Under the full moon, he stood proudly on the peak of a lonely mountain, his long hair and robe swaying in the wind. He held his sword and looked down at the mountains alone. "All right, bring the blacksmith here, I have something to ask him." Dragon Queen's impatient scolding pulled Tyrion back to reality. He looked again. The boar was still the boar, vulgar and ugly. Together with the butcher count, they were called the slave-based twin devils. 10 minutes later, two unsullied came back with the blacksmith, Tobu. The old blacksmith's face was pale, and his eyes were a little absent-minded, but there was not much change. His checkered robe was not stained with blood, and there were no traces of being whipped. Dragon Queen greeted him with a smile and said politely, "Bring a chair for Master Tobu. The master is an important guest. How can we let him stand?" "Jichi, make a pot of black tea for the master." Seeing the Dragon Queen's sweet smile, the muscles on the blacksmith master's thin face twitched a few times. He forced out a humble maid-like smile and said, "Your Majesty, what do you want to know?" "I will tell you everything I know." Chapter 458. Master Tobu's behavior surprised Tyrion and the others. Just an hour ago, the man was acting like a brave martyr. But in just an hour, after taking a stroll around the dungeon below, he was behaving like a pug. Dragon Queen deliberately put the blacksmith's chair next to her and whispered, "Master, the night is coming. In order to save the world, my means are a bit fierce and a bit rough. I hope you can understand." The blacksmith master nodded again and again. "I understand, I completely understand. I am willing to contribute to the fight against the demons. I am willing to tell you all the spells to recast the steel weapons." "Don't worry," Dany waved her hand and asked with a soft smile, "Master, do you know Ghetto, which is 500 miles east of Pentos?" "I know, my ancestral home is Koor. In recent decades, I have settled in King's Landing. I often take the road Pentos, Novos, Koor in Valeglia." Tobu said. "Ghetto has 2 Sphinx statues made by the people of Valeglia. Are they made of steel?" Dany asked again. Tobu's thin face gradually showed a look of understanding. He sighed, "I understand what you mean. The statues are indeed made of steel. In fact, we Koor people had the idea of making them. But the size of the statues is too big to be put into the furnace." "Can't you make a bigger furnace?" Tyrion curiously asked. After a few words, Tobu gradually recovered from the fear of the demon's tail. His look and bearing revealed a bit of master's style. He said in a deep voice, "It is not an ordinary furnace. Recasting steel requires magic spells and blood sacrifice." "Is the legend true?" Ymont was shocked and murmured. "What legend?" Tobu asked. "There was a scholar from the City of Knowledge who disguised himself and went to Koor to explore the secrets of steel. When he came back, he left a record. Koor blacksmiths sacrificed slaves on a large scale to forge steel through blood magic." Ymont said. "Well, scholar." Tobu coldly snorted and did not hide the disdain on his face. "That's right, we need a living person as a blood sacrifice, because we don't have enough magic power. he told the Dragon Queen honestly. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "How many people did you kill when you helped my father reforge the ice in the House of Stark?" Tobu noticed that Dragon Queen's flower-like smile had been replaced by an unapproachable flower. His heart jumped as he whispered, "Less than 100 people." "Less than 100 people?" Tyrion grinned. "Looks like we'll have a chance to reunite as father and son in the 7th level of hell." "Master, I don't think you're as tall and sturdy as a blacksmith," Dany said. Tobu looked at his bamboo-like arm and sighed. If a blacksmith master is 60 years old and still needs to lift the hammer to forge iron, then he must not have accepted apprentices. "In other words, if I learn your spell, I can also become a grandmaster blacksmith." Dany smiled. Tobu wryly smiled. "Your Majesty, you can look down on me, but please respect the profession of blacksmith. Smelting is a profound knowledge. The spell to reforge iron is just one of the most dazzling pearls on the crown." Dany was startled. After a while, she solemnly said, "You're right, I'm too arrogant." Tobu looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. Seeing her serious look, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of resentment towards the Dragon Queen. His heart was filled with resentment towards the Dragon Queen. He reminded her, "Your Majesty, if you need to reforge iron weapons, you can let me do it. The spell is not of much use to you, but it's the reverse scale of the Call Blacksmith Guild. If they know that I told you the spell, of course, I'll die, you." Speaking of this, he looked around and seemed to feel that there were too many eyes around. He raised his eyebrows, moved his chair closer to Dragon Queen, and said in a very low voice, "Your Majesty, the Blacksmith Guild and the Black Goat religion are two sides of the same coin. The Black Goat priests are proficient in the blood curse technique. I'm not sure how strong the Black Goat god is, but you should know how overbearing the Red God Church is, right? Just a year ago, because your dragon brought magic to the world, the Red God priests recovered their extraordinary power. And the believers of Kal Lalo were not willing to be oppressed. Under the leadership of dozens of Red God priests, they attacked the Black Goat Temple and tried to burn the statue of the Black Goat God. In the end..." Tobu Mott stopped here, tilting his head to look at the group of people who had almost put their heads in front of him, his expression stupefied. When he whispered to Dragon Queen, Tyrion, Clinton, Old Yamant and others unconsciously leaned over. "It's okay, I'm not afraid of the Black Goat." Dany waved her hand and said confidently. "I'm afraid." Tobu cried. Dany gave Hattar a look. Hattar received the signal, cracked his knuckles and gave Tobu a ferocious smile. The blacksmith master shuddered and said mournfully, "More than 20 Red God priests who can control fire, thousands of holy fire hands, the Red God Church's armed forces, thousands of Red God believers. Before they could even get close to the Black Goat Temple, they were all slaughtered. Now everyone has seen that Kal continues to live the same life as before. Lalo and the Red God Church did not take revenge, so the matter was left unsettled. This shows how terrifying the Black Goat is. I know about this too. To be fair, you can't blame the Black Goat Church for being cruel. In the past 2 years, the Red God believers have been developing wildly. Their demands have become more and more excessive, and their actions have become more and more overbearing. The Black Goat belongs to the primitive religion of Kal. Even Valeglia did not ban it. But an outsider wants to destroy the local church and preach that the Red God is the only one. Clinton frowned. Yeah, I heard about the chaos at Slaver's Bay. Dany nodded. Why did Dany support the Seven Gods Church? Or rather, why did they have to develop a religion? Because the people of this world needed faith. As long as people experienced hardships, they would have hope. They would hope for the hardships to pass, and hope for salvation to come. Hope was to step onto the steps of faith. If she didn't promote her religion, another religious force would immediately fill the void. And the Red God Church was the largest, most overbearing, and the hardest to control. The King of Light Lalo was real. He was a true god with power and will. On the contrary, the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. The 7 gods church represented the 7 spirits. It was more like a philosophical thought on what is a person and how a person should be. What really made the 7 gods church powerful was a person. It was a wise and powerful chief bishop of a certain generation. It was not a god that was above humans. The 7 gods church could be controlled. Danny's lips curled into a smile that made the blacksmith's hair stand on end. She asked, "Do you think the black goat really exists? What do you want to do?" The blacksmith asked with a trembling voice. "I heard that the Black Goat Church's fanaticism for blood sacrifice even surpassed the Red God priest." Danny's smile widened. "This is true." Buto Mott swallowed his saliva and said, "The black goat is a god of darkness. It needs living things to worship it every day. On ordinary days, the priest will offer calves, bulls, and horses. On holy days, convicted criminals and slaves who do not please their masters will have their throats slit by the priest. If necessary, the nobles in the city will offer their children to the black goat as a show of comfort. They hope that it can protect the city." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good." Danny laughed out loud and said good 3 times. "What's good?" Tyrion asked curiously. "My son is growing and lacks God to eat." "What?" Tyrion opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Eat God? Are you crazy?" Danny waved her hand and said loudly, "Master Tobu, tell me the incantation to melt steel. I want to melt the Sphinx statue. I want to choose one out of 100,000 soldiers, 1,000 battle wolves. Oh, dragon warriors. If the dragon warriors could wear steel armor and hold steel swords, even without the help of the Megalosaurus, they would be able to kill the demon god Black Goat." As soon as the Dragon Queen had this idea, a demigod of darkness in Kor thousands of miles away felt a sense of danger. In the center of the city, there was a dark temple that was tightly shut. On the altar, there was a fluffy black goat statue that was the size of a wild bull. Its red eyes, which were polished with blood crystals, suddenly began to flash with a red light. A moment later, a group of black-robed priests with their faces covered by hoods gathered in the corridor outside the main hall. Creak, the door of the temple opened, and a middle-aged man with silver hair and purple eyes with a dignified appearance walked out. He was also wearing a black robe, but the edges of the black robe were sewn with dark red edges like blood. "My master, the Black Goat, prophesied that a great disaster is about to befall Kor," the dignified middle-aged man said. "Your Excellency, where is the prophesied disaster coming from?" A black goat priest asked. "The Mother of Dragons," the high priest said. Hearing the name of the Mother of Dragons, the priests were not shocked. Instead, they felt a strange sense of relief, as if it was finally their turn. Sigh, as she first burned hundreds of nobles in Valeglia, and more than 10 noble trading princes in Lys. Even the strongest city, Bravos, did not escape her fate. Now, I am not surprised that she wants to attack us. In fact, I always thought that she would ride a dragon and burn down our arsenal. After all, many parts of the dragon-slaying crossbow were made by Kor. She should treat us as her mortal enemy, an old blue-eyed priest said. No, the prophesied crisis is related to her. The Mother of Dragons seems to be hostile to the great black goat god, the high priest said. Why? The old man did not understand. Maybe, because of the slaves. We often sacrifice slaves to our master, someone guessed. No matter why she wants to harm our master, what we need to do is to protect Kor. It would be best if we could help the Alliance break through Slaver's Bay, the high priest said. What can we do? Go to the Lorne Plains, the Dothraki Sea, and the Horse King's city to find the call. No matter how strong or weak their Khalasar is, I need you to persuade them to go south to Slaver's Bay, the high priest said. Will they listen? The old man was uncertain. The high priest explained, you do not need to go alone. There will be caravans carrying large amounts of supplies with you. In a way, the centaurs are very trustworthy. When they accept our gifts, they will definitely repay us. It is up to them to decide when to repay us. Your mission is to join the Khal's Khalasar and remind them to go to Slaver's Bay. High Priest, the Dragon Queen is also the widow of Khal Drogo. She is a Khaleesi. Will the centaurs be willing to be enemies with her? Khal Jocko, Khal Bono will definitely be. The High Priest laughed in a low voice. Especially Jocko. He killed her son. With the Dragon Queen's temperament, would she let Jocko go? In the first half of the year, when Jocko passed by Koor, it was the naming day of his son, Wild Horse Django. He was as strong as a wild horse. At the age of 2, he had already tamed an 8-month-old red pony. For that, I gave the young Khal a saddle, a small scimitar, and a horsewhip as a gift for his naming day. At that time, Jocko had already expressed his fear of Dany Rise. Chapter 459. With dragons, many miraculous things could really be done. Blackie brought Buttermot back to Astapor in the evening, and by midnight, even Whitey from the Stone Steps archipelago had returned. Then, the 5 dragons, black, white, gold, red, and yellow, went to Meereen together. Well, Dany carried Little Red and rode on Blackie's back. John Bolton and Bruce Wayne also went with them. One of them was in Meereen to participate in the war conference against the Allied forces, and the other was a juror to participate in the Great Trial of Cleon. Both of them were commanders of the guards, and Meereen was suffering from an epidemic and needed the guards to manage the city's security. They had already boarded the ship and were ready to set off. Dany happened to meet them and gave them a ride. Early the next morning, the new freedmen and the freedmen of Gith in Meereen saw 5 megalosaurus of different sizes under the golden red sun. 5 dragons. Such a shocking scene immediately boosted the morale of the people who were affected by the grayscale disease epidemic. In particular, the black dragon could actually speak. While they were stunned, they were suddenly filled with confidence for the future. The Holy Light Megalosaurus had said that the epidemic was under control, and that a miracle cure for the grayscale disease would soon be developed. Most of the people believed what the Dragon Queen said. It was just that the grayscale disease had almost no possibility of being cured. Now, with the Megalosaurus endorsement, everyone was completely convinced. Who could not believe what the Megalosaurus said? Then, an even more fantastical scene appeared. Under the premise of reminding every household to keep their dogs, cats, pigs, sheep, horses, and cows tied up. With the cooperation of the guards, the 5 dragons, starting from the east of the city, flew close to the ground. The 5 Megalosaurus draconic aura was fully unleashed, and the dragon's roar was endless. Squeak, 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 countless rats, weasels, hedgehogs, cockroaches, and other small animals and insects came out from the corners. They ran out of the houses, onto the wide streets, and ran mindlessly towards the west of the city. Fishing nets had been set up to prevent the corpses from being washed to other places in the West City docks. The sea-like rats jumped into the fishing net. The rats in front struggled and drowned in the sea, while the rats behind continued to run forward under the pressure of the Firebird. People with trypophobia would probably pass out just by looking at it. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times. Finally, not a single mouse could be seen on the street. Only then did the 5 dragons end the demonstration of power activity. At this moment, the azure sea surface was actually filled with floating corpses, causing one's scalp to go numb. However, the rat corpses on the surface of the sea did not need to be dealt with by humans. Boom! The 5 dragons spat out dragon flames at the same time. The rolling pillars of fire almost boiled the surface of the sea. I should eliminate Little Red. He was just here to be a bystander. The chopstick-thick dragon flames and the cat-like dragon roars were completely useless. Dani had called him over mainly because she wanted to establish a friendly relationship with her brothers through their activities. Well, it could be considered a parent-child activity. After doing this, Dragon Queen prepared to leave. She still had to use the same method to get rid of the rats in Kayuan and Astapor City. Whether there was grayscale disease or not, rats were one of the greatest sources of infection for the plague. By getting rid of the rats, the safety of the people in the 3 cities of Slavers Bay would be reduced by 10 times. The Great Pyramid of Myrene. Under the sunlight, on the green brick wall, Dani sat on Blackie's back with Little Gold in her arms. Little Green, Little White, and Little Gold circled above her head. She said to the red-haired Lila below, "The rats that can run in the city are all dead. The ones that can't run. The rats that can't even run on the ground have no effect on the residents. In the next few days, the symptoms of the patients will show. You are responsible for sending them to the quarantine area. Before the cure is developed, I will come here every 3 days. Can grayscale disease be cured? Or did you discover something with the witchcraft lens?" Lila asked curiously. "To tell you the truth, I'm not confident either." Dani pulled back Little Red, who had naughtily climbed onto her shoulder. She hugged him and smiled bitterly. Grayscale disease is indeed transmitted by a virus, but the virus of grayscale disease is actually a magical beast. It's too strange and confusing. The red-haired Lila's cheeks twitched. She asked dryly, "I don't understand what you're saying. What kind of virus is it? And magical beasts, what are they?" Dani opened her mouth, but she didn't know where to start. She sighed and said, "Wait here. I'll go back and write a grayscale disease prevention manual. I'll bring it to you and John the next time I come." The night before, Dani found the witchcraft lens in the Queen's treasury. It was a strange metal lump with many lens tubes extending out. It looked a little like a certain coronavirus. Dani originally didn't want to use it. At first, she wanted to melt it as scrap metal to forge armor. However, the City of Knowledge had been researching the witchcraft lens for thousands of years. In recent decades, they had even spent a lot of money trying to imitate it. Because of this, there was a lot of information related to the witchcraft lens in the City of Knowledge's library. Not to mention the usage instructions, even the structural principles were piled up in detail there. Activating and continuously using the witchcraft lens required magic power. Dani's Grand Wizard power was able to activate it easily. In the field of science, the witchcraft lens had all the functions of an optical microscope. But it was limited to that. It couldn't see human DNA clearly as Dani had guessed before. Well, Dani tried it. The witchcraft lens had a maximum effective magnification of about 3,000 times. It was much stronger than the 1,000-fold optical microscope on Earth, but it was several orders of magnitude weaker than the electron microscope that was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times stronger. But the witchcraft lens wasn't just scientific. It also had magical properties that even the atomic force microscope didn't have. It could see magic power, spirituality, and genes in Valeglia's language, not DNA fragments. It wasn't until last night that she had time to study the gray spot tissue cut off from Clinton's body. The results of her observation shocked her. She couldn't see the virus. Of course, the virus was too small. It was a nano-level organism. No matter how awesome the optical microscope was, it couldn't see it. But she still saw the virus with magic power. It was a grayish-blue light spot that was constantly moving. Well, in the optical eyepiece, she couldn't see the virus clearly. But when she adjusted the magic eyepiece, she could capture the bright magic radiance emitted by the virus. This was the strange thing about the witchcraft lens. Things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye could be perceived with magic power and mental power. That's right. When using the magic eyepiece, she didn't use her eyes to see. Instead, she used her magic power to resonate with it, using her own magic power as another organ. This magic organ could see the magic nature, shape, and other attributes of the sample on the glass slide. This was very buggy. It also made Danny feel that Valeglia was the Atlantis of this world. The development of their civilization was too advanced. Well, it could also be said that the development of other civilizations was too slow. For example, the Westeros, with tens of thousands of years of history, the level of technology had been stagnant. But the grayscale virus had magic power. What did that mean? Although the virus was small, it was still a single organism. Wasn't a creature with magic power a magical beast? After driving away most of the rats in Cayuan and Mirene, it was almost 8:00 in the evening. After dinner and taking a shower, Danny went to the laboratory opened on the second floor of the Great Pyramid, next door to Tyrion's bedroom. She summoned Kuei-shi, together with old Yamant, and the three of them began to study the virus again. Well, Kuei-shi came over as a friendly support. After discovering the grayscale disease, Danny contacted her. After all, Kuei-shi was a rare big shot in the magic world. In terms of knowledge and experience, Danny was far inferior to her. But in the face of Danny's request for help, Kuei-shi was helpless. Asia and Edie didn't have a good way to deal with the grayscale disease. In the major cities of the Jade Sea, quarantine and incineration were still the best ways to deal with the grayscale disease patients. But Kuei-shi promised to come over and study the magic medicine together. If it could cure the grayscale disease, then it must be a magic medicine. The two sides agreed that as long as Danny gave her a true dragon roar, Kuei-shi would project her image. The wizard lens is worthy of its reputation. There are 15 kinds of lenses that can observe spiritual quality. The Edie's imitations only have 2 sets of spiritual quality lenses, no magic lenses or optical lenses. After seeing the dim spiritual quality of the grayscale disease with her own eyes, Kuei-shi was filled with emotion and gently stroked the wizard lens with a look of awe. They actually let you use the Edie lens. It seems that the title of number 1 of the young generation in the East is really famous. Danny said in surprise. I told you, don't mention number 1 to me. Kuei-shi's face darkened. Well, this time Kuei-shi didn't wear a mask. She had a small and delicate oval face, long brown hair tied behind her head, big blue eyes under her willowy eyebrows, and a tall nose. She was very beautiful. But Danny also had to admit that ordinary people wouldn't think that Kuei-shi was beautiful. Her skin was as pale as a dead person's, and her thin and transparent lips made her less lively and less lively. She didn't have the sickly beauty of the Lollydragon. Instead, Kuei-shi looked a bit like a zombie. After seeing Kuei-shi, old Yamant asked Danny with concern, will Jon Snow look like your friend in the future? There was no need to think about the future. At this moment, Jon on the Great Wall was as pale as a dead person, and because he was afraid of the light, he was wearing a helmet. Jon didn't wear a wooden mask, as that would make him look too different. But he also had a way. The Westeros knights were used to wearing iron armor and helmets all day long. Jon only took off his leather armor and put on a set of stainless steel armor. He also asked the blacksmith, Tanner, to help him make a babuta helmet with a visor. It was also a T-shaped iron helmet. Only his nose, mouth, and eyes were exposed. He pulled down the visor with breathing holes, and even his nose and mouth were tightly covered. Also, John had an advantage that Kuei-shi didn't have. He was a man, and he had a long beard. He was born with a lush beard. Now, he didn't shave anymore. When the hairy beard covered his entire face, he wouldn't have to worry about the light even if he took off his iron helmet. "Does Asia have potions?" Danny asked. Kuei-shi said, "Many wizards can concoct herbs, such as aphrodisiac, hallucinogenic, moon tea, and so on." "What kind of potion is that?" "Only the knowledge of quantitative and qualitative analysis of substances and forming a theory can be considered proper potion," Danny said with disdain. "What theory do you want? Isn't it enough to treat patients and effectively achieve the goal?" Kuei-shi said calmly. "Sigh, if there's a basic theory of the 5 elements, we can at least find a cure for new diseases through mutual promotion and suppression, such as grayscale disease." "I don't know how to test drugs at all," Danny said helplessly. "What's the theory of the 5 elements?" Old Yamant asked curiously. Chapter 460. What kind of theory is the 5 elements theory? Yamant asked curiously. Danny was a doctor in her previous life, but she was a modern surgeon. She did not understand traditional Chinese medicine and could not accurately explain the 5 elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine. But since she had already bragged, she did not want to admit defeat so easily. Anyway, there was no real traditional Chinese medicine expert here. Yamant and Kuei-shi were from another world, had never heard of the 5 elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine, so it did not matter if she spoke nonsense. It's probably to classify everything in the world into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. So, Danny stumbled, combining her understanding of the 5 elements theory that she had read in novels with her own professional knowledge. She made a mess and served it to the 2 people opposite her. Whether they could eat it, whether they would have diarrhea or be poisoned to death after eating it was none of her business. At first, Kuei-shi was calm and did not care about a certain person's fallacious theory. But as she listened, she was shocked to find that regardless of whether the Dragon Queen's theory was true or false, it was indeed a very systematic, very reasonable, and very magical medical theory. "This is indeed a very advanced way of thinking," Yamant said thoughtfully. "Our current medicine only has medicine and no theory. As for the potions, they were all improved from folk recipes. Scholars can't develop new medicine out of thin air, and can't develop corresponding medicine for a certain disease. We have no theory and don't know how to start. We can only test a variety of herbs. But the patient is weak, how can they withstand the experiment? So, the bloodletting therapy, which may be useless but is absolutely harmless, has become a panacea in the hands of doctors. This 5 elements theory of yin and yang is worth a try." Kuei-shi nodded in agreement. Then, she sighed. "The problem is, this kind of medical theory also requires a lot of time to experiment, verify, and accumulate experience. For the current grayscale disease, speaking of this, Kuei-shi suddenly froze and was stunned. Danny saw that her expression was not right and could not help but ask with concern, "What's wrong?" "The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Water counters fire, and water and fire do not mix, right?" Kuei-shi asked. "Isn't it obvious? If your house is on fire, just put it out with water." "Dead wood can't be lit," Danny said casually. "No, your understanding is too shallow." Kuei-shi shook her head and said seriously, "The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. It should be related to the cycle of the laws. With the 5 laws as the foundation, a complete world can be built." It was Danny's turn to be dumbfounded. She asked blankly, "What are you trying to say?" Kuei-shi opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but she had just come into contact with the theory of the 5 elements, and it was Dragon Queen's secondhand that was full of mistakes. She had some understanding in her heart, but she could not form a complete idea. Sighing, she directly suggested, the grayscale disease was born from Leona. Theoretically, it belongs to the water element, and your dragon belongs to the fire element. Perhaps you can try to see if your dragon blood can kill the grayscale disease virus. That's not a problem. Danny frowned and thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Taking blood was very simple. At the top of the Great Pyramid, the 5 dragons were sleeping on the huge stone wall. She woke Blackie up and poked a small hole in his fleshy wing. Hot dragon blood with smoke dripped into the test tube. It was not much, about 3 milliliters. The wound on the dragon's wing stopped bleeding and slowly healed. Then, Danny quickly returned to the laboratory and smeared a layer of dragon blood on the grayscale disease sample. 7 levels of hell. What is going on? Danny turned pale with fright when she used the wizard lens to observe the blood sample. The grayscale disease virus is multiplying rapidly in the dragon blood, and even mutating. She said in disbelief. She leaned over and looked for a while. Her pale face became even paler. She muttered, This doesn't make sense. It doesn't conform to your theory of the 5 elements. Let the theory of the 5 elements go to hell. Danny immediately took out the sample and used the fire wizard power to burn the sample stained with dragon blood into ashes. She looked at the burning sample in the dry pot and wondered, it doesn't make sense. The fire wizard power can burn the virus. How can dragon blood have the opposite effect? Water restrains fire. That's normal. Old Yamad thought it was natural. No, water restrains fire, but fire can't create water, she said. Oh, Danny slapped her forehead and groaned. I was just kidding. The theory of the 5 elements is not suitable for this world. Why is it not suitable? I think it makes sense, she said. Old Yamant nodded and sighed. Human medicine has been developed for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a theory. Now that you, Danny, have developed such a scientific and magical theory, we can't just abandon it. Danny was stupefied. The old man's words were, I've never even seen a woman before. Now that my wife is beautiful and seems to be able to give birth, it doesn't matter if she's crazy or not. She continued, not only can we not give up, but we should also invest a lot of manpower and resources to research it and perfect it. One day, when this theory is perfect, we should write it into a book and let all the doctors in the world see it. Up to you. Danny sighed. Yamant was worried. If the dragon's blood promotes the growth of the virus, will the megalosaurus be infected with the grayscale disease? No, the high temperature will kill it. At this point, Danny suddenly froze. After experiments, burning with fire could indeed prevent the grayscale disease. Fire could kill the virus. Then, with her non-burning physique, she was immune to the grayscale disease. Blackie could also withstand the burning of ordinary flames, so it should also be immune to the grayscale disease. But the problem now was that Blackie's blood was conducive to the growth of the virus. Try it with my blood, Danny said. What? I want to see if my blood has antibodies. Well, let's see if the blood can kill the virus. As she spoke, Danny took out a dagger and cut her little finger. A drop of blood fell on the sample, 3 minutes later. Looking at the virus growing wildly in the blood, Danny felt a chill run down her spine. This doesn't make sense, she said hoarsely. She leaned over and looked for a while. She was also puzzled. Try it with my blood, Yamant suddenly said. What? Danny was confused. Your blood and that of the megalosaurus have magic, but I don't know magic, Yamant explained. This. Danny was shocked and immediately began the experiment. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief. Old Yamant guessed right. His blood did not have any effect on accelerating the growth of the virus. After that, Danny rode the dragon and went to the wildfire processing plant, 10 kilometers away, to take the blood of a group of fire mages. The result was that their blood had an accelerated effect, but it was not as strong as the Megalosaurus and Danny's. Why is that? Can the grayscale disease virus absorb the magic in the blood? According to this theory, transcendents are more likely to be infected with the curse, but the reality is the opposite. Kuei was puzzled. In fact, few mages were infected with the disease. After a while, Danny said seriously, "I'll try it myself." "How?" Kuei asked. "Try to see if the virus can infect my body," Danny said. "Danny, are you crazy? You're the queen, how can you put yourself in danger?" Old Yamant cried out in panic. Kuei also advised, "Don't be stupid, only 100 people in Slaver's Bay are infected. The worst result is that they'll be burned to death. 100 people in Slaver's Bay is really nothing. Plagues are not uncommon in the major cities, especially in the coastal ports. For example, there's an outbreak in Flanders, and it's the terrifying grayscale disease. Hundreds and thousands of people die every day." "Is that so?" Danny smiled faintly. "Wait until I test the poison and develop a cure, then I can save thousands of people." "But what if you're infected?" Yamant said anxiously. Danny smiled strangely. "Don't worry, I'll use the witch lens to observe. As long as there's a virus in my body, I'll burn it to death immediately." "What if it doesn't die?" "If it doesn't die, I'll cut off the flesh with a knife before the virus spreads." Danny's expression was firm, and her whole body exuded a fearless spirit of sacrifice. Kuei asked, "Which part are you going to infect?" Danny looked at her right hand. On the lower half of her palm, there was a pinprick-sized brown mole on her white skin. "How about this?" She pointed at the mole. Kuei was stupefied. Old Yamant was stupefied. Danny fixed her right hand under the lens, and after adjusting the magnification, she used her empty left hand to pick up a slender silver needle. First, she inserted the tip of the needle into the dark gray skin tissue of the stone man, infected it with the virus, and then carefully placed the needle near the mole on the palm. She gently touched it. Kuei was responsible for observing the target under the eyepiece, and after seeing the dark blue magic spot, she immediately said, "Okay, the virus has fallen into your palm." Danny pinched the silver needle with her fingers, and an orange flame ignited on the tip of the needle. Putting down the sterilized silver needle, Danny nervously looked at Kuei, waiting for the final judgment. The waiting time felt like years. For a long time, Kuei didn't say anything. Danny couldn't help but ask anxiously, "How is it? Am I infected?" Kuei looked up at her and saw that her smooth forehead was sweating. Obviously, she was anxious and scared. Kuei couldn't help but laugh. "Weren't you very brave before? You wanted to test the poison with your own body to find the miracle medicine that can save the people." Phew, seeing Kuei smile, Danny let out a long sigh of relief. "It seems to be working well?" she asked casually. Kuei nodded and said, "The virus that fell on your mole didn't spread, and it didn't multiply. Instead, it died after entering the pores on your skin. In other words, the magic spot under the eyepiece is disappearing. It's strange. Your blood promotes the growth of the virus, but you're indeed immune to the grayscale disease." The shadow binder looked very confused. After a while, she looked up at Danny and said, "We still need a group of fire mages to do the experiment. We need to test whether you're special, or all transcendents are immune to the grayscale disease. Testing this won't help with curing the grayscale disease. Our main goal now is to cure the disease. Also, the fire mages under me are weak. They can only conjure wildfire. They can't even gather fire to light a lamp. It'll be terrible if they get infected, Danny said. Kuei frowned and thought for a while. She said, my projection is about to end. Why don't you get the Black Dragon to pick me up from Thunder Island, and I'll come to Slave Bay to help you research the miracle medicine. You're not sealing the evil god of the underground palace? Danny asked in surprise. According to the Brandon Evil Suppression Formation you gave me, I ordered a new batch of magic materials from Yoshia. I have about a month of free time, Kuei said. Okay, I'll get Blackie to pick you up. After Kuei left, Danny didn't end the experiment. Chapter 461. After that, Danny and Yamant tested high-concentration alcohol, vinegar, mustard, lime paste, and other common disinfectants. How should she put it? The mustard-lime paste developed by the scholar was almost useless. It could not effectively reduce the amount of virus on the surface of the sample. Lime could indeed suppress the virus, but to achieve this effect, the concentration of lime was too high, so high that it could harm human skin. On the other hand, high-concentration alcohol was still effective against the magical demon beast virus in the other world. It could not kill the grayscale virus, but it could effectively suppress the spread of the virus. The key was that alcohol was harmless to the human body. This result made old Yamant extremely embarrassed. I didn't expect that the ointment that the City of Knowledge spent several generations and hundreds of years to develop would not be as effective as the cheapest wine on the street. Sigh. The old scholar seemed to have suddenly been drained of his energy. He rubbed his temples tiredly and left the laboratory dejectedly. He had suffered a huge blow. He had to go back and sleep to adjust his mood. Danny was still in high spirits. After testing the grayscale virus, she began to study the genes again. Valeglia's gene test did not focus on base pairs. The witch lens could not even see DNA, let alone the bases that made up the DNA chain. But this world was magical. Different genes would trigger different amounts of extraordinary power. Simply put, the Muggle's genes were different from the wizard's genes. The brightness, density, and color of the soul contained in the genes were also different. They could be clearly distinguished through the witch lens. Danny used her spiritual power to connect to the witch lens and could see her own genes. It was like a wheat field at noon in autumn, a large patch of gold. Then, she used her own genes as a comparison and observed little Aegon's genes. There was a thin layer of gold among the colorful spots of light. Every spot of light, no matter if it was gold, green, red, or blue, they all had a kind of fluctuation that could be sensed through the witch lens. Through the witch lens, she carefully sensed the fluctuations from the golden spots of light. Danny had a strange realization. The golden spots of light represented a mysterious power, representing the purity of the Targaryen, Valeglia, true dragon bloodline. Danny began to compare the extremely thin golden spots of light on Aegon's genes with her own. Firstly, the two of them had the same golden light spots. This meant that the two of them were indeed connected by blood. Secondly, she had all the golden light spots that Aegon had, but she lacked a lot of the golden light spots in her genes. This meant that Aegon's transcendent genes were far inferior to Danny's, and Aegon's true dragon bloodline was not as pure as Danny's. To prove that the fluctuating golden light belonged to the Targaryens, Danny also used the remaining blood samples old Yamant and the pyromancer's blood to observe the genes of the others. Everyone had the golden spiritual substance that appeared in their genes. It was just that everyone's fluctuation information was different. Only old Yamant and Aegon's golden light spots had the same fluctuations as Danny's. It was certain that Aegon was 100% a relative of Danny's. But old Ymant's golden light spot was several times higher than Aegon's. Even if Aegon's mother was the Dornish princess, Ymant's mother was not a Targaryen. Well, Ymant and Ashera were relatives. His mother came from Starfall City and was the first daughter of the Dane family. Considering that the Long family was almost wiped out, considering Varys's plan, and considering Clinton and Ashera, Dany reluctantly acknowledged Aegon's identity as Rhaegar's son. If Aegon was not Rhaegar's son, then who could he be? That was what Dany thought after seeing the comparison data. But soon, her thoughts changed again. Because she observed Tyrion's blood. Tyrion was the Poison King who infected dozens of people in Astapor. Of course, there was a sample of his blood in the laboratory. But Tyrion's blood was also golden, and it was even richer than Ymant's. What made Dany even more dumbfounded was that Tyrion's golden light spot had the same fluctuations as hers. This, knock knock knock, in the middle of the night, old Ymant's bedroom door was knocked loudly. Who is it? After a while, Ymant's voice could be heard waking up. It's me. Dany suppressed her excitement and said softly, something big has happened. Creak, the door opened, and the sleepy Ymant yawned and said, Dany, what happened in the middle of the night? Dany turned sideways and slid into Ymant's bedroom through the gap in the door like a loach. She said to the puzzled old man, Tyrion has Targaryen's true dragon bloodline. What? Ymant was a little confused. The witchcraft lens can detect genes. Old master, you know that, right? Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have magic power, so I can't release my spirit power. I can't sense the fluctuations in the genes. Old Ymant said regretfully. Aegon has true dragon bloodline, but it's very thin, even thinner than yours. Dany said. This. Ymant looked surprised and said hesitantly, his bloodline should be purer than mine. I don't have the typical silver hair of Targaryen. Yes, Ymant had black hair, but he was old and his black hair had turned silver. You mean, he could be a fake? Then, does Targaryen have other collateral relatives? Dany was shocked. Your great-grandfather and I have 2 younger sisters, Dany and Lay. Their bloodline still exists, but it's 5 or 6 generations away, so they can't be considered collateral relatives. Also, Varys doesn't need to use collateral relatives to exchange for direct relatives. It's meaningless. Ymant said. Dany had thought the same before. Maybe Aegon has poor talent. Just like how your talent is stronger than your ancestors, but he's unlucky and his bloodline density is lower. Ymant guessed. Sigh, the point isn't Aegon. Dany waved her hand, her face full of disbelief. Old master, Tyrion also has true dragon bloodline. You must be mistaken. Our Targaryen doesn't have a princess to marry Lannister, and Tyrion's parents are cousins. Ymant shook his head. I'm not mistaken. Genes don't lie. His bloodline density is very high. In terms of bloodline, he seems to be closer to me than you or Aegon. Dany said with certainty. This. Ymant was completely stunned. He hugged his head and paced back and forth in the spacious bedroom a few times. Suddenly, the old man paused and said, Dany, quickly contact Sir Barristan. He's your father's Kingsguard, so he must know about Aerys and Joanna. Dany didn't act immediately. Instead, she asked in surprise, Joanna is Tyrion's mother. She had an affair with Aerys. There's a rumor that when your grandfather was crowned, Joanna came to the Red Castle, and your father. After that, she was your father's lover for a few years before marrying Tywin. At this point, Ymant shook his head with a bitter smile and said, now it seems that it might not be a rumor. If Tyrion is really your father's illegitimate son, at least it means that Joanna really did have an affair with your father. It was bad enough that the wise, mighty, cold, and arrogant old lion had died in the toilet, and now there was a sea of dothraki grass looming over his head. Could it be that she had been wrong all along, and the most miserable person in the game of power was actually the elder lion? Dany's expression was conflicted for a while before she let out a long sigh of relief and sighed. This explains why Ching Tywin is so cruel to Aerys, and why Ching Tywin is biased in the matter of the Purple Wedding. Go and ask Barristan, before Tyrion was born, did Aerys and Joanna have an affair? Ymont urged. All right. The Dragon Queen's bedroom was just opposite Ymont's. Dany returned to the bedroom, took out the glass candle, and began to contact the White Knight. Yes, it was noon in Astapor, and around 4 in the afternoon at the Narrow Sea, thousands of miles away. On the mirror-like Sea of Myr, a long string of flat-bottomed cargo ships with the White Tower flag came from the east. Barristan stood on the bridge, looking at the ships in the distance with a pair of binoculars in his hand, and his heart was filled with emotions. After today, the story of him leading the royal fleet to rob merchant ships would spread across the Narrow Sea, and he wondered if anyone would call him a pirate. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around and looked at the flag on the main mast. Then, the old knight flew into a rage. Sweet potato, Kent, I told you to hang the three-headed dragon flag of the Targaryen. What is wrong with you? The White Knight pointed at the skeleton pirate flag on the mast and roared at the first mate on the deck. The short man who looked like a sweet potato shouted, Sir, we are now the Targaryen Royal Navy. You said that we have to cherish the honor of the Royal Navy. Isn't hanging the true dragon flag during a robbery a disgrace to the Queen and the Royal Navy? Kent was originally a pirate captain under the command of the Lord of Dimensional Waters, and also the captain of Cersei's Royal Navy. In other words, Sweet Potato Kent was born in the royal territory, and came from the King's Landing. Therefore, Kent was no stranger to Sir Barristan and the Dragon Queen. In fact, the thousands of pirate lackeys of Ordwake were mostly from the royal territory, and the Targaryens were to them what Stark was to the people of the Northern Territory. Perhaps both were eliminated. They were more loyal to the Dragon Queen than to Cersei. The people of the royal territory were not loyal to Lannister, or else they would not have been instigated by the Lord of Dimensional Waters to betray the Iron Throne. There is more to this matter. We need to spread the news of the Queen robbing the Hyder family's food. Barristan pulled Kent to his side and whispered into his ear, Hyder has joined the Queen. This is just a show. Oh. Sweet Potato Kent was enlightened. Keep your mouth shut, and don't tell anyone else, Barristan warned. I understand. Kent nodded and left the bridge, instructing his men to change the flag. You can't hide it. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in Barristan's ears. The old knight was shocked and turned to look. It was indeed the Queen. She was holding her hand in front of her forehead, her figure twisting and changing under the sun, as if smoke was coming out of it. The sun is scorching, go inside the ship. After saying this, Dany's figure disappeared again. Barristan looked around, and seeing that no one was looking at the bridge, he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly retreated into the cabin. He ran all the way to the captain's room and closed the door. Only then did he see the Dragon Queen suddenly appear again. Your Majesty, is there an urgent matter? Barristan asked. What is the relationship between my father and Joanna Lannister? Dany asked directly. Why are you asking this? The old knight looked hesitant. Did you hear some bad rumors? Words are like the wind, they have been dead for so many years, there is no need to be too concerned about any rumors. If there were only rumors, I would not be in such a hurry to find you. Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. Unfortunately, the things they left behind will not disappear with the wind. Barristan's blue pupils shrank, and he said with a trembling voice, What do you mean? Chapter 462. Danny looked at the old knight's panicked and incredulous face and sighed. As you thought, Eris and Joanna had an illegitimate child. Have you guessed who it is? His pupils contracted and he muttered, Tyrion. Tell me, why isn't it Cersei and Jaime? I heard that Joanna not only gave her virginity to Eris, but also was his mistress for a few years before asking Tywin to take over, Danny said. Take over, the mistress. The White Knight didn't understand the word, but he didn't spend too much energy on the unfamiliar word. More important things occupied his attention. It's a rumor. Barristan said with certainty, there's only pure love between Joanna and King Aerys. Are you sure? Danny looked at the old knight suspiciously and reminded him, in front of me, you don't have to worry about damaging Aerys' reputation. We all know that he doesn't have that at all. No, Your Majesty, you misunderstood. Barristan quickly shook his head and explained, in the beginning, when Miss Joanna came to the Red Castle to serve as Princess Leila's maid, she and Duke Tywin weren't lovers. On the contrary, Aerys, who was still a prince, fell in love with Joanna at first sight and they truly loved each other. Seeing that he stopped and looked at her nervously, Danny was eager to continue eating and urged, continue. You're not angry. The White Knight looked at her carefully and asked. Angry about what? Layla is your mother. The old Barristan mumbled. I was having a good time eating, Layla. If you didn't remind me, I would have almost forgotten. Danny rolled her eyes and said bluntly, Aerys is my father. This is too bad, too melodramatic. I don't want to be involved at all. Okay, the White Knight nodded and relaxed and continued, Your Majesty, you have to understand one thing. Prince Aerys was generous and selfless in his youth, handsome and courageous. Wait. Danny raised her hand to interrupt him and complained, I only want to hear about Aerys and Joanna's love history. You don't have to worry about his identity as the king and my father, don't flatter him. Flattery. Barristan suddenly raised his voice, widened his eyes, and shouted, I have always adhered to the path of honesty, why would I flatter the king? All right, I've poked the old knight's sore spot. The Dragon Queen immediately nodded and admitted her mistake. I said the wrong thing, you were just protecting the honor of the Emperor. Sigh, Your Majesty, I'm telling the truth. Barristan panicked. He, Old Ba, had been wearing a white robe for dozens of years. He had experienced 1 king, 2 kings, 3 kings, 5 or 6 kings. When had he not been upright and outspoken and sincerely admonished? Even if it was for the glory of the king, he would at most remain silent. Why would he deliberately flatter the king? But... Danny frowned. The young talent you mentioned has nothing to do with the Mad King. Prince Aerys in his youth is not the same as in his old age, the old knight emphasized. Old. He was only 40 years old when he passed away, right? King Aerys has changed, quite a bit. Barristan scratched his head. When the Mad King was in his 30s, he was tormented by madness until he looked like a 70-year-old man. He looked haggard, his long hair tangled, his beard unkempt, and his foot-long, twisted nails. He was younger than himself, but in Barristan's impression, the Mad King had always been an old man. When he was young, the prince had a bad temper and was temperamental, but it was all under control. In fact, Prince Aerys was widely acknowledged to be very charming. Noble girls adored him, and talented young men from the 7 kingdoms liked to befriend him. Prince Aerys, Duke Tywin, and Robert's father, Duke Steve, were the most outstanding young nobles of the Westeros. They were also the best of friends. They grew up together and participated in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coin Kings. Your father's bravery was tested in the flames of war, and Tywin even personally conferred him the title of knight after the war. Danny did not comment, so Joanna fell in love with such a beautiful young man. The two of them did not do anything impolite, but you know that the forest which prophesied to your great-grandfather that the child of prophecy would definitely be born in your parents' bloodline. So, Prince Aries could not marry Miss Joanna. I am not sure whether the change in his personality was related to it. In short, after marriage, King Aries' behavior became more and more crazy. Sir Barristan said the last word carefully, and he kept staring at the Queen's expression. Dany did frown, but it was not because Aries was called the Mad King. Are you sure that my father Aries loved Joanna? She asked. Barristan said firmly, Prince Aries is temperamental, and his hobbies could not last long. But I can swear that Prince Aries never loved Princess Layla. There was no love between them. On the contrary, his feelings for Joanna lasted for a long time. If the child of prophecy had not prophesied, there was a 90% chance that he would have married Joanna. Then, do you think that my father's change is related to the three-eyed crow? Dany asked. Barristan's expression changed drastically, and he said in a trembling voice, if I did not know about the three-eyed crow and that he had once distorted your thoughts, I would not have thought of this. So, it is. Dany asked again. Barristan shook his head and said, but why? Blynden Riverman is a Targaryen. His father, Aegon V, doted on him, and even acknowledged his identity and inheritance. Later, his elder brother, Dylan II, also trusted him and appointed him as Prime Minister. I really cannot find a reason for him to destroy the Targaryen dynasty. Without a doubt, driving your father crazy is the same as destroying the Westeros and the Targaryen family. Maybe, Dany's gaze was gloomy, the director needed him to follow the plot according to the script. Otherwise, how could the child of prophecy be born? Who? Prince Aegon is the child of prophecy. Barristan frowned and said, he has never been to the Great Wall or fought against deviant ghosts. He is just a child in summer. The long night is coming soon. Can he grow into a savior in an instant? Stop guessing. Only deviant ghosts know the three-eyed crow's thoughts. When I master my divine skills and place my steel sword on Blinden's neck, we can interrogate him in detail. He waved his hand and ended the topic. Dany changed the topic and asked, how did Tyrion come about? Joanna has been staying in Casterly Rock City since her marriage. How could she have the chance to give birth to Tyrion? No, there was a chance. 10 years after King Aerys's coronation, there was a tournament held at the King's Landing. Joanna brought Jaime and Cersei over. Joanna gave birth to Tyrion the next year and died in childbirth. I only know that they had, one time, but I didn't know that Tyrion was an illegitimate child. Barristan stuttered and spoke with great difficulty. Does Tywin know? Dany asked strangely. I don't know. Barristan shook his head repeatedly. It was very likely that the Elder Lion knew about this. As expected, everyone in Game of Thrones lived in hell. At this moment, the sound of a sailor calling for Barristan came from outside the door. It seemed that the Royal Megalosaurus fleet had encountered the Hathor family's grain transport fleet. Your Majesty, is there anything else? Barristan asked uneasily. The Alliance's spies secretly transported the Grayscale Stone men to Slaver's Bay and planned to throw them into the city's well. 7 gods above, are they crazy? Barristan exclaimed. They have already succeeded in 1/3 of their plan, Dany said. Aren't the Alliance afraid that you will use the same method to take revenge on them? Do you think I should do that? Dany sized up the White Knight with a strange gaze. Could it be that she was mistaken? Did this noble and righteous White Knight have a heart made of white chocolate just like her? Fine, even she had never thought of giving him a taste of his own medicine. Other than venting her anger, she could not achieve the effect of taking revenge on the enemy. In the slave cities, the ratio of slaves to free citizens was generally higher than 3:1. The ratio of nobles was even lower, 1:1:1:1. However, the nobles' hygienic environment and medical conditions were the best. Just like a certain beacon of civilization country, the epidemic in the country was so serious that tens of thousands of people died. But upon closer inspection, the dead were all poor people. No, no, no. Afraid of being misunderstood by the queen, the White Knight waved his hand and said anxiously, "You are the liberator, the one who broke the shackles, the Tamisha, that countless slaves look forward to. You must not do that." "You said to do it." "I didn't," Danny said. "I didn't." "Sigh, how do you plan to take revenge on them?" The White Knight sighed. Danny said, "When the epidemic stabilizes, I plan to take down new guys. I will only use the power of the Megalosaurus and the Navy. It will not affect Murine's preparations for war and food production. If possible, Queers will not let it go. So, I need a Navy general who can fight. Blackbeard Growlet has a lot of sailing experience, but he does not know a proper battle for sea control." "How about Ordvi Water?" Barristan asked. "I need someone with more honor," Danny rejected. With a long sigh, the White Knight said in a tone that said, "When I hand over the Royal Navy to Ordvi Water, you can ask Whitey to pick me up." "No, Knight, you have a lot to do. Reorganize the Royal Navy, protect Dragonstone Island, control the landing point from the Stone Steps Archipelago to the Land of Strife, escort the food transport team and the barbarian fleet. You are equivalent to the Queen's hand, not a Navy general," Danny said. Barristan nodded in satisfaction and recommended, "Erisidiga is fine, Gale's Hider is fine too. Get them ready, I will ask Blackie to pick them up in a few days." Tyrion's identity as Targaryen's illegitimate son only surprised Danny. This kind of plot that did not exist in the Game of Thrones made her feel sweet and satisfied. However, the identity of the dwarf's illegitimate brother did not make her feel close at all. She did not feel uncomfortable, conflicted, or awkward at all. To put it simply, Danny did not acknowledge Rhaega, second brother Way, Mad King Aerys and Queen Layla, the original owner's relatives. Hence, she did not feel anything when Tyrion became her brother in name. Therefore, the next morning, in the hall on the first floor of the Morning Sun Palace, in front of many officials and citizens of Slavers Bay, Danny awarded General Wildfire a yellow magua, as usual. Yes, this was an announcement that was made before. Targaryen's words were like a mountain. The Dragon Queen acknowledged Tyrion's contribution in exposing the Alliance's sinister plan. Even if it was indirect, it was to reward Tyrion for giving her 200 tons of steel. She said that she would reward him. Even if he became the Targaryen's illegitimate son, she would still give him this piece of fragrant ice cream. "General Wildfire, you can consider changing your hairstyle." Danny held back her naughty thoughts and suggested. Chapter 463. Your Majesty, I don't want to shave my head. A bald head with a braid hanging at the back is so ugly. Tyrion shook his head repeatedly, rejecting the Dragon Queen's good intentions. Danny was surprised. So far, Tyrion was the only one who clearly said that the braid hairstyle was ugly. This guy's aesthetic is normal. Well, she also thought that it was very ugly, very funny, and had a disgusting smell for sensible people. Because of this, she instigated the little demon to get one. The uglier, funnier, and more disgusting he was, the happier she was. After learning that he was Targaryen, Danny hated the little demon's performance in the finale of Game of Thrones even more. She wanted to see him make a fool of himself, to see him get a minion's head without knowing it. Who knew that his aesthetic was the same as the normal people of the Celestial Empire? In this other world, it was too abnormal. Returning to the living room on the top floor from the yamen on the first floor, the unwilling Danny suggested again, Myrene is undergoing the roundhead movement, and the Gith people have begun to shave their hair. If you shave it too, I'll transfer you to Myrene and give you a promotion. A second-grade official is qualified to participate in the Imperial Conference. The Queen's words were half true and half false. The last thing Klein did as the mayor of Myrene was to urge the Gith people to change their customs and shave off their originally stiff black and red straight hair. But it was not a minion's head. It was somewhat like a Mongolian warrior who shaved off the top of his head, leaving only a circle of hair at the temples and the back of his head. It was also ugly. Moreover, the so-called second-grade official was only a promotion, not a position. The little demon was still a wildfire general. Tyrion waved his hand dejectedly and said, "I have the grayscale disease and am about to die. There's no point in having the Iron Throne in front of me." On the side, Aegon, who was nestled in a daze on the soft couch, seemed to empathize with him. His eyes reddened, and he was about to cry. Sigh. Clinton also sighed. His eyes dimmed and he looked like he had lost all interest in life. Sister Ashara's eyes were filled with pity, but there was nothing she could do. She could only silently stroke Aegon's back and whisper some words of comfort. Seeing this, Ymond comforted them, "Don't worry, the Queen has the witch lens and has already studied the characteristics of the grayscale disease virus. Later, Larissa will teach you the fire magic that the Queen has personally taught you. Combined with a high concentration of alcohol, you will be able to effectively stop the spread of the grayscale disease. Maybe he can be like Shireen Byra and Theon, only partially petrified. I've also attended the Queen's witchcraft lectures, and I've also tried the glass candles. I don't have the talent for witchcraft, so I can't learn it." Tyrion shook his head. Ymond thought for a while and said, "Dahe went to the Thunder Island in the Jade Sea to pick up Master Kuei Shi. She is the most talented sorcerer in the East. Maybe she can come up with a miracle cure." Kuei Shi. 7 gods above, it's actually her. Tyrion face-bombed and sighed. Dany asked curiously, "You know Kuei Shi too?" "I heard from the fire sorcerers that she is the strongest among the young generation in the Eastern Transcendent world. Together with Lisbon, they are known as the twin heroes of the East and the West." Tyrion sighed again and again. What bullshit, strongest among the young generation. It's fine if you're just fooling others. But I know Lisbon. That bastard even used the 3 gods return to cave to cheat me of a bag of silver coins. In the end, he was stabbed into a dead end by a mercenary. How unlucky. Instead of relying on that kind of person to save lives, it's better to fight with a wildfire. How do you fight with a wildfire? Aegon raised his head and asked. I have an idea. Tyrion stared at the Dragon Queen's face with a pair of expectant eyes. The Queen's fire control skills are unparalleled in the world. Can you accurately control the wildfire to burn off the infected skin? You can try. Try burning your entire dick to ashes. Dany complained in her heart about the little devil's rotten idea. It won't work. Ymond immediately shook his head and explained, by the time the symptoms are discovered, the virus will have already entered the bloodstream and circulated to all parts of your body. Therefore, amputation as a treatment that is widely spread among the people has never been recognized by the City of Knowledge. For example, even if Sir Clinton's right arm is chopped off, there is a very high chance that the other parts of his body will be infected. Tyrion, you can try drinking a few mouthfuls of the wildfire. Perhaps you can awaken the immortal bloodline. Dany said with a wicked smile. Dany. Old Ymond increased the volume of his voice and glared at her meaningfully. After leaving everyone's line of sight and entering the laboratory, old Ymond warned her, Dany, don't tell Tyrion his true identity. Why? There are too many dragons. Ymond smiled bitterly. If there are too few true dragons, there is a danger of extinction. If there are too many true dragons, there will be bloody infighting. Including Jon, there are already 3 adult Targaryens. You don't care about the Iron Throne, but they might fall out over this. Jon Snow's identity is still uncertain. Even if he is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son. He is also an illegitimate child like Tyrion. Illegitimate children have no right to inherit. Dany said. According to tradition, it is. But Aegon is different from you. You are 100% the daughter of Aerys and Layla, a true dragon. Everyone knows that. But Rhaegar's children died 16 years ago. This is also a fact that everyone knows. In the hearts of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, a prince with a doubtful identity is not nobler than an illegitimate child whose identity is confirmed. I am sure that if there is a chance to convene a great council, Jon, Tyrion, and Aegon's appeal and inheritance will be equally divided, unless you are determined to support one of them. Ymond stared at Dany's eyes with a burning gaze, as if trying to see through her inner thoughts. Unfortunately, you don't like the 3 of them, do you? Dany was a little embarrassed. Her eyes drifted, and she said, Old Master, a relative suddenly popped out. Don't tell me you are so devoted to him. Old Ymond nodded seriously and said, When I was at the Great Wall, before I knew about Jon and Tyrion's identities, I already had an inexplicable good impression of them. What about Aegon? Aegon. Ymond was stunned and sighed. Maybe he appeared too suddenly, not so, Dany argued, I admit, I don't like them, but I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, why would I tell you about Jon and Tyrion's identities? Then what do you plan to do with them? Ymond asked. What do I do? I'm already too busy with my own matters. Let them fend for themselves. What can they think? Why don't you tell me what to do with your seniority? Dany threw the ball back again. Sigh, Jon has already put on black clothes and is destined to be a night watchman for the rest of his life. Tyrion, let him continue to be Lannister. Don't tell him his identity. In the future, you can help him become the Duke of Casterly Rock City. After all, Aegon is the son of Rhaegar. The Iron Throne will be given to him. Ymond looked at Dany and asked tentatively, How about this arrangement? Okay. As long as Aegon has the courage to participate in the Battle of the Long Night, as long as he can kill the strange Ghost King. Dany nodded in agreement without any pressure. At around 3:00 in the morning the next day, the sky was still a deep indigo color. Blackie passed through the dark sky like a ghost and landed on the torchlit walls of the Great Pyramid. Blackie had indeed never been to Thunder Island, but Dany's spiritual projection had been to the underground palace of Thunder Island many times. Blackie, who could communicate with Dany's dragon spirit, naturally knew the direction of Thunder Island. Kuei was still dressed the same as when they first met, wearing a loose blue mage robe with a hood and a red wooden mask. She didn't come alone. There was a white-haired old man with her. In addition to the 2 of them, Blackie also carried a large canvas bag with 400 to 500 pounds of magic herbs in its claws. Blackie, Tyrion, and 4 or 5 unsullied holding torches were waiting on the pyramid. Her Majesty's apprentice, Larissa, greets President Batian and Mage Kuei. General Wildfire and I represent Her Majesty to welcome the 2 of you. When Kuei and the white-haired old man slid down from the dragon's back, Larissa said again, I have already asked people to prepare wine and guest rooms. The 2 of you must be tired from the journey. First, eat a little and rest for the night. When dawn comes, the Queen will personally receive the Masters. Masters, hello. My name is Tyrion Lannister. Actually, other than General Wildfire, I'm the only one bestowed with a yellow mandarin jacket. The little demon was wearing a golden mandarin jacket. He strode over with his short legs and walked over with his head held high. I will accompany the 2 of you for dinner on behalf of the Queen and introduce the epidemic in Slave Bay. Yes, Tyrion was here to accompany them. At this time, the Dragon Queen was sleeping and couldn't receive guests. However, he couldn't let the guests sit in the living room and eat alone. General Wildfire, who was bestowed with a yellow mandarin jacket, accepted the task of accompanying the guests. After all, he could drink and had a sharp tongue. He was most suitable to be a receptionist. Master Kuei Shi, I have long heard of your great name. After the introductions, Tyrion began to show off. He walked in front of Kuei Shi, who was wearing a red wooden mask, and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, the best of the younger generation, and the same as Volantis Lisbon, enough. The shadow-binding knight, who had been silent all this time, almost shouted. I'm not the best of the younger generation. Don't compare me to Lisbon, she said in a low voice after catching her breath. Tyrion didn't know what to do for a moment, but immediately smiled as if he understood something. This female wizard was very modest, very shy, and even a little shy. Wizard Kuei Shi is truly modest. But who doesn't know your name? Who doesn't know? Even an outsider like me knows your position in the transcendent realm. You're too modest, he praised loudly. He couldn't be rude just because she was too modest. On the contrary, the more he praised a modest person, the better impression she had of him in her heart. After all, he had contracted an illness and needed her to treat it. Kuei Shi's gaze was deep. Several shadows flashed in her bright, mirror-like eyes, but the red wooden mask blocked her gaze. The dwarf gave a thumbs up and waved it in front of the barbarian elder and Kuei Shi. He praised loudly, Wizard Kuei Shi, the best of the younger generation. Who else could be better than you? Kuei Shi's body trembled slightly. She unconsciously clenched her fists. However, the night wind at the top of the tower blew at her loose wizard robe. Her hands were also hidden in her sleeves. No one could see. I'll give this dwarf retribution sooner or later. The binding knight thought. Black Sister Larissa felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Tyrion's praise. She was already the best of the younger generation. Was she not enough for this binding knight to brag about? Thus, she began to suspect that the two guests were dissatisfied with the queen for not personally coming out to greet them. Thinking of this, she smiled and explained, the queen has been staying up late recently to study the grayscale disease. Tonight is no exception. She just fell asleep not long ago. She didn't mean to be rude. The white-haired elder waved his hand and looked deeply into Blackie's human-like eyes. He said meaningfully, actually, I've already met the Dragon Queen. The great wizard's dragon spirit innate gift is both enviable and revered. The barbarian elder wore a high hat and a wide belt. He had an awe-inspiring aura and exuded a noble aura. Larissa wondered what dragon spirit innate gift was, but the other party was an honored guest who had come from afar. She couldn't be rude and just led the way. Masters, please follow me. Her Majesty has prepared Enchanting Island golden wine. Let's get drunk tonight. Tyrion smiled. The elder seemed to have a high status. He directly walked past Kuei Shi and said, there's no need to rest or feast. I've been meditating during the flight. I'm not tired now. Take me directly to the laboratory. The legendary wizard lens. How can I sleep when I think of it next door? Chapter 464. The next morning, when Danny met the old man in the lab, he was observing the grayscale disease virus under the liquid of the dragon excrement. Kuei Shi and Larissa were brewing potions on the other side. President Butian, you came to the lab so early. Danny walked with vigorous steps to the side of the old man. She was wearing an exquisite dark purple skin-tight leather armor that outlined her youthful body. The old man was called Butian, the brother of the current king of barbarians and the president of the Necromancer Association. Kuei-shi was not the only mage who sealed the underground palace of Thunder Island. Butian was also one of the people in charge. Knowing that Kuei-shi was going to leave Thunder Island for Slave Bay, Butian was interested. First, he wanted to meet the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Hatcher Queen. Second, he was very interested in the legendary Witch Lens. Third, there was an outbreak of the gray-scale disease in barbarians. After receiving Kuei-shi's request, Danny immediately agreed. Other than the old president who could help her research the antidote, she also encountered many problems in necromancy in the process of creating the ghost meditation technique. She also wanted to ask for his advice. Butian stared at Danny for a while and sighed. "Your Majesty, you are so young. You are still hale and hearty despite your age. You didn't sleep last night, but you are still hale and hearty. I heard that you asked for some dragon excrement as soon as you came." Danny was also observing him. From Butian's eyes, she saw a vast silver-gray sea of fog. His magic power was stronger than Kuei-shi's. Dragon excrement can suppress the gray-scale disease, Butian said. Danny was surprised, but soon she thought of something and said, "You already know. I once saw a message in a book. Valeglia can obtain dragon excrement to cure the plague by feeding Megalosaurus magic herbs," Butian said. "I see. Then, do you know, Danny, who was inquiring curiously, suddenly stopped. Her purple eyes, which were shining with divine light, suddenly became blank. She was like a robot who had been pressed to pause. She was forced to enter the dragon spirit state. Her soul entered Blackie's body. The Heavenly Father's face is firm and resolute, adjudicating error and upholding justice. The Holy Mother brings the blessings of life, guarding and looking after every woman. The song of the seven gods, sung by thousands of people, appeared in Danny's ears, and an image appeared in front of her eyes. It seemed to be the great cathedral of Baylor that was filled with candles. On the day of Circe's parade, the Black Dragon's words had already shocked the world. The contents of his words announcing the prophecy of the seven gods about the long night, and acknowledging the great sparrow as the son of light spread like a whirlwind. The Iron Throne was extremely wary of the church as the seven kingdoms stirred up a tidal wave of fanatical faith. In theory, the rebellion of the four princes had ended long ago. Once Jimin's rebellion was quelled, the seven kingdoms would regain their superficial unity. Thus, appeasing and roping in Crow's Eye Yuluin became the Iron Throne's top priority. Of course, if Crow's Eye dared to rebel, Regent Kevin wouldn't mind killing him. Because the Green Pavilion Island fleet had already crossed the Summer Sea in the south of Dorne and returned to Green Pavilion Island, the Iron Throne had the ability to say to Yuluin, "If you don't agree, then kill me." If the negotiations between the two sides failed, Taimin wouldn't return the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Manda River and wouldn't give up on the river bend. The Green Pavilion Island fleet would immediately head north and cooperate with Haiding's Manda River fleet to attack Taimin on the Shield Islands. To a certain extent, the Lion family's old dog Kevin had already cleaned up the mess left by Cersei. He appointed Mester as the Hand of the King, the famous Naval General Pixter Redwyn as the Minister of Marine Affairs, and the famous Land General Randolph Tarley as the Minister of Law. At this moment, the Lion and Rose, the Western region and River Bend, were unprecedentedly close to each other. Today, when Riverside, the Stormlands, and the Northern region were crippled, this alliance was the strongest force in the Seven Kingdoms. The Aran Valley was gradually controlled by Littlefinger, but Littlefinger was never a threat, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms thought. Dorne was still stable, and there were no signs of rebellion. Prince Dalong also promised to send his niece to the Imperial Conference. In this way, as long as the marriage between Cersei and Yuluin was successful, the court of the Tommen dynasty would be stable. At that time, the Iron Throne would attack the church. The Great Sparrow put Marjorie and Circe on trial, trampling the glory of the two top families into the mud. He also usurped the power of the king. No matter who sat on the Iron Throne, they would be in conflict with the church and the Great Sparrow. And what Kevin and the others couldn't stand was that the Great Sparrow and Targaryen had joined forces. As long as the Iron Throne and Tywin's negotiations were successful, as long as Circe married Uluin, as long as Tywin swore loyalty to the Iron Throne again, the Iron Throne would immediately attack the church. The Great Sparrow wasn't stupid. He knew this. He also knew that as long as the church's armed forces were rebuilt, there would sooner or later be a conflict between theocracy and royalty. No matter what, he couldn't bridge the conflict between the church and Lannister and Tyrell. So, the Great Sparrow acted viciously and showed no mercy to Circe. So, when the Keisha member proposed the bad idea of mortgaging the church's bank, he accepted it without much consideration. He needed money to arm the church. If he didn't strengthen the church's power as soon as possible, when the King's Landing regained stability, the poor gathering and the children of war who lacked weapons and food would sooner or later be killed by the Iron Throne. Just like what Targaryen did to the church. So, the Great Sparrow attached great importance to the holy Megalosaurus becoming the great guardian of light. He needed to use the influence of Megalosaurus to develop the church's power. That was obvious. Ever since the Black Dragon announced that he would accept the Great Sparrow's baptism and join the church, countless knights flocked to him, taking the initiative to convert to the seven gods and become the children of war. There were also countless nobles and good men and women who donated money and goods to the church. The Great Sparrow deeply felt the significance of Megalosaurus in Westeros. The true dragon was equivalent to the imperial seal of the country. So, the Great Sparrow urged the craftsmen to work day and night to build a black dragon statue next to the statue of the maiden inside the Holy Church and under the lectern outside the Holy Church. This evening, the statue was finally completed. The Great Sparrow led thousands of monks and nuns to kneel in front of the great guardian of light and pray. The Great Sparrow was the spokesperson of the seven gods in the human world, so he didn't kneel. But the other monks and nuns were obviously lower in status than the seven gods' great guardian. Even the king had to kneel to the archbishop, so it was natural for ordinary monks to kneel to the great guardian. Thousands of people prayed, praying for the great guardian of light, the black dragon, to bless the church and make it prosperous. Attention! They were praying to Big Black, not the seven gods. The problem was, Big Black was a demigod. A demigod could perceive and absorb the power of faith. If an ordinary demigod established a small church, even if 2,000 people prayed to him at the same time, it wouldn't increase the demigod's power of faith. Because the number of people was too small, and because the prayer time was too short. In this time of low magic and low martial arts, the power of faith, like magic, was extremely scarce. But the Church of the Seven Gods was a little special. It had existed for at least 8,000 years. First, it was the Undulls on the Andaros Plains. Then, 6,000 years later, all of Westeros, except for the northern border, believed in the seven gods. Other things aside, 10 million people had believed in the seven gods for 6,000 years. The accumulated power of faith was even more terrifying than Christianity on earth. Even in this magical world of ice and fire, it was the first in the world. That's right, the accumulated power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods surpassed that of the Red Gods. At this moment, the believers of the Red Gods naturally surpassed the Church of the Seven Gods. But 400 years ago, when Valeglia ruled the world, the Red Gods had been limited to the continents around the eastern Jade Sea. What was worse was that the Red God Lalo was crippled by the people of Valeglia and went into hiding for thousands of years. It was only in the last few hundred years that he became active. Therefore, the faith of the seven gods was the first in the world. The problem was that the 7 gods were only the 7 spirits, the 7 forms of humans, and the 7 forms corresponded to the 7 virtues. But in the material world, the 7 gods were nothing but 7 pieces of wood. The 7 gods didn't even exist. The power of faith was nowhere to be used, until today. At this moment, Big Sparrow erected a statue of the Great Guardian of Light in the church, acknowledging Big Black's identity as the Great Guardian of Light below the 7 gods. Big Black became the only god of the Church of the 7 gods, and also the only master. Even if Big Sparrow and the church didn't think so, they thought that the Great Guardian of Light was just the 7 gods' mount, fighter, pet. Previously, Big Black had divinity and magic, but it didn't have the power of faith, so it couldn't be considered a real demigod. At this moment, the power of faith was surging towards it. Subconsciously, it operated the 9-colored vortex, intending to digest this sudden, natural magic. It was just like how it absorbed the free magic factors from heaven and earth during its daily cultivation. Then, Big Black realized that with its retarded intelligence, it wasn't enough to deal with this extraordinary power. Well, it was too young, and it was still a baby dragon. So, it found its mother. Big Black took the initiative to talk to Danny. The next moment, Danny's soul entered Big Black's spirit ocean, and she became the pilot of the Black Dragon Great Guardian of Light Gundam. The souls of a human and a dragon merged into one, and the human soul was the dragon's soul. Danny replaced Big Black to deal with the complicated information and huge power. The maiden dances in the air, existing in the sadness of lovers, holding the torch high against the sun, bringing freedom and igniting heaven. The 7 gods created us, listening to our prayers all the time. Close your eyes, no more troubles, the gods take care of you, little child. Then, Danny heard the thousands of priests led by Big Sparrow singing devoutly. They used the Song of the 7 Gods to praise the new Great Guardian of Light. She even vaguely saw the figures of Big Sparrow and the cultivators. It was very blurry, like a TV with bad signal, and the screen was full of snowflakes. Even if she increased her power and increased the consumption of the power of faith, she couldn't see the scene, on the other side, clearly. She couldn't even see it clearly, let alone contact Big Sparrow. So, she couldn't respond to the prayers of the believers. This made Danny, who was in the God state, feel inexplicably irritated. She wanted to change this situation. Just like humans needed to breathe and fish needed water, the gods also needed believers and needed to establish a connection with their believers. This sudden feeling of need was very strange, like an instinct. The gods instinctively thirsted for believers. At this time, Danny entered the body of a god, and she had the instincts of a god. If John entered the body of a dog and saw the steaming hot fresh poop, he would definitely drool. This was a dog's instinct. Danny didn't understand this. She was still trying to do something that only a true god could barely do with a mortal body. Yes, a demigod couldn't directly respond to believers. The consumption was too great, and the power of faith alone wasn't enough. They often used the extra power obtained from the sacrifices of believers to give believers prophecies, divine power, and spells. If a true god was in the material world, they could easily communicate with their believers. Unfortunately, they were in the astral world. The astral world was in a high-energy dimension. To cross the energy level difference between the astral world and the material world, a true god needed to consume a lot of divine power. Megalosaurus could be used as a bridge to build a springboard between the two energy levels, thus reducing the consumption of power. Therefore, in the age of chaos when Megalosaurus was extinct, true gods hardly responded to ordinary believers. When Danny hatched a dragon, not only Lalo immediately became active, but Inami and the storm god also began to show their miracles. Well, I digressed. Under normal circumstances, Danny and Blackie weren't true gods. She couldn't contact the Big Sparrow, and it was very rare to see a vague phantom, mainly because the power of faith accumulated by the Church of Seven Gods was too strong. She should give up trying, and then work hard to study the knowledge of the gods. Maybe she could create a blood sacrifice technique. Let the big sparrow sacrifice to the great guardian of light. Using the power of blood sacrifice, Blackie, like the demigods like the black goat, crossed the true god barrier and established a temporary connection with the big sparrow. While 99% of the demigods used blood sacrifice. This was also the reason why the blood sacrifice technique was popular in the world. Other than blood sacrifice, other sacrifices could also be used. For example, Reese's goddess of lust could offer sacrifices to the goddess by lying down in the garden of lust. Danny could end this believer response, then find Kuei-shi and ask her to help Blackie compile a sacrifice to burn sacrifices. Then, she would teach the big sparrow the sacrifice that was exclusive to Blackie. The next time she prayed, the big sparrow would burn a few people and be able to contact Blackie. But the Dragon Queen was not an ordinary person. She had heard the song of wind of the door god. The door god didn't give a man a fish, but taught a man how to fish. He didn't give his song of wind to Danny, but taught her how to sing her own song of wind. In a hurry, Danny unconsciously entered the state of epiphany of the song of wind, integrating her thoughts into the wind. The next moment, her eyes and ears followed the wind, crossed thousands of miles, saw, heard, and came to the great cathedral of Baylor. Chapter 465. Your Majesty is wise. Butian had a look of appreciation on his face as he stroked his beard. There are many types of spirituality. There are yin and yang, which are different from the living and the dead. There are also type A, B, and C spirituality, which are different from the various functions of the human body. If genes are the appearance of various bloodlines, then spirituality is the appearance of various soul laws. Yes, it can be said that spirituality is the genes of the soul. Unfortunately, the Baron Len's function is not as strong as yours. Over the years, the Undead Association has only analyzed Type A and B spirituality, and Type B spirituality represents the vitality of the organs. Type A, which represents the will of the spirit, is currently the main research project, and Type B spirituality is the future direction. Type B spirituality, what does it mean? Black girl Larissa asked. Little girl, do you understand? Butian asked curiously. More or less. Larissa's face was slightly red. Dragon Queen, Kuei-shi, Butian, and Yimont were all looking at her. She was a little nervous as she licked her thick lips and said, I've recently observed spirituality. Although the theory of comparing spirituality to the genes of the soul is strange, it seems to be quite logical. At least, that's what I think. Even a knowledgeable old scholar like Yimont was confused. Black girl, an apprentice, actually said, more or less. The Baron Elder was very surprised. Little girl, you are very talented, he praised. Larissa's talent is not bad. She accidentally lit a glass candle. After that, she caught up and became the fire wizard who has the most grand wizard inheritances in the wizard group. Danny nodded. You taught the grand wizard inheritances to others. Bu Ching was shocked. Danny shook her head and said, the requirements for the grand wizard inheritances are too high. I taught the most talented Larissa step by step, but she could only condense a single color vortex. The other wizards could only condense flames. They couldn't even condense a vortex. The perfect Grand Wizard Meditation Foundation was a 9-color vortex. Larissa's Meditation Foundation was a blue flame vortex, which only had 1 color. She was indeed outstanding among ordinary people, but in Valeglia's Wizard Council, Black Girl was barely qualified. This is also very rare. As my understanding of spells increases, my meditation technique can also evolve. Bo Chang looked at Blackie and said, "You have received the most orthodox inheritance of fire witchcraft. If you work hard, your future will be limitless." The old man wasn't being polite. In terms of potential, his own meditation technique was not as good as Blackie's. In other words, if Hei Mei diligently and painstakingly cultivated for a few decades, she would most likely surpass him. He was the president of the Undead Association. Wasn't surpassing him a great future? "Thank you for your encouragement, Master. I will work harder." Blackie clenched her fist. Butian nodded and began to answer Hei Mei's previous question, regarding activity, the two simplest examples. If a gecko's tail is broken, it can grow back. If a human's hand is broken, it can never grow back. Some flesh wounds would not leave any scars after they were healed, but some flesh wounds would leave large and obvious scars. After hundreds of years of research, we discovered that a certain type of yang-type spirit substance can affect the activity of limbs. In other words, it was a type B spiritual quality. After a gecko's tail is broken, the type B spiritual quality in the amputated limb is abnormally active. If this type of spiritual quality is taken away every day, the gecko will not be able to regrow its tail. In humans, when there are no injuries, the type B spiritual quality is almost undetectable. When there are injuries, a large amount of type B spiritual quality will appear out of thin air. Of course, the large amount here is only compared to normal humans. It is completely incomparable to geckos. Similarly, if the type B spiritual quality is taken away, the healing speed of the wound will not only slow down, but it will also leave a terrible scar like a mouth. If we replenish the type B spiritual quality in the injured area, can humans regrow their limbs? Danny asked. Yimont frowned and said, "Your Majesty, I have never heard of any magic that can regrow limbs. Sai, Lalo can even resurrect the dead. Regrowing limbs is nothing. Moreover, there was no healing magic before. Can't we create it now?" Danny waved her hand. "Master Butian, can you give the type B spiritual quality to the amputated limb?" Yimon turned his gaze to the old man. "We can't. If necromancers can extract the type B spiritual quality, why can't they give it to patients? Extract the spiritual quality from geckos and give it to humans?" Larissa asked. Butian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black eyes were filled with helplessness. The Necromancer Association has existed for more than 10,000 years. We have been trying, but we have never found a magic that can give spiritual quality. Extracting the yang spirit is like killing people. Killing people is already difficult, but creating people out of thin air is almost impossible. Of course, we have not given up hope. We have not stopped trying. The path of truth has always been difficult. If this generation can't do it, then the next generation will. If 10,000 years can't do it, then 100,000 years. Gradually, the old man's expression returned to calmness with a hint of determination. Danny looked at the old man with admiration and sighed. The Necromancer Association of Wasteland has been improving and developing. Compared to it, the City of Knowledge of the Westeros is too useless. For thousands of years, it has been mediocre and has been walking on the same spot. City of Knowledge. Butian was stunned and shook his head. Our goal is different from the City of Knowledge. Scholars want to change the world. Our goal has always been simple. Longevity. It would be best if we could live for 10,000 years like the Celestial Emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. Ah. Danny's mouth twitched. This Master of Wasteland was really honest. Butian continued, "Scholars study everything. Even the Necromancer Association has caught a few scholar spies. For thousands of years, we have only studied yin and yang spirits. Scholars are knowledgeable but not proficient. Every scholar has a long chain and can do almost anything. We specialize in necromancy. Many people can't even tell us the history of the Wasteland dynasty. They know nothing about astrology. We can't say that the city of knowledge is useless. It's just that everyone has their own strengths. Your Majesty, the key now is to research a cure for the grayscale disease, Yimont reminded. Danny was stunned and laughed. Master Bution's theory of spiritual quality fascinated me. I almost forgot about the important matter. Can we repeat the experiment from before? What experiment? Yimont asked. Danny pointed at the Wasteland Wizard's right hand that was hanging by his side. The pale index finger of the dead had returned to normal. Shouldn't the important matter be researching the grayscale disease? Yimont sighed helplessly. Let's figure out the human yang spirit and the heavenly yang spirit first. Otherwise, how can we research the grayscale disease? Danny said with conviction. Sure. Bution nodded nonchalantly. After Bution's guidance, Danny finally found the so-called A-type spiritual quality. It was very unscientific and very magical. When the blood was still in the human body, a type spiritual quality was one attribute. Once the blood left the body, a type spiritual quality would immediately change into another attribute. If we use scientific methods to research magic, it seems to be very promising. Danny felt very novel. At the same time, she was also inspired. In the past, when she used the spiritual bestowment skill, she did not even differentiate between yin and yang spirits. She directly transformed them into the most primitive spiritual quality. If she could subdivide the spiritual quality, or if she could transform the most primitive spiritual quality into a special spiritual quality. If she did not need to enter the sea of consciousness of others, she could bestow a spiritual quality to them. Then, would her spiritual bestowment become a brainwashing technique that could erase a person's willpower, a steadfast will spell, a type, a healing spell, B-type, or even thousands of other magical techniques? Maybe, the spiritual bestowment skill can evolve into a type of magic, just like the fire mages who practice fire witchcraft. In the next few days, Danny's work suddenly became unusually busy. First, with the daily epidemic inspection in Astapor and Myrene, the grayscale disease was discovered one after another. Astapor was slightly better. 7 more cases were discovered. Those who were infected were all brothel patrons, and almost all of them were sea merchants. In the whole of Astapor, there were no civilians who were infected. To put it bluntly, the Passion Garden was like a banquet. Even if one did not eat or drink, and only looked for the most inferior red saintess to hold hands with, one would still have to spend at least 2 silver coins. How could ordinary people be qualified to go? Myrene found 39 cases, and the total number of infected people was slightly more than 100. If the grayscale disease was thrown into a well, as long as it did not cause the grayscale disease, the harm was actually not great. In other words, if one did not have direct contact with the affected area, the grayscale disease would not spread easily. At this time, there were thousands of grayscale disease patients in the Sad Hill. In the past 2,000 years, the Rhone River that flowed through the Sad Hill had sunk more than 100,000 stone people. There were so many villages on both sides of the river downstream that drank water from the river, and not many people were infected with the grayscale disease. The grayscale disease was similar to AIDS. It was terrible, but it did not spread without contact. The gray blight was similar to the influenza that had the effect of AIDS. It was terrible, but very easily spread. The main reason to prevent the grayscale disease was to prevent it from developing into a gray blight. In addition to patrolling the 3 cities and supervising the residents to check on the grayscale disease patients, Danny also went to the laboratory to research medicine to cure the grayscale disease with Kuei-shi and Butian. Yes, special dragon excrement. Danny did not understand that dragon excrement could cure the grayscale disease. Butian, on the other hand, explained. You can see the grayscale disease as a curse, similar to the extraordinary power of the sorcerers that radiates on ordinary people. If the radiation is classified, the grayscale disease comes from the residual power of the battle between the true god and the 300 Megalosaurus. Its radiation level must be at the highest level. Therefore, the medicine to cure the grayscale disease must also have the highest level of magic. The Megalosaurus is immune to the grayscale disease. The skin, flesh, bones, and blood of the Megalosaurus must be materials of the highest level. In the beginning, someone tried to bathe in dragon's blood to cure the grayscale disease. Now we know that even if he was not scalded to death by the dragon's blood, he would definitely fail. The type A yang spirit in the dragon's blood changed the dragon's blood from an antibody to a breeding ground for the virus. Since the flesh and blood of the Megalosaurus won't work, then, can we try dragon excrement? Dragon excrement is also a material of the highest level. Dragon excrement alone can only prevent the disease from worsening, but it cannot effectively kill the virus. Then, can we let the Megalosaurus swallow special herbs and poop out special, high-energy excrement, which can be taken orally and used externally to cure the grayscale disease? The Necromancy Association had been researching the Grey Blight for many years and had come up with a relatively mature theory. In summary, it could be summed up in 2 words: eating excrement. When he came over from Thunder Island, Butian specially prepared a few 100 pounds of precious magic materials to feed Big Black and poop out special dragon excrement. Won't your herbs spoil my dragon? Danny was somewhat unwilling. No, these herbs can even be eaten by humans. If you are worried, I will take a bite before feeding the dragon every time. Butian promised solemnly. Danny reluctantly agreed and instructed Yamant to supervise. Butian must take a bite and wait for an hour. If he didn't die and didn't have diarrhea, then the magic medicine could be mixed into the roasted meat and let Big Black swallow it. Since then, a strange cycle had been created. Butian took a bite, Big Black ate a meal, Big Black ate a meal, pooped once, and then Tyrion ate a meal. The little devil was a volunteer for the medicine experiment. Chapter 466. Tyrion was really a volunteer. No one forced him. He had seen Shireen Byra and Theon before. Half of the little girl's face was covered with a layer of blue-gray grouper. It looked abnormally terrifying. If it only looked terrifying, Tyrion could barely accept it with his pants covering his thighs. However, the grayscale scar on Shireen's face also blocked his sense of touch. Simply put, although Shireen's grayscale disease was no longer spreading, half of her face was as numb as stone and had lost its sense of touch. Tyrion's infected part was more special. His inner thigh was pinched by Clinton, and then he was infected with the grayscale disease. Now, the grayscale disease was spreading upward. If the virus was not contained immediately, he would end up like little Aegon. Little Aegon was extremely miserable. That part of his body was infected directly. If the grayscale disease's treatment was the same as Shireen's, and the disease was cured but left with a blue-gray stone scar that lost its sense of touch, then Aegon, recently, little Aegon had been wetting his pillow with tears at night and drowning his sorrows in alcohol during the day. So bitter. However, little Aegon was not alone. Other than Tyrion, all the infected sea merchants and the Red Saintess of the Passion Garden shared his bitter fate. As Tyrion and his guests lived on the top 2 floors of the pyramid, and 3 infected people suddenly appeared on this floor, Danny quarantined them and made a laboratory. At this moment, in the laboratory, Butian and Larissa were busy in front of the witch lens. Kuei was guarding the other end of the experiment table, watching over the steaming pot of blue-brown boiling liquid on the stove. Between the laboratory and the stairs outside the pyramid, there was a spacious hall. Little Aegon, Tyrion, and Ymont sat on a soft couch, waiting for Master Kuei's medicine. Could it be that the dwarf's penis is really magical? He was the one who used that method to pass the virus to us. Why is his penis fine, but we? Aegon stared at Tyrion's crotch with an unfriendly gaze. Tyrion clamped his legs and retracted his butt, shouting, "What are you looking at me for? Even if my second brother really has magical powers, you can't be envious." In fact, the little devil also suspected that his dick had magical powers. He was the general of Wildfire, the immediate superior of more than 50 fire mages. He had asked his subordinates, and all of them claimed that the gnome's lifeblood had a strange magic power and was most welcomed by the evil god. It was the best sacrifice for the evil god. Just 3 days ago, the skinny Pogba had secretly approached him and asked if the dwarf was selling his penis. Pogba wanted a magic amulet similar to Lisbon's. "The virus is spreading upwards and will reach you soon. Why don't you cut it off and sell it to me before it turns into stone?" This suggestion was not too rude. Patients with grayscale disease who felt that there was no hope of saving them would often cut off an intact part of their body as a souvenir. Illyrio, for instance, had sawed off the hands of his wife, Syrah, who was a sufferer of the Grey Plague. Tyrion told Pogba to get lost. "Even if I become a stone man, a male stone sculpture is still more powerful than a eunuch stone sculpture." Also, Tyrion remembered clearly that during the wildfire bomb incident, Clinton had touched him there a few times. It just so happened that the infected part was the inner thigh that he had pinched at the end. The Dragon Queen's magic research also proved that wizards with magic power had a stronger immunity. Ymont shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with magic. After one part of the body is infected, it will spread around that part and not give birth to another part of the body." Thinking about it carefully, his worries a few days ago were really laughable. He didn't know if Aegon and Tyrion could survive, and even if they did, they might not be able to preserve their male dignity. How could they fight among the true dragons and fight for the Iron Throne like that? Hearing the conversation outside the house, Kuei stuck her head out and glanced at Tyrion. As she stirred the soup ladle, a pinch of powder silently slipped from her sleeve. Then, the tall barbarian woman took the pot off the stove and poured the medicine into a bowl. Without blowing on it to cool it, she directly carried the steaming bowl of soup to 3-inch nail and said calmly, "Tyrion, it's time to drink your medicine." "Ouch, it's so hot." Tyrion grimaced in pain. His hands and feet shrunk, and the blue-brown liquid in the bowl almost spilled out. "Drink it quickly. It won't have any effect if it cools," Kuei reminded. "This medicine is for treating illnesses. If it burns me to death, there's no need to treat the illness." Huff huff huff. The dwarf blew on the bowl for a while before raising his neck and downing half the bowl of bitter fecal juice. 3-inch nail burped a mixture of rotten eggs, rotten cabbage leaves, rotten organs, and other flavors. Tyrion rubbed his violently churning stomach and said doubtfully, "The dragon essence soup today seems to be a little strong. It was Master Butian's medicine a few days ago. The effect is average." The medicine this time was prepared by Master Kuei based on the 5 elements mutual restraint principle. "It's normal for it to feel different," old Ymont explained. Kuei really took the 5 elements theory to heart. She believed that dragon feces belonged to the earth attribute and contained the fire attribute, which happened to counter the water attribute of the grayscale disease. After that, she also tested the medicine according to the 5 elements theory. It was an experiment anyway, and she was not the volunteer. Take it orally and apply it externally. With that, Kuei left. Tyrion had already tried the medicine several times and was familiar with the process. He immediately turned around and hid behind the high-backed chair. He spread his legs, took off his pants, and applied the remaining juice on the affected area. Gurgle gurgle, gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, Tyrion's stomach made a series of muffled sounds, as if a volcano was erupting in his stomach. Ymont quickly stepped forward and took the bowl from Tyrion's hands. He helped him apply the inconvenient areas and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad?" "I don't know." "Ouch, ouch, it's so hot, it hurts." Tyrion cried out with a grimace. Seeing his ferocious expression, Ymont stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you feel a lot of pain?" "I feel like I'm burning." "Don't stop." "The pain makes me feel very comfortable," Tyrion urged. "Comfortable?" Ymont was stunned at first, then became extremely excited. He said, "Yes, this is a good thing. If you feel pain, it means that the medicine is effective. Master Kuei, she really lives up to her reputation." In just a few days, she applied the 5 elements theory to the preparation of the dragon crystal soup. The key is that it's really effective. Tyrion felt the burning pain in his thigh and almost burst into tears. He rubbed his churning stomach and said emotionally, "I finally feel it again. The medicine this time is more effective than the ones Master Buttian prepared before. I thought Master Kuei she was the same as Lisbon, who was stabbed to death by the mercenaries. I didn't expect her to be so good. The medicine she prepared is even better than the old wizard. Sigh, she really lives up to her title as the best of the younger generation." Clang, the sound of a jar breaking came from the laboratory. Ymont stretched his neck and poked his head towards the door. He saw that Kuei she was also looking at him. Her body was motionless, and her wooden mask was facing Tyrion. She did not even care about the broken jar at her feet. "Master Kuei Tyrion feels it. Your medicine is effective." Ymont thought that Kuei she was concerned about the effects of the medicine and reported happily. "Feel it?" Kuei she's tone was strange, as if she was in disbelief, surprised. "Awo!" Suddenly, Tyrion, who was sticking up his buttocks and applying medicine, howled. Without another word, he scrambled towards his bedroom. Gurgle, his stomach was rumbling like an ocean being overturned. Awo, no, after running 7 or 8 steps, when he was still a few meters away from his bedroom door, Tyrion clamped his legs together and howled. He fell to the ground. Splash! It was like a sink that had its valve pulled out. Golden liquid flowed, and a foul smell filled the air. Ymont and Aegon covered their noses and wanted to vomit. "What's the matter?" Hearing Tyrion's howl, Clinton, Ashala, and the Night Duck came out of the room. 7 levels of hell. "Little devil, what are you doing?" Everyone's faces contorted as they cried out in shock. Then, they collectively vomited. Tyrion crawled on the ground and let the warm liquid slide out from between his legs. Woo woo woo. He did not dare to raise his head, and could only press his face to the ground and cry. TSK TSK splash, the smoky sound was still ringing out, "That's more like it." Kuei she muttered softly, walked lightly to the door of the laboratory and closed it tightly. "Humph, I told you, don't call me number 1 of the younger generation." At noon, Dragon Queen rode her dragon back from the ironworks outside the city and heard the news that Tyrion had fainted. "Is he still breathing?" Even Dany was shocked when she saw the little demon lying on the bed with his skin so pale that it was almost transparent. "Maybe." Old Yamont's expression was very uncertain. "Soon," he said excitedly and nervously, "but, Master Kuei she seems to have developed an antidote for the gray-scale disease. The little devil really felt it after using it. But, the side effects are a little scary." "Effective?" Since it's effective, then a small matter like diarrhea is not a problem, Danny said happily. That's not a problem. Tyrion fainted in a pile of feces. He fainted, but he's still having diarrhea. He's even bleeding. Aegon said in horror. That bad? Danny turned her gaze to Kuei Shi. He's not dead yet. This is detoxification, very reasonable. The Shadow Bind said calmly. Since the expert said so, Aegon and Clinton could not refute. After leaving Tyrion's bedroom, Danny also faintly smelled a strange smell in the hole. She quickly walked up the stone steps, and the air became fresh and cheerful again. The ironworks are built. Tobu Mott promised me that the new ironworks can forge steel of the same grade as Korhor's fine iron. Danny did not look very happy. As she walked, she said to Kuei Shi, but I don't only need ordinary steel. I want to smelt tile steel, or at least recast it. The problem now is that in the incantation Tobu gave me, a very important step is the blood sacrifice of the demon god. And the demon god in the incantation is the Korhor black goat. I can't accept this. Korhor is also known as the City of Magicians. Blood magic and necromancy are very popular there. Blood sacrifice of the demon god is natural. Kuei Shi said matter-of-factly. I don't want blood sacrifice. Danny said. You kill people too, don't you? Since you can kill people, why are you so against blood sacrifice? You should give as much as you get. You want to use the demon god's power, so you should sacrifice yourself to the demon god. Kuei Shi explained. No, killing people is law enforcement, upholding justice. Blood sacrifice of humans is blasphemy to humans. It's the greatest evil in the world. Danny said. Haha, upholding justice. Kuei Shi laughed mockingly. Danny smiled proudly. At this moment, she had the calmness and pride of Hong Qigong when he faced Zhou Qianren. So far, I haven't killed a person unjustly. But your Count Shattered Shackles has bones under his feet, and blood flows like a river. He's also doing it for justice, but his methods are a bit harsh. Dragon Queen's tone was not so confident. Kuei Shi laughed lightly and skipped over the matter. Actually, you're riding a donkey looking for a donkey. Sacrificing the demon god is to borrow the demon god's power. When you're a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the demon god? Chapter 467. If you are a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the evil god? Kuei Shi looked at Dragon Queen meaningfully. Danny immediately understood what she meant. She muttered, Blackie can be considered a demigod. I have some understanding of the path of gods recently. Priesthoods cannot be easily promised. Most of the gods who accept sacrifices are of the dark attribute, including Lalo, who is known as the King of Light. I don't want Blackie to become the evil dragon god. Ever since she accidentally connected to the faith pool of the seven gods, Danny tried to enter the dragon spirit state almost every day to communicate with the believers who prayed to the seven gods. But she was not as reckless as the first time and called out the other party's name. She just maintained a superior attitude, observed the believers, and tried to listen to the hearts of the believers. At this time, she gave herself a very clear position as a god trainee. Danny was not illiterate. She knew the principle of read more if you don't know. She knew nothing about the path of gods before, so she would naturally look for information related to gods. In terms of dealing with believers, gods must be reserved, must be superior, and must have the dignity of a god. Otherwise, if the believers saw a sloppy god, their faith would collapse. In other words, gods were like idols. They must have the burden of being an idol, so that the believers would be like brainless fans and give you rockets. If a fan finally saw their idol, but saw a Princess Chow Biluo picking her nose, it would be strange if they did not lose their fans. After a few days of personal experimentation and research, Danny was sure that she understood most of the secrets of gods. Gods equals idols, believers equals fans, faith power equals fan economy, gods power equals total amount of money contributed by fans, gods responding to believers equals interaction between idols and fans, church equals fan organization, church name equals fan organization's name, pope equals fan organization's number, one fan organization, believers praying equals fan support, church recruiting believers equals fan recruitment, church armed equals fan control group on the internet, enemies of religion, such as Stannis in the Seven Gods, equals unscrupulous anti. Fans religious war equals two idol fan groups fighting each other. The most important thing was, God priesthoods equals idols, personas set up by fans and financial companies. In modern Earth, personas were almost useless except for attracting fans. However, in this fantasy world where there were gods, the character settings, clergy, could bestow the gods with special faith skills. There was something wrong with Dahe's persona at this time. He was the great guardian of light. To the seven gods, the great guardian was like to Bao Qing Tian in Duke Bao's temple. It was equivalent to the seven gods' church's red-flowered double rod. Even though Big Black could freely use all the power of faith that belonged to the seven gods, the abilities that his godhood granted him were only spitting fire and biting. Well, Danny had tried it before. After Dahe absorbed the power of faith, the magic power in the Megalosaurus could combine with the power of faith to form divine power, demigod divine power. The divine power would increase the power level of the dragon flame. First, the temperature rose. After using divine power, Blackie could almost do what Balerion could only do when he was an adult, melt steel with dragon flames. Secondly, the durability of the dragon flame had almost doubled. In the end, the color of the dragon flames changed from the blood-red color that was emitting black smoke and the smell of sulfur to a golden-red color that was suffused with golden light. The smell of sulfur was strangely gone. Now Dahe really did look a little like the holy Megalosaurus. Simply put, the Great Sparrow and the seven gods gave Dahe the persona of the Megalosaurus guardian who could spit fire and bite people, and then Dahe had such a godhood. Then, the divine power under this godhood strengthened Dahe's ability to spit fire and bite people. If the power of faith was not extracted, Dahe's combat power would immediately be reduced to its original level. The dragon flames were blood-red, emitted black smoke, and had a choking smell of sulfur. In the end, power could not appear out of thin air. The power of faith was also a kind of extraordinary energy. Using this energy, the gods could transcend the mortal world. For example, the red-robed Melisandre, she had been a demigod for a long time, but she had no power of faith at all. On the contrary, she had to provide faith to Lalo. Therefore, she was a demigod in name only. Another example was the immortals in the Temple of Immortality. Once upon a time when the magic tide was strong and vigorous, the male sorcerers had real power. They were famous in Queers, feared by everyone, and the power of faith was like a tide. Therefore, the immortals were extremely powerful. They imprisoned the fragments of time and created a fake divine realm, the Temple of Immortality. In the Age of Chaos, the male sorcerers lost their power. The immortals became liars in the hearts of the people of Queers, and the Temple of Immortality became the Temple of Dust in people's mouth. Without faith, the immortals lost their divine power and were tragically burned to death by the 4-month-old Dahe's dragon flames. Dahe got lucky and suddenly became the only successor of the seven gods, inheriting the faith pool that the seven gods' church had accumulated for thousands of years. Because of this, Danny did not want Dahe's persona to collapse. Dahe could inherit the billions of assets of the seven gods' church because he had the persona of the great guardian of light given to him by the believers of the seven gods. If Dahe accepted the blood sacrifice and became an evil god, the collapse of his persona was comparable to that of Edison Gu and Marta Lo. The Dragon Queen came from the modern world. She was like the agent of the idle trainee Dahei, and could not destroy his excellent persona. The persona of the Great Guardian was not very outstanding, but it was better than the persona of a foodie. Well, the gods of this world were foodies. They ate human flesh, drank human blood, and absorbed human souls, which was the evil god's blood sacrifice. After lunch, the queen studied on the top floor of the Great Pyramid. She put down the scroll in her hand and shook her head. No, without the blood sacrifice, there is no way to recast steel. According to this blood witchcraft spell, I am 100% sure that the blood sacrifice is not only in exchange for the power of the black goat, but also a necessary condition for smelting steel. For a simple example, when the people of Koor smelt steel from iron ore, they need charcoal and blood sacrifice for the black goat. When you smelt primary steel in Slave Bay, you don't need a blood sacrifice, but you still need charcoal. Charcoal is a necessary condition for forging steel. The people of Valeglia were originally proficient in blood witchcraft. When they invented the steel forging technology, blood was a necessary condition. The scroll in Kuei-shi's hand was given to her by Danny. On it was the steel smelting spell written by the blacksmith, Butto. The shadow-binding knight first confirmed the authenticity of the spell. Originally, Danny planned to use this spell to try to recast a steel sword. However, the process of forging required a blood sacrifice for the black goat. She came up with a plan. After melting the steel statue and dealing with the first wave of the Allies' attack, she would raid the Koor Black Goat Temple and feed Little White with the evil black goat. Why would she offer a blood sacrifice to him now? The process of testing the spell was not carried out. Until now, she was not sure if the blacksmith was lying. Can it be improved? Danny asked. Of course. Kuei-shi nodded without hesitation. Do you know about dragon steel? She asked. It seems that in the legend of the Long Night, dragon steel is a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts, Danny said thoughtfully. 8,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia were still herding goats in some mountain village, there was already a magical steel similar to steel in the world, which is dragon steel, Kuei-shi said. I doubt that. Danny shook her head. Maybe dragon steel can kill deviant ghosts. Maybe dragon steel has the same anti-magic effect as steel. However, dragon steel is definitely not as immortal as steel. Otherwise, it would not be so hard to find even a single piece of dragon steel today. With Danny's identity and status, if she had never seen a dragon steel weapon, it was likely that it did not exist in the world. It was rotten. Maybe. Kuei-shi did not refute. She only emphasized, dragon steel and steel have similar functions, but different forging methods. This means that different forging methods can create the same steel. Maybe it's the same for steel. You can find a way that does not require a blood sacrifice. Me? Danny was speechless. I'm counting on you. I can help you change the spell from sacrificing the black goat to sacrificing the black diamond. Black diamond is the real name of your black dragon, right? Now that I think about it, black diamond seems a bit low, Danny said awkwardly. Kuei-shi did not comment and continued, the black goat is called death. Its divine power is not compatible with blacksmithing. Your black dragon is the opposite. The fire magic of Megalosaurus is almost tailor-made for forging. Danny said thoughtfully, when the people of Valeglia forged steel, they probably sacrificed Balerion. Kuei-shi said, do you want to change it? I'm very busy. I still have to make medicine for General Wildfire. Drink medicine. Didn't you see? He didn't even feel anything. He fainted from exhaustion. Danny widened her eyes. I know in my heart that he won't die. Maybe he'll get used to it after a while. Kuei-shi's voice was emotionless. Danny scratched the back of her head and sighed. I'll change the blood sacrifice spell you taught me. It's very complicated. There was obvious reluctance in Kuei-shi's voice. I'm very smart. I have time to learn slowly. In general, there were 3 parts to the reforging steel spell. First, summon the dark evil god Black Goat to obtain a high level of divine power. Second, use the witchcraft to make the divine power work. Third, use the blacksmith skills passed down by Voleglia to blood forge the steel. Danny now needed to change 2 parts. Replace the Black Goat with Blackie, which was the easiest. Remove the blood forge or change it to animal blood, so that Blackie's image as the Holy Megalosaurus would not be tarnished. A few days later, Kuei-shi and Bo Tian continued to improve the dragon soup. Blackie had to eat a lot of roast beef mixed with strange magic herbs every day. Tyrion drank medicine when he woke up, pooped when he finished, pooped when he fainted, and continued to drink when he woke up. The dwarf's eyes began to lose their light. His weight decreased day by day. Visible to the naked eye, the dwarf lost his shape and became a skeletal dwarf. For this, Fenny even asked for leave from the art troupe. She waited on the bed every day, fed the dwarf medicine, helped him wipe his body, changed his clothes. She had almost become Lady Caesar. Although the side effects were a little severe, the antidote for the grayscale disease was finally produced. Dragon Queen was relieved. After announcing the good news to the people of Slave Bay, she put all her energy into the descent of the 7 gods, which was related to Blackie's future. She wanted to help Blackie become a god. First, she had to help Blackie change from a temporary member of the 7 gods to a permanent member of the 7 gods. Well, if one day Sparrow and Danny had a falling out, or if Blackie's image collapsed. If Blackie's statue was smashed and the believers stopped praying to Blackie, then Blackie would be laid off. But no matter what, the Holy Mother would not be laid off, the Heavenly Father would not be laid off, and the girl would not be laid off. The 7 gods would never be laid off. Since Blackie could inherit the faith accumulated by the 7 gods for thousands of years, then could he also inherit the image and position of the 7 gods. This was not a fantasy. Chapter 468. It was Danny's hope to let Blackie take over and replace the 7 gods as the faith of the Church of the 7 gods. The hope was not slim. The 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Even if Blackie offended his superiors, there was no real power to punish him. Secondly, there was also the Church of the 7 gods in Slaver's Bay. It was just that the time was too short. The quality and number of believers were far inferior to the Westeros, and there was almost no accumulation of faith. If Archbishop Danny found a way to let Blackie replace the 7 gods, she could immediately raise Blackie's position in the Church of the 7 gods in Slaver's Bay. Finally, Blackie was not alone. A dragon was fighting, and he had a very powerful mother. If Mother Dragon wanted, she could easily take down the Church of the 7 gods in the Westeros. This was different from the Red God Church. Even the powerful red-robed witch could not control the Red God Church. Because Lalo was real, and the real boss of the church was always Lalo. As for the Great Sparrow, when there was no conflict of interest, he was a good friend of the Dragon Queen, and could help her torment Cersei and the others. If there was a conflict between the 2 of them, the Dragon Queen would not hesitate to kill him. She would not feel the slightest bit of psychological burden. In the end, the Dragon Queen was never a true friend of the Great Sparrow. She was not even a believer of the 7 gods. Developing the Church of the 7 gods and taking up the position of Archbishop were purely political considerations. She needed the church to serve her Targaryen dynasty. So, when it came to her core interest, Blackie's future path to godhood, she could be ruthless to the Great Sparrow. If Dany declared that she did not want the Iron Throne and only wanted to enter the great cathedral of Baelor, even Lannister would sincerely applaud her. The believers of the Seven Gods would not have any objections. They would even like the pious and merciful Pope of the Dragon King more. If she controlled the Church of the Seven Gods, and there were no real seven gods above her, then she could do whatever she wanted. The crux of the problem was that she did not know how to do it. How could she let her good son Blackie get the persona, clergy, of the Seven Gods? Could she just announce to people that Blackie was the reincarnation of the Seven Gods? Just like Jesus to God, the son of the Seven Gods. This was too ridiculous. Even Dany herself couldn't believe it. How could she make the believers sincerely accept it? On this day, Whitey brought two people from the west, the big crab Erisetiga and the fourth white knight Garth Hyder. The Dragon Queen held an exceptionally grand banquet for them. Everyone with status in Astapor was invited. Even Kai Yuan's fat eunuch Beworth was dragged over by Blackie. In front of everyone, Dany gave a steel sword named Wave Cutter to Garth. Then Big Bear put on the white robe for him, and Beavis helped the new brother put on the white glazed armor. The initiation ceremony was officially completed. Big Crab did not receive the tile steel sword. He was only given the title of knight by the Queen and the position of Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet. This could be considered a high position and authority. But when he saw the three white knights standing side by side behind the Queen, he actually had the urge to join them. At least he could always be by the Queen's side. Little Aegon held a cup of orange wine and walked to Big Crab in high spirits. He introduced himself, Sir Setiga, I am Aegon Targaryen, Thunder Lizard. Tyrion had diarrhea every day, but the gray spots on his legs were disappearing day by day. It was obvious that a mature antidote for the grayscale disease would be developed soon. Aegon saw hope again. Tonight, his clothes were especially luxurious. He wore a grass-green velvet jacket, a wide dragon head belt inlaid with amethyst scales around his waist, shiny slim leather pants, soft deerskin high boots, and a three-headed dragon hairband forged in gold on his forehead, which complemented his silver hair. He was almost the most eye-catching young man at the banquet. "Greetings, Your Highness." Big Crab looked at the young man in front of him suspiciously. He indeed had the Targaryen's trademark silver hair and purple eyes, and his temperament was not bad. However, everyone knew that Aegon had been thrown to death by Tywin long ago. Was this kid really not a liar? I heard that he was rebellious and wanted to marry my aunt. Even with the endorsements of Clinton, Ashera, and the Dragon Queen, Big Crab still felt that little Aegon was worthy of suspicion. In fact, eight-clawed spiders are not to be trusted had almost become a proverb among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Aegon gently swirled the light yellow brandy in his cup and said meaningfully, "My Aunt Dany Rise promised that she would help me fight for the Iron Throne. I know. She also told me that she would leave the opportunity to kill the King of Strange Ghosts to you." Big Crab's attitude was polite, but he did not give a special response. This was not what Aegon expected. He felt that the meaning of his words was already very clear. Setiga should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne, and he was the first heir to the Iron Throne. Should the eldest son of the Count not show his loyalty to him? He could not help but frown. "My aunt has 5 dragons, and she also promised to let me tame Blackie. Not to mention, she will soon be able to forge thousands of tile swords. With dragons and tile swords, killing the King of Strange Ghosts will not be difficult." Aegon twisted his neck that was tightly gripped by his collar and emphasized, "I will be the King of the Undals, Loiner, and the First Folk. Sire, I need the loyalty of Setiga and Crab Island. Tame the Black Dragon." Big Crab looked at Aegon with a strange gaze. My father, brother, and I have already pledged our loyalty to the Targaryens. I said, Settiga should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne, Aegon whispered. What do you want, for Settiga's fleet to escort you to the Great Wall? Why would I go to the Great Wall? Aegon was puzzled. If you do not kill the King of Strange Ghosts, how will you ascend to the Iron Throne? Big Crab retorted. Aegon choked and said somewhat angrily, the oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king, was made by my aunt, it has nothing to do with me. You want the queen to break the oath? I'm afraid that's impossible. Suddenly, Big Crab looked at Aegon with a gaze that was 3 parts suspicion turned into 4 parts contempt. Aegon looked around in annoyance. There were indeed many people looking over, but they all politely kept a distance to give them space to talk. Sir, I'll be frank. My aunt owns Slave Bay, but I'm not stupid. I know that she is young and will have children in the future. Slave Bay will not belong to me. Because of the oath, she can't even help me. So, I need strength to fight for the Iron Throne myself. Besides, my right of inheritance is before Dany rises, and she has also acknowledged this. Why don't the Targaryen forces of the 7 kingdoms pledge their loyalty to me? Help me restore my kingdom. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. Big Crab rejected him directly. Why? I'm now the Commander-in-Chief of Slave Bay's First Fleet. I've already pledged my loyalty to the Queen. Aegon glared at Big Crab and left unwillingly. After the White Knight's coronation ceremony was completed, Aegon pulled the excited grey Iron Garth to the side. Your Highness, why are you looking for me? Garth Hyder was still immersed in the great glory of being crowned a White Knight by the Queen. He had the happiness of walking the path of his granduncle, White Bull Gerald, and was very excited. Sir Garth, one day I will return to the Westeros. Can the Hyder family provide me with some help? Aegon asked directly. No. The excitement on Garth's face gradually disappeared, and he said directly, Your Highness, you should understand that even Targaryens are divided into factions. It's obvious that Hyder already belongs to the Queen's faction. Instead of looking for me, a White Knight who has left the Hyder family, why don't you ask Her Majesty the Queen? Her will is the direction of the Hyder family's actions. She asked us to help you. Even if you don't come to me, we will do our best and sacrifice our lives. You. Aegon's face was red with anger. Garth should not have said it so clearly, but his identity had changed. He had changed from the second son of the Hyder family to a White Knight who was only loyal to the Queen. He had to be loyal to the members of the royal family. He could not lie, and he could not be perfunctory like Big Crab. After Garth left, the little demon staggered to Aegon who was sulking alone and said in a low voice, What are you thinking about? Now you're eating your aunt's food, drinking her wine, wearing her beautiful clothes, and secretly stealing from her. The little demon's cheeks were sunken, and his sallow skin was almost sticking to his skull. His eye sockets were deep and large, like 2 dim candles in his skull. His body was also very thin. The yellow mandarin jacket that had been perfectly ironed a few days ago was now like a sack on a wooden stake. Tyrion did not want to come out and join the party. He had not recovered from his illness and only wanted to rest in bed. But the Dragon Queen wanted him to come out and be an example to prove that the antidote for the grayscale disease had been developed, so that the people of the city could be completely at ease. So Tyrion wore a yellow mandarin jacket and short boxers. He could roll up his trousers and let everyone see his thighs that were gradually disappearing. Yes, he had already displayed his thighs to many guests like an exhibit. I'm not stealing from her. She promised to support me in my ascension to the Iron Throne. Hyder and Settiga will have to pledge their loyalty to me sooner or later. Moreover, I know my aunt's character. She's amiable and magnanimous. She's strict with me but not harsh. If she was a suspicious ruler like my grandfather, I promise that I'll be more obedient than a quail right now. Aegon said. Perhaps. Tyrion shrugged. But she also said that no matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Dragonstone Island will be her fief. Aegon nodded. Of course. The Stormlands, Hajin, and the Northern Territory no longer have a master. Hiding, Tyrell, and Lannister in the Western Territory may fall, or even two. In the future, the Seven Kingdoms will have a lot of empty territories. As long as her descendants swear eternal loyalty to me, not to mention Dragonstone Island, even 1 or 2 territories won't be much. You're generous. Tyrion stared at him and mocked. Aegon raised his head and looked down at the dwarf proudly. Little devil, if you can show enough talent, perhaps I can also generously give Casterly Rock City to you. Sorry, I'm now a subject of the Dragon Queen, although I don't like the position of Wildfire General. Tyrion shook his head and refused. Seeing that Aegon was about to get angry, he immediately added, Little Prince, you don't understand what I mean. A vassal's vassal is not a king's vassal. Even if the Dragon Queen's descendants swear loyalty to you, we're still her subjects. I know, but I can't do anything about it. I need my own power. I can't always freeload at my aunt's house. Aegon suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Your aunt is too strong. At most, she can be your partner. She can't be your subordinate. Her vassals are naturally not your subordinates. But you still have a relative. He has power, but he's not strong. Especially if you have an auntie who can suppress the world. Using your aunt's power to intimidate and subdue him. Tyrion shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. Who is it? Aegon asked anxiously. At this moment, an Unsullied quickly walked into the garden and knelt down on one knee in front of Dany. Your Majesty, there's a ship that didn't listen to advice and broke into the dock. The leader calls himself Sir Quentyn Martell. He came before I even said anything. Tyrion was stunned. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.